Get more audio. Thank you. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Exchange for Media, I would like to extend you a very warm welcome to the 6th edition of the Screenage Conference 2023. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and it's indeed an honor to welcome each and every one of you in the forum and the conference today. Well, we appreciate you taking the time off from your busy schedules to join us today for a productive time. We hope you find the program that we have lined up for you fruitful as well as engaging. Well, the Exchange for Media Group was set up in the year 2000 with the aim of publishing niche, relevant and quality publications for the marketing, advertising and media professionals. Today, Exchange for Media is a one-stop information platform for the entire industry: news, views, analytical information, in-depth analysis of events, and trend forecasting. Well, let me tell you, Exchange for Media Publications has that credible and loyal following. Presently, the group has 5 titles in its portfolio, namely exchangeformedia.com, Pitch, Impact, Realty Plus, and samacharformedia.com. At Screenage Conference today, we're going to be deep diving into the heart of mobile marketing, exploring its ways to help marketers into understanding to win businesses as well as establishing those successful relationships with their consumers. With a keen eye on the future, we will discuss the transformative role that mobile marketing plays in shaping industries, consumer behavior, as well as the global marketplace. But before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, since I see a lot of great minds amongst us, a lot of great leadership, may I have a big applause for the entire team and all of you for making it today timely on this event. And thank you all for contributing on this platform. Well, before we move ahead to our conference, may I also request each and every one to hashtag e4m Screenage. Well, we've declared a social media contest wherein we're going to be seeing the most innovative post throughout the course of the day. We're going to be announcing the winners post-lunch and at the end of the event. So all you have to do is any nitbits you're learning from the event today, we request you to go on social media with that hashtag e4m Screenage as one word. I'll keep interacting with you further, but because of paucity of time, let's go ahead to our conference. First up, for our partners without whom it wouldn't have been possible. The co-partner, MediaSmart, integrating consumer journeys across screens, and Ad Scholar's passion for innovation. May we have the presentations of our partner.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade.
Just allow us a couple of seconds. We're just going to get that sorted. And of course, we'd love to show you more about the group and our partners in just about some time. But meanwhile, do remember, if you do have your social media accounts active, remember to hashtag e4m Screenage. Just with a show of hands, how many of you are active on LinkedIn, let's say? If you are, can we put it high and up? Perfect. So I would say around 99%. And the 1% who didn't raise their hand probably is just going to tweet or going to put a message right away. We've got some key speakers coming in. And these are leaders whom you will not just meet without further networking. So I think this platform is going to give you a chance to get that fire start to your career. So let's hope for the best. And meanwhile, we're going to be just having a couple of minutes before we get the delay sorted. Thank you. So the AV team, whenever you want, you can give me a cue. Thank you. So meanwhile, let me come ahead and do some interactions, try and understand the pulse of the audience. Let me see what your expectation from the event is. Hello, everyone. Firstly, let me start from the second rows. This gentleman. Hi, what's your name?
Nimit.
So Nimit, what's your expectation from today? Is there a particular session you're looking forward to, or what's the purpose? What is that one agenda you have in mind?
I'm looking forward to the influencer panel, and let's see what it happens.
Okay, so you're looking forward to the influencer panel. How many of you are looking forward to the influencer panel? Nice. Okay, let me go ahead to the next one at the back. And let me see the wonderful lady here. Hi, what's your name?
Bhavani.
Bhavani. Okay. Bhavani, what's your expectation from today? What are you looking at?
Yeah, how it will
So it's very simple, right? We have the agenda in place. So we have, of course, Mr. Puri, who's right amongst us. And we have all our speakers, Jagdish ji, who's joining us. So is there any particular panel which you're looking forward?
marketing.
So you're more inclined on marketing-related stuff. I think this is the platform for you. And the final bit, because we have some more time in place, would anyone like to participate? You can raise your hand, otherwise I'm going to pick. Okay, I love a leader amongst the group. Hi, what's your name?
Shubham Gandhi.
Okay, so Shubham, what are you expecting today?
So I'm looking forward for the session, and I'm interested in e-commerce panel and the keynote speakers. So I'm looking forward for that.
So any particular reason why e-commerce? Is there something which you're targeting next?
It would be great to understand, it would be great to have some insights from industry experts, and that would definitely help us in our careers and placements too.
Perfect, and I wish you all the very best. I love that. And we're going to be going a little more ahead and figure out with the final table out here. So, hi, what's your name?
Amit.
So, Amit, any particular session which you're looking forward to or any expectation from today's forum?
Yeah, I'm looking forward for the industry leaders talk. Come here to see how they're going to talk and listen to them. So why not to listen from the best?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Amit. And of course, my final reserved tables ahead. All right, I'm going to put you also in the spotlight, and may I request our gentleman out here. Hi, how are you doing today? I hope your morning is great. Did you have your cup of coffee or tea? Okay. So what are you looking forward today in the event? Any particular session or any key takeaways you're looking at?
So the first takeaway is basically regarding networking. So we are here for the networking opportunity. And the second one is the e-commerce panel, because we are mainly targeting the marketing domain. And let's see what can happen after that.
So you're from which company right now?
I'm from KPMG, so we are into consulting.
Okay, perfect. Is this your entire group? Only him? Okay, perfect. The others, yeah, hi. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, as the interaction brews, I'm just waiting for a couple more minutes. Apologies for the delay, but I hope this interaction helps. And meanwhile, take out your fancy phones, all right? Go ahead, talk about the event if you'd like. Remember, the most innovative posts are going to be having winners declared as well. So we'd appreciate you with any sort of hashtag you'd like to, and the hashtag is important because that's how we'll identify you, hashtag e4m Screenage. So we'll see you shortly, and just allow us a couple of minutes before we begin. Thank you. So once again, for our co-partner mentions, we have Ad Scholars' passion for innovation and Media Smart integrating consumer journeys across screens. So I'm shortly going to be asking the team to play in the partner presentations. But before that, remember to keep hashtagging, and of course, we've got the agenda right in place, and also the social media declaration, the QR code or anything on those fronts. The material is also placed on the tables. So if you'd like to refer to the same, do so right away. So with that, cue for the partner presentations. Well, if we have more time, do we get into the social media contest and hopefully start the engagements on that? I guess we do have a couple of minutes more. All right, I think it's the best time because I don't want to waste anyone's time here. So I'm going to be asking a few things. So how many of you have already, when I have declared the contest, have gone ahead and tweeted something so far? If yes, would you like to raise your hand? Is there anyone who's been active from the start? Okay, if not, I'm going to give you another 1 minute or 20 more seconds on that. If you'd like to tweet, I'm going to be checking my phone right away, and let's see if we can get someone's tweet or some post. So we'll give you a couple of seconds on that, and let's go ahead. "15 seconds up. Another 45 seconds to go. Let's see who gets the first tweet in. Remember, with the hashtag e4m Screenage. Can the social media team confirm if we have received any tweet? Thank you. Or anything on LinkedIn, but with the hashtag. Another 30 seconds to go. "15 more seconds. Meanwhile, parallelly, our team's checking it right away. And if someone has already done it, you may want to raise your hand so we can identify you. Thank you so much, sir. What's your name? Sangram. Thank you, Sangram. I'm going to come to you shortly as to what you've tweeted. We're going to give 10 more seconds to the entire crowd for your first tweet for today. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So our team's going to be getting ahead with all the tweets. Sangram has started the live bait-in of the tweets, and we're going to be going now to the partner presentations to start with the knowledge of our partners and then taking it forward with Sangram and further conversations. Team, are we ready? Apart from Sangram, was there anyone else who did get the opportunity to tweet or put in something on social media? You might want to raise your hand. Otherwise, I'm going to go quickly to Sangram and have a conversation on that. All right. Hi, Sangram. A very good morning. How are you? So, Sangram, you're from which organization? Group M. All right. I think your mic is on. Just, okay. His mic is off. Yeah, check. Perfect. So we've exchanged mics. So Sangram, what was it that you tweeted about and what are you looking forward? And firstly, kudos. Can we have a big applause for him? You know, somebody who kickstarts, it's always great, you know, someone who's interactive and enthusiastic. So Sangram, what is it that you tweeted about or your key takeaways on, or your key expectations? I shouldn't ask takeaways, but your expectations from today.
Okay,
So I'm expecting how we can use science in effective digital marketing success.
Science in effective digital marketing
Digital
success.
marketing is more of it's a conceived as a kind of more of art and craft rather than science. So I want
Perfect.
to see okay from the esteemed panel of speakers. So how science can be utilized in making digital marketing a success.
Wow, that's a very good, expectation you have, and we hope that our speakers can address that topic as well. So, Sangram, thank you so much, and Sangram's from Group M, and we're going to be seeing further some interactions with our delegates as well as our attendees. And meanwhile, I'll warmly acknowledge the presence of Mr. Puri. Mr. Puri, always such an honor whenever you've participated on the platform, and look forward to always hearing your session. Whenever I've got the opportunity, I've always learned a lot. And I think every session, it's always going to be great to learn further. So we're going to be just waiting for your session to start with. Thank you. Maybe one suggestion, if it cannot be done, maybe we can start and then take the cue of the partner AVs a little later, if that's okay. Yeah, we'll take it later. Can we do that? All right, okay. So let's, I think, because I value each and everyone's time and I do not want to hold you further from starting the event. So I think on that note, let's get ahead and start with our conference. Well, to begin today, we have, of course, our co-founder of Exchange for Media, Mr. Naval Ahuja, who's going to be joining us on the stage for his welcome address. So let's give Mr. Ahuja a warm, warm round of applause, and thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 6th edition of Screenage Conference. Apologies for the delay. While we live in the world of artificial intelligence and Instagram, technical glitches are still part and parcel of what we do. I'm sure this will be sorted soon. As we begin, and our first speaker, Mr. Shivam Puri, comes on stage and talks about what's happening in the marketing space in the digital world. Let me just set the context here in terms of what's been happening. We started this conference 6 years back, and this entire digital advertising technology, mobile world has changed in these last 6 years. The advent of, Geo was a very big milestone in Indian mobile space, especially mobile marketing. The number of users in India has really exploded in the last few years. Today, digital advertising is all mobile, right? 90% of consumption of digital content, of what's happening on digital is happening on the mobile. So really, in that sense, there is very little difference left between what we call digital marketing and mobile marketing. But since mobile marketing is very unique in many ways, Screenage is a conference that looks to kind of delve deep into all aspects of mobile marketing. In broad terms, I would define mobile marketing as a multi-channel strategy that reaches customers using mobile services, including smartphones and tablets and other devices. As we all have experienced, India is one of the largest and rapidly evolving mobile phone market. Today's conference seeks to kind of serve as a compass guiding marketers through vast opportunities that could shape the future of mobile marketing. According to a lot of reports, especially Statista, the share of ad spends on mobile devices across India is expected to reach 78% of the total digital media expenditure by the end of this year. Our last pitch medicine report said digital advertising is roughly 50 or 55,000 crores, and I think by the end of this year that number would have crossed 60,000 crores. So 78-80% of that number is already being spent on mobile. This share was 75% 2 years back. The percentage of retail sales conducted on mobile went from 3.5% in 2018 to almost double of that to 6.9 in 2022, and is expected to reach more than 10% by 2025. So that's how fast mobile advertising is growing. Digital advertising landscape has also, there is a proliferation of affordable smartphones, and internet has played a crucial role in driving digital advertising in India. Rise of vernacular content is another reason why, adoption of mobile is growing at such a fast pace. With increasing smartphone usage and internet penetration, digital ad spending in India, as I said, is likely to touch $21 billion by 2028. That's a really large number. And digital ad spend in this country is also set to observe a muted growth due to macro factors post which it would account for 65 to 70% of overall ad spend. We've seen in a lot of developed countries and also in China, digital ad spend is almost already 80% of the entire advertising spend, and of course mobile ad spend will keep kind of follow the same trajectory. Today's conference seeks to obviously look at all aspects of what's happening in digital and mobile advertising. There are so many newer areas that have come up, podcasts in the last few years, what's happening in voice technology, audio marketing. E-commerce is entirely driven by mobile marketing. If you look at, the annual reports of Amazon and Flipkart, which we published, last week, between these two players alone, their advertising revenue earning is much bigger than the size of the entire radio and outdoor advertising industry. That's how big advertising spends only on Amazon and Flipkart are. This I'm talking India. Globally, of course, their size is much bigger. And imagine the implications that will have on the the entire business landscape, not just the marketing landscape. How OTTs have come up. OTT industry is already going through a consolidation space. We've seen in the last 1 year alone how so much cricket content has been made free on mobile phones. Both the World Cup as well as the IPL was free. That is driving more and more consumption, more users, hence more advertising and interesting. Location-based marketing is another area where I think some of the sessions will get into influencers and their role in the mobile journey, and of course AI. How can we not talk about AI while we are talking about digital advertising, mobile, because I think AI is now all pervasive. It is touching all aspects of our lives, from content, storytelling, creation of advertising to targeting, and some of the sessions will talk about AI. So I look forward to a day of learning. Post the conference, we also have the 8th edition of our Mobile Marketing Awards, the MADIs. This year, we've received an overwhelming response. I'm told some 850 entries from across large number of brands. Prabha Narasimhan, the MD of Colgate, is the jury chair here. This year, she'll be here in the evening, and I look forward to celebrating all the wins and congratulating all the winners in person in the evening. So welcome again, and thank you for being part of this conference, and I look forward to the day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahuja, for the welcome note. And of course, it is now time for us to take forward the cue from Mr. Ahuja and go forward with our upcoming sessions. But before we do that, I'd like to personally acknowledge that we did see a lot of feed on social media with your tweets. So thank you so much for participating, and we'll interact with you further in the coming sessions. Well, now it is time for us to welcome an exceptional leader. Somebody who has been at the forefront of driving positive change in the healthcare industry. As the CEO and whole-time director of Cipla Health, the wellness subsidiary of Cipla, he's somebody who's been instrumental in spearheading the company's wellness mission globally to make healthcare accessible, affordable, and sustainable for all. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming none other than the whole-time director and CEO of Cipla Health, Mr. Shivam Puri.
I must admit it's a little embarrassing to hear that kind of stuff about oneself. Can I have the presentation on? Yeah. This works? Perfect. Okay, so, one of the advantages of being a keynote speaker is that you don't actually get a brief. So you can pretty much decide what you want to talk about, right? And hence, none of the participants also expect to hear from the keynote speaker because they're not really sure of what he would be talking about. Yesterday I was thinking about when my team was checking with me on should we make a few slides for the talk tomorrow. I looked through the set of speakers and the sessions that have been planned for today, and I realized that there's a lot of interesting dope coming your way in terms of what technology is working, what does the future look like, etc., etc. So I said, I've crossed 40. I'm on the wrong side of 40 now, and I realized that probably now I have enough experience to start to talk about my past as a means of adding some interesting angle to how you spend the day today. Yeah, so my attempt now would be on my last 20 years that I've seen in the industry, and what are some of the things I realized I couldn't do well enough of, and give you some cues of what you hence could do differently as you approach the day today. Yeah. Everyone knows about Mr. Graham Bell, of course. How many of you know that he also invented graphophone and invented, the whole the anti-mining signaling machines, etc., etc. He did a lot of that, but he of course got the most PR for telephone. Yeah, and it's probably this is the right time to pay out to him because this is where the movement actually started. Now this is something very interesting. Take a moment and just look at this slide. What you see on the top right, yeah, some of the best known brains in the world, the McKinsey consultants. I'm sure all of us have seen the best and the brightest, at least so far, probably not anymore. Go to McKinsey and be a part of them. These are supposed to be the best guys at predicting the future. Yeah, and sometime in 1985, AT&T hired these experts and asked them to project, how many mobile phone users would there be in the year 2000. So in 1985, AT&T got them to work on a project to predict the number of mobile users in 2000, in 15 years from then on. What do you think was their projection? These are the guys who really are at the cutting edge of projections. They said there would be around 9 lakh users by 2000. And you know how off they were? They were off by some 120 times, because they projected that there would be some 9 lakh mobile phone users, and there ended up being some 109 million. Yeah, so almost 11 odd crore users of smartphones. So that was so off that they were in terms of predicting the future. A couple of other very interesting, and these are, I'm only talking about the experts, people who really are supposed to understand and imagine the future well. I'm sure all of you have heard of Digital Equipment Corporation. This is a pretty old name, and they've been the messiahs of communication industry. They got it so wrong. They said there's no reason for any individual to have a computer at home. Yeah, and just imagine the world which was going with the experts, picked it up as a cue and said, okay, fine. So this is not something that is worthy of our attention. The bottom one is very interesting. Western Union, all of us know them for their money transfer, right? Western Union money transfer. How many of you have heard of Western Union money transfer? Yeah, so that I don't feel like being a relic of the past. Yeah, so it's a pretty well-known name. And they were again the big daddies of communication world. When they looked at the telephone, they said this equipment has too many shortcomings and it's not worthy of our attention. Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you here is experts within the communication industry over the last 100 years have got it hugely, significantly, they were significantly off the mark in projecting the future. And you know, this is the point that I wanted to make. If there is one message I want to leave you with today, is that human mind just cannot imagine what the future would look like in case of exponential growth, you know, that gets done across the sectors, and in communication especially, the human mind just cannot imagine. Yeah, and I'll show you some examples, my personal examples as well. But when you look at this curve, the top left one, yeah, the shaded line that you see is what a human mind, looking at the last 3-4 years of your own experience. There is of course that recency effect as well when you imagine the future. So looking at the last 3-4 years, you end up projecting. The shaded line is what you project, yeah, and the hard line is what ends up happening. Every time there is an exponential growth that happens across sectors, across industries. And communication, being a kind of field that it is, will always have these kind of disruptive movements, yeah. Of course, our very own Bill Gates, he also very clearly establishes and says that next 2-3 years probably you project it right or over project, but next 10 years you get it really off, yeah. And now this is me, yeah. 20 years back I started sometime 2002, 2003, don't want to give out the exact year, it was 2003, you know, just passed out of college. And what you see here is no smartphones, no data on phones. How do I get the pointer? Yeah, no smartphones, no data on phones, no YouTube on mobile, no social networking. If someone at that point in time would have come to me and shown me this is the status for 2012, 2013. If someone at this point in time would have shown me this chart, I would have ridiculed that person. I would have said, you're out of your mind. You know, in such a short span of time, 10 years, how can the world change so significantly? It's just unbelievable. Won't happen. You are smoking something. Yeah. And look at what happened. From almost nothing, we had 27 million smartphone users, 60 MB of monthly data usage, 4 billion YouTube views, which at the point in time was considered like a wow, 60 million social networking users. Yeah. Again, this is when the real pundits sat together and said, okay, fine. So what do we project for the future? I'm talking about 2012, 2013. And most of the predictions were around saying, you know, it would end up being 5 to 10 times of this in the next 10 years. The most glorious of projections were 10 times. The most, you know, people who were considered people who had their, you know, not have their head in the clouds, but ground on the feet on the ground, actually ended up saying 5 times. Yeah. Look at what happened last year. This is the now, 2023, the age that you belong to. 27 million smartphone users have moved to 750 million, 75 crore, you know, people in India. 60 MB monthly data usage, 25 GB is the monthly usage now. 4 billion YouTube views to 503 million YouTube views. 60 million social networking users to 470 million social networking users. This is the pace of change that has happened in the last 10 years. Yeah, and how many of you were not working in 2012? How many of you started your careers post 2012? The youngest of the lot. Super. Almost 50% of you started post 2012. And how many of you were working in 2002, 2003? Just, you know, 3-4 of us in the room. So this message is for people who started working just 10 years back. Guys, I can tell you, 10 years from now, when you try to draw this chart in 2033, it would look like a very different set of parameters. Maybe, I don't know, you know, smartphones might not exist at all. It might be a dumb device and the entire smartness might have moved to the cloud, right? It might be a simple dumb device which pretty much, you know, a piece of metal which does everything. Or maybe there won't be any smartphones at all to work with. There might be simple wearables which pretty much do everything that you want them to do. You know, sometime in 2010, I met the founder of InMobi. And you know, I remember I was in Unilever then, they made a nice pitch on, you know, how mobile will become the device that everyone carries around, uses it for their entire personal work, pretty much is the go-to thing in their life. And we laughed at them. I think, you know, what are these guys thinking? Because it was, at that point in time, it was being used for simple calls and messages, that's it. He said, there are such large screens at home, television screens at home, laptops, desktops. Why would someone want to, you know, keep peeking into, and you see 30% of us are right now peeking into these small screens. trying to figure out their lives. No one could have predicted that just 10 years back. So the point is, what you would expect, what you should expect 10 years from now, you just cannot imagine. So then your question would be, so what do we do? So what you need to do is pay attention. Don't use your logical mind to write off any spark that you see around. Yeah, AI, people are actually writing off the logical use cases of AI, and there is a negative tonality to the whole conversation. There are many use cases of generative AI which are coming up every day. Do immerse yourself into each of those, whichever are working fine, because they might be the biggest thing of the future and you might be left behind. Yeah. Coming back to mobile, you know, if you're trying to build a large brand, you cannot make it without digital. Do you agree? If you are, you know, if you are working on a media budget of 20 crores, 30 crores, you cannot have a media budget without having an adequate digital leg to it. Otherwise, you know, you're really disconnected with your consumers. If you're trying to build a small brand, the best way to start is digital. So digital definitely has become mainstream. All of us agree to that. 70% of digital consumption, 75% of digital consumption actually happens through mobile phones. So pretty much mobile phone is the front, right and center of communication thesis today. Yeah, but you still see probably mobile marketing not getting the right importance in the organizations, including mine. I have some members of my team sitting here smiling back at me. But yes, you know, we also come from our habits of the past. But this definitely needs to be something that we should take note of, on the importance that mobile marketing needs to have today, because all of us today are connected to mobile. All of us right now in the world of mobile as we even sit here. The factors that will propel mobile phone usage are all perfectly aligned as well. Disposable income. I'm not sure how many of you have read this statistic that the quantum of middle class that India has added in the last 30 years. The quantum of middle class that India has added in the last 30 years will get added in the next 10 years. Yeah, digest this fact. Now when that happens, and this is the class that really drives disposable income for the country, imagine just the sheer number of hungry mouths to feed. Yeah, and the quantum of consumption that one is slated to expect. And this is what will drive disposable income. Disposable income is a perfect thesis for this element of marketing to go up, which is mobile marketing. Last but not the least is customization. Again, very, very unique thing, right? So, like it or not, for those of us in the marketing world who really understand marketing, really know who you are, where you are, what you do, what do you use, what do you consume, how do you consume, what time of the day do you consume what, right? So, this is what is getting used to send the relevant messages to you. So this is the best example of mass customization at scale. Yeah, this term came in some 6-7 years back, and I can also tell you pundits at that point in time had written it off, saying mass customization is not happening. Eventually, you know, if manufacturers have to make money, they need to make things at scale. But this mobile phone has actually translated to a perfect mass customization where you actually have cohorts of consumers. You might have 1 lakh consumers spread out across the country, maybe 100 in every state, which form a perfect cohort for a brand to speak to. And for those consumers, that's a very relevant brand. And this is a perfect example of relevant consumer and relevant message from the brand coming together in terms of mass customization. So this thesis will only go up. There is no reason for this to go down going forward. And mobile provides a perfect medium to drive this mass customization as well. Yeah. Some examples of stuff that we have done, and I'm not touching too much on the future. I just wanted to project the past to help you imagine the future better. But yeah, lots of things around mass customization, for example, are, Nazeline. I don't know how many of you have, these are, so we'll actually first showcase, this is who we are. This is Cipla Health. In the last 6-7 years of its existence, we now have some 18 odd brands. Pretty much the entire wellness ecosystem has been tapped as a part of this setup. For those of you who smoke, of course you will swear by Nicotex. For those of you who have regular bouts of cough, will relate to Coughsil. the largest pain care brand, Omnigel, etc., etc. Now, so we have very large brands, very small brands, completely new age D2C brands in our ecosystem, and we do tap mobile as one of the key thesis, when we tap into this ecosystem. Nazeline is a great example. The tagline simply is, "ये बंद ना खोले ताकि आप खुल के सो लें." Yeah, so it allows you to have a good night's sleep. And Prajapati is one of the characters for this brand. So the mass customization gets done wherein you actually talk to one cohort of North, say in Delhi, and tell them it's 15 degrees centigrade, will you be able to sleep well tonight? Use Nazeline. Yeah, it's so relevant for that audience at that point in time, and you can't imagine any other medium allowing you to achieve that kind of a specificity around the brand. Yeah. My favorite, we heard the earlier speaker talk about immersive AI. Now, again, something like what Lenskart has done for those of you who wear specs. I also need one now. If you have interacted with Lenskart, you would know about this experience, right, of immersive AI, where you can actually try out the right shade and the right specs and size, etc., that works best on your face. This was done in 2021 for the first time in India. Today it looks like such an obvious thing to do. I'm sure many of you have heard of this example of Garnier, where you can actually figure out the look on your hair to decide the right color combination that works for you, which then allows you to buy the right product. Now imagine mobile allows you to do that. If you take mobile out of the equation, do you really think consumers will end up leveraging something like this? And imagine the kind of conversation that you can drive with your consumers when you do something like this. Yeah, great example of immersive AI and great example of mobile as being a medium which allows the brands to do something so spectacular. This is again my favorite, the examples of hyper localization. I don't know how many of you have seen these AI deepfake examples. For example, Zomato. Have you seen this one? Yeah, can you just play the video if it plays now? No, the top left one. Audio as well. Super. That's the best way to kill a film. So this is essentially the top left one is around Hrithik Roshan, and it's a lovely one, right? So for Zomato, which is one of the largest food delivery players in the country, the core thesis is build strong relationships with the restaurants from whom it sources the product and sells to consumers. This AI platform allows Zomato to actually, in the localized version, talk about the relevant restaurant which is closest to the consumer as they talk about Zomato as a brand. How powerful is that? Yeah. The other example is the bottom one, where you see Shah Rukh talking about various retail outlets in the vicinity of the consumer. So if you sit here in your 10-kilometer periphery, whatever are the relevant retail stores for different things that you would buy actually come in on the screen when Shah Rukh talks to you. Yeah, these are great examples of AI and the technology to make the content very, very relatable. So, so the idea is not to talk about the latest. That was not the theme. I don't think we have more examples. Yeah, so I had 15 minutes to talk about. So essentially, big request to each one of you: don't assume that your logical mind will allow you to imagine the future and hence decide which are the most important aspects to work on. Your logical mind just cannot, because this is an exponential growth curve. Yeah, so use your logical mind to better understand the latest cutting edge innovations that are happening around you, and that's what you should take away from the day to day. Trust me, if we meet 10 years down the line, we can look at this chart that I earlier projected. It will look very different than what it looked like over the last 10 years. Yeah, so that's the main point I wanted to make today. Thank you so much. I'm available for any chat conversation that you want to have post this. Thank you.
May we request Mr. Puri, if you can just join us once again on stage, because we'd like the opportunity of inviting Nikhil Kumar, Vice President India, Southeast Asia and Middle East of Media Smart, to help us with the felicitation of Mr. Puri. So firstly, a big, big round of applause for Mr. Puri, and maybe request Nikhil to kindly join us and help us with the felicitation. Let the applause continue. Maybe request you to please step in the center. Hashtag e4m Screenage. Our keynote session and our address is done. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you so much, Mr. Puri. Well, after that incredible start to our conversations, it is now time for us to go ahead to our next one. He's currently the business head for Alexa monetization in India. Been with Amazon for a long time with roles spanning across Alexa, Amazon Pay and retail. Within Alexa, he has owned and managed multiple key businesses across music, skills, Alexa voice services, as well as marketing. A follower of new technologies and believes AI makes lives richer and better, it's time for us to welcome for the session on voice technology that can prove to be a game changer for brands across categories. We're talking about none other than Mr. Jagadish Ji.
Hey everyone, thanks for the introduction. I was just checking if the voice is still playing because the topic itself is voice, and if that doesn't work, it's definitely going to create a gap. So today we are going to talk about the advent of voice technology. She's already given an intro, so I don't need to repeat myself. So I lead the monetization charter for Alexa in India, and what we will do today in today's session is go through some of the new age voice technologies that has been built, the impact it's had, and the opportunity that it's going to present to all the brands out there. Can we move to the next slide? Okay. I think is this the ticker? Okay. Yeah, this one, okay. Okay, oopsie. That's how technology can screw you up. Before we go deep into the technology in itself, the first question on everybody's mind will be why voice, right? What's the reason why we are talking about voice here, right? If you travel back in time, there are different technologies that has come and gone for humans to interact with technology. If you look at the computing technology itself, way back in the 70s, we were working with the character mode, when you had to actually type in a syntax and a whole program to make something run. From there, we moved to the graphical user interface, which made it much more seamless, right? You could just drag and drop and click on icons and move things here and there. And then came the World Wide Web, where it's not just you interacting with the machine, but you interacting with multiple millions of customers and businesses across the world within seconds. And then what happened? All of this got shrunk into a mobile phone, which you could hold in your palm and then control it to order the cab that you want, travel to the next side of the world, or get the content that you need, right? All of this was possible with the mobile phones. Now, if you think about it a bit deeper, the kind of stuff that, for example, our next generation, our kids are able to do with mobile phones, maybe some of us may not be even be aware of it, right? And this shift happened across generation. So every time when there was a technology change for humans to interact with the machines, a part of the generation got left behind, simply because they could not adopt with the new technology and how to interact with it. And the reason for all of this is that throughout the years, what we were trying to do is that trying to make humans learn how to interact with machines and not the other way around, right? So what we are trying to do here with voice is making machines understand the best way to interact with humans is through the most natural way possible, which is voice. Because that's the most intuitive form of human communication, where there is no learning curve. We are already taught to use voice from birth on how to communicate with each other and pass on what we want and get what we want, right? And that's the fundamental reason of why voice. Now, if you look at some numbers, the primary factor that we want to leave you with is that it's not a medium which is waiting for customers to come and for it to get kick-started. That channel already exists. We already have over 150 million monthly active users using voice technology. And India is one of the fastest market to adopt it, the same as it happened for mobile phones. If you look at an Indian customer's typical day, around 2.5 hours per day is spent on audio, right? And these are kind of like the most precious screenless moment that a customer spends during the day. So if a brand is not doing their part in audio, they are missing a big chunk of that valuable time. Now, it's not just about being relevant and being present, but it's also the kind of information that you can drive with audio, right? So the research shows that the information processing is 22 times faster when it comes to delivering it through audio, right? And that means your message gets delivered the moment you want it and the way you intended it to. Now, the other part of it all is language barriers. In a country like India, where every 100 kilometers or so you travel, the culture changes, the food habits change, the hobbies and the passions change, and of course the language change. Now, if that is happening, and over 70% of the Indians prefer to interact with technology in a non-English language, that's where voice can come in and plug the gaps. And what all of this is leading to is that you can actually build a personal connect with the customers, because there is no limit to storytelling with audio. I don't know if how many people have tried this, but you can just visualize yourself just closing your eyes and going into a world of audio. It can, if done right, it can tell you a story, mixing in all the emotions, you can completely change your mood using audio and deliver the story in a much more impactful and a lasting way if you time it and get it right. Now, when we look at the voice landscape in it overall, we see that the landscape is no more limited to just mobile phones. There are multiple set of endpoints out there through which now you can interact with this audio, right? And in fact, of the total internet audience, already 86% of them are already digital audio listeners. And when you say, okay, I listen to audio, I hear some songs, I hear some ads, etc., what does that do? That's the most interesting part, that these customers are not just interacting and listening to audio, but also are taking actions on it. In fact, 20% of them are actually using audio to complete an action, which can be like a voice search, it can be paying your electricity bill, navigating to a place you want. Even, for example, you could see on the way the cab drivers are using the voice to send across voice messages, right? So intuitively, it's catching on very fast. And one of the biggest use case that we've seen on Amazon is that we've seen over 100% growth year on year when it comes to voice shopping. Now, one of the questions we frequently get is, give me some use cases where audio is being, like, you can't do without audio, right? And smart home is one such example where almost 90% of the people say that without using audio to control a smart home device, there is no future for smart home. Imagine imagine a world without audio. If you really need to control your smart home, let's say your smart fan or your smart light, you have to open the mobile phone, you need to click on the app, and then you need to click on a button which says switch on or switch off. 4 or 5 actions just to get one thing done. With voice, you can just say switch on, switch off, and that's it. It's that seamless, right? And the other big question is, hey, yes, there are certain set of people doing it, but is it pervasive enough? And that's when this anecdote becomes very important, right? We have over like 50-50 split between customers in the top metros and the ones who are in the tier 2 or beyond who are actually consuming Alexa today. And we have over 85% pin codes from where these Alexa orders have come, which shows the pervasiveness of the voice technology across India. And I'm not just talking about customers here. When it comes to marketeers, and the question that got posed to them was, what do you think are the technologies which could inform and drive some of your strategies going forward? 3 times in the top 10, voice was featured. Now, what we will do is, we'll watch a small video. Okay. We'll watch a small video. I'm thankful that the audio is working. Thanks for that. We'll watch a small video which shows the different use cases for which people are using voice today. Just see that and then we'll go into the details of it.
किसी की सूरज संग हुई सुबह.
Alexa, what's the weather like in Gurgaon today?
It's 22 degrees Celsius in Gurgaon today. तो किसी ने बादलों की हलचल पढ़ी.
Alexa, how's the market today?
The Indian stock market is up today by 0.2%. किसी ने कर लिया सुर्खियों से नाता. कहीं सुरों से महफिल सजी. एक नीली सी रोशनी से कर ली जो दोस्ती. दवाई का वक्त हो गया है.
Thank you.
किसी की छोटी भूलने की आदत.
एलेक्सा, माउंट एवरेस्ट की हाइट क्या है?
माउंट एवरेस्ट की ऊंचाई समुद्री सतह से 8,849 मीटर है. किसी ने बातें दुनिया की पूछ ली.
एलेक्सा, कॉल टू दिलीप फूफा जी.
कॉलिंग दिलीप फूफा जी. फिर से हुआ किसी का अपनों से राब्ता. तो किसी की चुटकुलों से हंसी न रुकी.
Alexa, I'm home.
Welcome home. It's nice to have you here. शामें हुई रोशन, नई कहानियां हैं फिर से जगी.
एलेक्सा, टेल मी अ बेड टाइम स्टोरी.
हर किसी की मुझसे एक डोर है जुड़ी. एक नीली सी रोशनी से कर ली जो दोस्ती.
So you saw the different use cases people are actually using to engage with voice there, right? It may be much more than you or me could think about, let's say, a few years before. So the most interesting aspect of all of this is that people are treating Alexa as their household companion. It's not just a device out there, like a technology which is waiting to be used. It's much more proactive. It's helping you make your lives more convenient. As you can see, the diverse set of use cases that are listed on this slide, which we recently published during our 5th year anniversary on how Alexa is being used. And one of the most interesting one which we all liked is the top right one, where Alexa the sweetheart takes precedence. And that's when the Alexa's personality comes into fore. I don't know how many of you guys have tried saying a good morning to Alexa or a how are you to Alexa, but people are much more closer to Alexa than that, saying I love you or Alexa, will you marry me? So they treat it like a person who is just in the room with them. And one of the biggest anecdotes that we got was during COVID times, right? When people were confined to their homes and suddenly you have a companion right there to help you boost your mood, to help you talk to somebody, to get the news out there, everything, right? That's the impact we've had, Alexa, on people's lives today. Now, the other question we get asked is, okay, you guys are doing a lot of things. Is that all that is? Is it all you doing everything behind what works on Alexa? That's not the case, right? We have hundreds of thousands of brands out there who've actually built experiences on voice. Their core idea is that how can they translate their key messaging, like for example, similar to how you build an app on a Play Store, how can you build a voice experience and put it on a skill store, right? So we have over 40,000 such third-party experiences being built. And it's not just a pure brand-led phenomena. We have over 100,000 Indian developers who have actually built from India for the global, which means that an experience which was built first in India could be used across any of the Alexa devices in the world, in the language which is most relevant to that country. So the other aspect is, what's the voice audience like? The typical answers that you could see is that they are younger, educated and affluent, as you can see from the slide. But the most key aspect of this is just the customer who is actually buying that device, right? The key noteworthy point is there are people within that family who are the end consumers. So the number of audiences are much, much bigger, right? You could have a kid in the family who will start the day off with Alexa with a rhyme. You could have a person in the family who's cooking something and using a recipe, or you can have an elder in the family who's listening to a devotional content in the evening. So through the day, at different moments, based on people's likes and dislike, this use cases change. Now, when I talk about the propensity, we've seen these connected audio users are actually in the top spenders across the board when it comes to retail purchases or a credit card spends. But the most important facts when it comes to advertising is that these are consumers who are okay to watch relevant ads, provided that comes for some premium content. And they're showing, they're also saying that they pay more attention to these ads when it is contextually relevant and delivered in a way which is as organic as possible. Now, while these two are key, the most important fact is they are even saying that if it's relevant and it is delivered right, I'm okay to even engage with it, which means I'm ready to take an action, right? Which is the most important things all of the brands out there wants to do. So the question is, how do you as a brand leverage voice effectively in your marketing plans? Now, there are a few things that you need to understand. One is obviously understand your TG well, right? On what endpoints are they engaging over voice, and how can you weave a story there? The other part of it is, how do you build a immersive and engaging experience? Now, it's very easy to put these keywords out there and say that go and do it, right? But when you build for voice, it's completely different from building over a graphical user interface, right? Where you are consuming content both through your eyes and through other senses. But on voice, if it's a primary medium, you need to build a user interface plan primarily starting with voice. And of course, you need to identify what kind of engagement you want to drive. Is it a awareness driving plan, or you want to drive consideration? Completely up to you. And the key piece is that don't just keep it like a standalone ad hoc channel in your overall plans, which is what we used to do a few years back, but to integrate it into the core marketing strategy. And I'll give you specific examples of those going forward. So some of the key recommendations are what's really work for some brands. One is to imbibe your brand personality into the experience that you build. So one of the key examples was what we built with Hey Disney, with Walt Disney in US, where the Disney characters used to come to life and take you through that experience, right? So the whole persona of the brand was shown during that experience. So you really felt that you are engaging with some of those characters in real time, right? And the idea is that all these experiences are real time, instantaneous. Like unlike a social media where you can take some time and then provide a response, this happens right then and there. Like I said earlier, right, how do you integrate into the core entire 360-degree plan is when what we did with Mondelez, when their entire marketing plan had a call to action to go to Alexa, and for example, during Valentine's Day, you can ask, how can I surprise my Valentine, or how far will I go for love? So once they captured that voice experience as part of their core campaign, then everything flew very seamlessly. And the other very important aspect is that once you create something, create it for the long term and make it sustainable. For example, there are one of the top music OTT, they started building voice for content search, and once people got used to it, almost 1/4 of their customer base started searching for the songs they want only through voice, and they were not going back. So once the habit is formed, it's there, it gets stuck. So where do we start? One is obviously, as brands, we need to figure out within the customer journey, where do you want to plug in voice? Is it in the initial phase when customer is making a purchase decision, or if it's in a post-purchase journey phase, right? And what are the different ways by which you can do it? The most simplest form of that is audio ads, as you all know in the past. But the idea is much, much more today, because it's not just putting an audio ad there and letting customers know, but putting an interactivity behind it, which means that at the moment you deliver an audio ad, can customers take an action right then and there, right? And it could be an add to cart, send me reminders, or send me the most upcoming or the recent launch that is happening for your product. There are a bunch of things you can do today which was not possible maybe 2-3 years before. The other piece of it is, like, if audio ads is the most simplest way to reach an entire customer base on voice, the other extreme to this is to build a voice experience completely from scratch. And I will give you an example, right? Where you conceptualize an experience which is meeting your brand ethos, and then at every point in that customer journey, you bring in your brand elements to tell that story. Or the other option is to pick and choose one of the existing experiences and see that can I weave in my brand messaging on that, right? It could be as simple as, let's say, if a customer is asking for a weather, or if a customer is asking for consuming some content, does my brand communication resonate with it, and can I plug into it? That's the sponsored experience we are talking about here. So in all of this, obviously the use case matters, the content matters, and obviously the two-way conversational part matters the most, because you're not letting the customer hang back and sit back, right? You are actually making them lean in and engage with your communication message, which is the most in-depth form of engagement. This is an example we'll see here for one of the experience we built with HP, and we can just watch that to see how this experience was.
2022, Alexa India launched a first-of-its-kind audio campaign, co-powered by HP Pavilion laptops. The multimedia campaign ran for 8 weeks and brought remarkable results. One of the foremost laptop brands in the country, HP was aimed to amplify the Alexa-enabled Pavilion range, positioning its clear choice for students purchasing their first laptop for college. 77% of individuals surveyed said music plays a significant role in their lives, critically helping them to reduce stress levels. HP consumers spent almost equal time on audio as they do on social media. Could Amazon ads amplify HP's vision through music? The answer? A resounding yes. Alexa users align with Gen Z behavior. They are early adopters of technology and exhibit a stronger inclination towards computers than an average internet user in India. In fact, HP laptop users are 82% more likely to use voice assistants and own smart speakers, making Alexa the perfect fit for a collaboration. So, Amazon Ads facilitated a partnership between HP and Alexa to launch a novel audio property. Alexa Originals Season 1, powered by HP. An exclusive collection of 5 new songs by independent Indian artists. The campaign aimed to bring fresh content to Alexa users, accessed through a simple voice command. Alexa, start Originals.
Welcome to Alexa Original Season 1, Kuch Acha Suno. Co-powered by HP.
This would initiate the Alexa Originals experience, which could be accessed across mobile and other Alexa-enabled devices. How was this campaign amplified? With a stellar on-site and off-site promotion plan. To start, Alexa Originals had a dedicated landing page on the Amazon app. To create awareness of this experience, display ads were used across Amazon and Alexa touchpoints. To reach a wider audience, #Alexa Original Reels content was created in partnership with influencers like Hardik Pandya and Sameera Reddy. Next, contests were created to encourage user-generated content. The activation was covered on radio with bites from various artists.
We're back with Alexa Originals music only on Fever 104 FM. Co-powered by HP laptops.
And display and social media was used to amplify this campaign far beyond Amazon. So, what impact did Amazon ads create for HP? The campaign generated great numbers and outstanding PR. But most importantly, the customers loved it. In terms of numbers, the campaign's 8-week run garnered an unbelievable 6 lakhs plus song plays, reaching 2,70,000 unique customers and generating 50 million plus impressions, along with a staggering 1.1 million store visits on Amazon. Not only did it drive engagement, but the campaign also had an unexpected impact on HP sales on Amazon.
So I'll just end it there, but that was the kind of campaign where everything fell together. The experience resonated with the brand, and it drove a lot of engagement, much more than what we hoped for. And of course, this is also one of our entries for the awards today, later in the day, and we are hoping to win some awards. Let's see. But the idea of all of this is that we have much deeper metrics and engagement avenues to reach to these customers. So all of this way to measure the impact of these campaigns are right now available with us. So the key aspects is whatever I spoke about. It's becoming an increasingly crucial touch point, and we have an evolved audience who are looking for engaging voice experiences to interact, and obviously these are all actionable. So some of the future trends, if you ask in voice, one of the most important one we will say is on the ambient technology. which means the voice which keeps working on the background without you wanting to continuously ask things for it to do, right? So it's personalized, it's proactive, it's intuitive, it gets your things done without you having to ask for it. Which means that there is a huge opportunity for brands to build such experiences which are the most natural way possible. So finally we end with this. This is just one such innovation. While we keep on conceptualizing technologies and talk about the future trends, all of this is not possible if there are not entrepreneurs and innovators out there who use this technology for building the voice revolution that we want to see in India, right? And this is one such example which simply blew our mind, and I'm sure it will blow yours too. So let's watch it, and with that we'll conclude.
ये छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के अंतर्गत बस्तर जिले के अंतर्गत ये लोहंडीगुड़ा ब्लॉक आता है, जो आदिवासी बेल्ट है, बिल्कुल ट्राइबल बेल्ट है। यहाँ पर काफ़ी पिछड़े लोग रहते हैं। शिक्षकों की इस विकासखंड में काफ़ी कमी है। उस उद्देश्य से एक स्मार्ट शाला यहाँ स्टार्ट किया गया और इसी कड़ी में हम लोग ने एलेक्सा को जोड़ा। पहले एलेक्सा एक स्कूल से स्टार्ट किया, देखिए बच्चों का उत्साह काफ़ी बढ़ते गया, तो ऐसा लगा कि एलेक्सा की आवश्यकता है। उस आवश्यकता के कारण बच्चों के उत्साहित होने के कारण हम लोग ने 40 स्कूलों में अभी स्टार्ट कर चुके हैं।
हम लोग टीचर से ना बहुत डरते, थोड़ा हिचकिचाहट होता है, हम सर से तो पूछ नहीं पाते, तो हम एलेक्सा से अपने दोस्त की तरह उसको पूछते हैं।
जैसे पूछते हैं व्हाट इज रिप्रोडक्शन, व्हाट इज रेस्पिरेशन, व्हाट इज इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, ऐसी कुछ पूछते हैं, वैसे एलेक्सा जवाब देता है।
जब हमने डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन को अपनाया है अपने स्कूल में, तो सडन चेंज, हमने ड्रास्टिक चेंज अपने स्कूल में पाया, जिसकी वजह से हमको बहुत सारे फ़ायदे हुए हैं। हमारे स्कूल का स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ा, स्कूल का एनवायरनमेंट टोटली चेंज हुआ, टीचर्स भी इंटरेस्टेड हैं बच्चों को पढ़ाने में। तो ये सब चीज़ जो चेंजेस आए हैं, बच्चे रेगुलर आ रहे हैं स्कूल में, ये हमारे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी था।
ये सारी बच्चियां जो हैं सुदूर अंचलों से, नक्सली पीड़ित क्षेत्रों से हैं। जब से स्मार्ट क्लास चालू किया है तब से ये बच्चियां बिल्कुल निर्भीक हो गई हैं। जो परेशानी वो हमसे साझा नहीं कर पाती थी, जो क्वेश्चन वो हमसे नहीं पूछ पाती थी, आज वो एलेक्सा से पूछती हैं।
उन लोग अपना फ्री वे में इससे पूछ लेते हैं, जो पढ़ना है पढ़ लेते हैं, क्विज़ खेलना है क्विज़ खेलते हैं, म्यूज़िक सुनते हैं, दे प्रेफर टू डांस विद द म्यूज़िक। सो हम लोग को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि बच्चे इस तरह से इस वे में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो फर्स्ट टीचर हम लोग हैं, सेकेंड टीचर हमारी एलेक्सा है।
So as you saw, that's the kind of revolution we are hoping to build in a country like India, and that's what gets us excited to come and work on this technology day in and day out. So with that, I try to condense a lot of things into this 20-25 minute session. I hope I was able to leave you with some additional knowledge on voice than what I came in with. Thanks everybody for holding back on this session. And in case you want to reach out to us to build some of these experiences which we spoke about, these are the coordinates. And by the way, we have enough voice technology capabilities now to build most of this stuff that you can think about, right? And we look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you everyone. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Jagdish, for that incredible session. Of course, voice technology is transforming the world ahead, and thank you for contributing on that. May we now have the CEO and co-founder of Ad Scholars, Shrikant Rayapurlu, to kindly join us and help us with the felicitation. Thank you so much. And may we have you in the center, please. Let's give a resounding round of applause for our leader on the stage. What an incredible topic this was, and great contribution on voice technology. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, it's now time for our first panel discussion, but before that, may we request the team to now get the partner presentations on.
Ad Scholars is a dynamic advertising agency driven by a relentless passion for innovation. Since 2015, we have been helping businesses in GCC, APAC and India revolutionize their advertising efforts through cutting-edge technologies and emerging trends. We are proud winners of the prestigious MMA Smarties Award 2023. At Ad Scholars Creative Studio, we develop impactful, rich media display ads that guarantee high engagement, brand recall, and a higher return on investment. Ad Scholars Kids and Parents offers a safe and interactive mobile experience for kids, teens, and parents. With a COPPA-compliant contextual mobile advertising network, we reach over 350 million kids, teens, and families globally. In the world of gaming, Ad Scholars Gaming partners with industry leaders to offer innovative advertising opportunities. From in-game sponsorships to rewarded videos that maximize player engagement, we seamlessly integrate your brand into the gaming experience.
So, well, a big thank you to all our partners for supporting us on this particular conference. Well, before we move ahead, as our stage is being set, I'd also like to acknowledge that a lot of you have been tweeting with hashtag e4m Screenage, and we've got certain tweets, and I'd like to personally acknowledge. Remember, there's a social media contest also running, but we'd like to personally acknowledge Thanmay, who has tweeted. There's Pranali, who's tweeted, of course, Sangram, whom I had a personal interaction with. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, of course, we'd want more and more of you to participate. Remember, the winners are going to be shortly announced on the same. Well, I would like to now have our next conversation, and our panel discussion is going to be on e-commerce trends and strategies for building brand loyalty. We have leaders from Redbus, Shebang, Flipkart, Shoppers Stop, Book My Show, Grasim Paints Aditya Birla Group, as well as HDFC Life. So some great brands and the leaders leading them. With your acknowledgement and your round of applause, first up, the session chair, who's going to play an integral part into curating this particular session. We're talking about the founder of Shebang, none other than Mr. Harshal Karya. Let's give Harshal a warm, warm round of applause whilst as we welcome. Thank you so much, Harshal. Always great to have you, and always looking forward to your sessions. Joining Harshal on the stage would be our eminent panelists. First up, CMO Redbus, Pallavi Chopra. Pallavi, thank you so much for joining us. Next up, the Senior Director Marketing and Research Head, Flipkart, Priyanka Bhargav. Thank you so much, Priyanka. If I could now have the Chief E-Commerce Officer of Shoppers Stop, Shrikant Chetlukar. Thank you, Shrikant. Joining us next, the Head Marketing, Book My Show, Dolly Davra. Head Digital Grasim Paints Aditya Birla Group, Surbhi Gupta. And the SVP E-Commerce and Digital Marketing HDFC Life, Francis Rodrigues. So Harshal, some great leaders on the stage, and this being our first panel discussion today, we really look forward to what's coming up ahead.
Thank you so much. You've done an amazing discussion, an amazing introduction. And I'm really excited because I think we have a superstar panel, and I'm kind of sad that we have only 30 minutes because there's so many insights. We've been discussing a little bit before the panel. So if you're in the audience, I'm 100% sure you're going to get a lot of takeaways. At least that's what's going to be our attempt as a group. I want to go actually start with Francis. We are talking about loyalty and we're talking about e-commerce. And, BFSI traditionally has always been a trailblazer with respect to tech stacks and, what it takes to be ready for loyalty. So what does your tech stack look like?
So today there's so many things across different pieces, and you need to figure out how and best your tech stack works. But I think the starting point at some point of time is, do you have all your customer data at one place, right? And usually that starts with your data lake, or if you have a data warehouse, right, for faster and this data, making it available into reports and stuff like that. This combined with some sort of a tool which will allow you to visualize this data.
Francis, maybe you keep the mic closer to you there.
Is this better?
Yeah, perfect.
Great. So I said, maybe the starting point is, having your customer data at one place, right? So if you were to kind of divide data into multiple types, you have, for example, your visitors, your prospects, your leads, your customers, and so on and so forth. This is from a customer value chain piece. And when you look at your data, it's basically the data which most companies will have and will be there is usually your customer side of the information, right? Which is already who are transacting and what's happening. So this information usually is the best place to put it today in terms of scalability and cost effectiveness is some sort of cloud-based data lake, right? You have the AWS, the GCP, the Azures of the world, and basically building up on that, right? Today, some companies, including HDFC, are embarking on a path to looking at a multi-cloud based piece, primarily from a cost optimization as well as getting the best of worlds perspective. The second piece, very closely associated with the data lake is to be able to kind of go ahead and extract this data, visualize it and see it, or kind of do some amount of data munging very quickly. And usually some sort of very quick dashboarding tool, right? Here I think the likes of the Power BIs, the Tableaus, the Clicks of the world, etc. kind of come in. One layer above this is basically looking at how and where all your middleware lies, right? So all your transactions, where are they recorded, how are they recorded, what's your workflow management system? Again, a bunch of tools available across both top big tech as well as much smaller players, and you have a best of breed there. Usually the layer above this is your CRM, where you're basically storing both your lead management and everything else.
So can I just interrupt there for the benefit of the audience? Difference between the data lake and the CRM, if we can break that down for the audience.
Sure. So CRM is basically where you're kind of, is a tool which is being used by your frontline team. These could be at the call center, these could be at your sales force who's basically looking at it from a leads management piece. It could also be, your branches, right? Versus a data lake is basically more from an analytical purpose. It's basically your data from various production systems coming and putting together, used primarily by your business insights and analytics team to churn out insights and then give it back to business users in some form and manner.
Got it. So on insights, can I just move to the next question to Dolly actually? With respect to insights, now I think Francis laid the framework with saying that you need the data lake, and then there's got to be a visualization, there's got to be middleware. You're in a very interesting business, and I've seen your business. What you guys do is you sell a lot of mass tickets, movies, which is what all of us watch, and then there is the bottom of the funnel with respect to plays or experiences or smaller events. So just want to try to connect these dots. How do you sense the signal from, hey, these customers who watch movies are likely to buy these experiences? How do you cohort customers?
Yeah, sure. This I think is audible, right?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, segmentation happens at a platform level, not necessarily at a business level, right? So when a person X comes on the platform, right from whether he is a first-time browser to a first-time user to a repeat to an active to a superstar, and the whole journey continues, and the effort is to take him to the next year as and when he spends time on the platform, right? Yes, you are absolutely right, because you know, a 25-year-old legacy in movies and last few years with the spurge of live entertainment means that live entertainment would be relatively smaller compared to movies. And then there are several signals which help us, you know, cross-sell, if I can put it that way, and drive more repertoire and up promotions for the other categories. For
what
example,
would some of those signals be?
No, sure. So for example, we will know a customer's intent to buy, his venue, his favorite cinema locations, his geo-targeting, the language in which he watches it, the price point, the format of the cinema, whether it is IMAX or whether it's a normal 2D, the favorite actor that he watches, the kind of genres that he watches, right? And all of this information help us cross-sell. So if I'll give you a very simple example, the propensity of buying kids events is higher if he's watching animated films. If he likes an artist who is doing more comic roles, I can try and target stand-up comedy. If he watches a Gujarati language movies, I can target him for Navratri events, and likewise. So there are a lot of these signals which help us cross-sell and segment the customers.
Amazing, thank you. Pallavi, I'm going to come to you next. You know, with respect to how do you manage, so I mean, we've kind of laid the framework. You said that you need a underlying strong infrastructure. You said you need to look at signals. Now we need to increase loyalty, and you know, for the customer acquisition cost that you got, you need, how do you do, you know, manage economies of scale for CAC at scale? Because you're doing, how many tickets are you selling, give or take, in a day? Millions.
Millions.
Millions in a month.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
how do you manage that?
Okay, let me talk about. So the question is really about you know, CAC at scale, right? How do you manage CAC at scale? Now I want to look at this question a bit you know, differently. The way we are going to look at this question is that now for every marketer, the holy grail is you know, new users, repeat usage, reducing CACs. That's the holy grail, right, for all of us. So there are many factors that we look at, and I believe that go into CAC reduction. Okay? The first is the timing of my campaign, my intervention, right? Now I am better off being present during demand times. Now a demand time may differ for different markets during different times of the year. Okay, so like December is demand time for Karnataka, but it may not be demand time for Maharashtra. Okay, so the timing of the intervention or the campaign is very, very important when it comes to CAC reduction. The second thing was choosing the market itself, right? Now there's some markets which are very mature markets, some are emerging, some are growth markets. So sometimes CAC may not be high CAC may not be a bad thing if it's an emerging market. I will end up with higher CACs if it's an emerging market. It is my business priority to be investing in some of these markets because I want to grow the business. I want to have a, you know, all India footprint. So it's not really a bad thing in that sense. Okay. Then I would look at my you know, the media interventions. You know, what kind of media am I using to you know, for that campaign. In some markets I know that there will be a lot of media wastage if I go television. Okay. If I'm looking at solely a market like you know, Gujarat, I'm not doing TV may not be a good idea because it's going to lead to a lot of wastage, spillage, so on and so forth. While Andhra Pradesh is media isolatable, so it's okay to you know, be spending there with TV, and so the right media mix also helps me, you know, bring down my CACs. Then of course the creative itself, a very good quality creative itself helps you bring down the CACs. I'll so and based on which market, which audience I'm talking to, I have to, you know, customize my creative. For example, say a market like Madhya Pradesh for us, when users thought of booking from Bhopal to Mumbai, they were not considering they were considering Red Bus, but when they were looking at booking from Bhopal to Indore, they were not looking at red bars. So long distance red bars, but short distance no red bars. So I need to, I need to know what to say and when to say and how to say. So the creative itself becomes very important.
And a lot of these may be repeat customers for you.
Pardon?
They are repeat customers because they've traveled one route but not traveling the other.
Yeah, they are repeat customers.
Got it.
So they're considering us for shorter, they're considering us for longer routes but not considering us for shorter routes.
Got it.
So my creative, what I say and what I say for which market, the messaging itself becomes very important in lowering CACs.
So thanks for that. That's great. I'm going to move to Priyanka. You know, we're talking about markets and we're talking about priority of markets, and we've spoken about markets like Bhopal. Can you tell us a little bit about, where is India now buying from? You know, we've always heard traditionally in these marketing forums the two Indias. Is that anymore a two India? Is it, now finally one India? How, can you give us some light on that?
So sure. So there has been a change and a shift in the cultural discourse of India. We have been hearing about, and as marketeers, we've also been learning around it. So earlier it used to be India versus Bharat, but I personally believe that it is very important to win in many Indias, and in short we call it WIMI, winning in many Indias. And the contextualization of the same comes from the fact that, if I were to say cohortize consumers by just the demographics, and that's the simplest way of segmenting a customer, by the way. There are various other complex ways as well. Suppose if I were to look at between men and women and millennial versus Gen Z, I'm sure you have heard of Gen Z as a term, right? People who are within 18 to 25, at least these are the ones who have the purchasing power to spend. Now, if I were to see in terms of the changing cultural discourse in the last, say, about 30 to 40 years, we see that particularly women and Gen Z or the youth, they have shifted from the quadrant, the value quadrant of protectionism, of conformity, of tradition, into more of indulgence, hedonism. They are there in terms of sense of achievement. Now that's very, very true for women, very true for youth. What that basically means is where I came from will not define where I will go. Now all of this inspiration, ambition, aspiration, it's very important for a marketeer to tap into. And hence, now answering your question, which is where India and how India is buying as of today, we see that the top 200 million e-commerce customers are very different from the next 200 million e-commerce customers. Next to, and I'm just going by the N-1 rule here, the next 200 million potential customers for e-commerce in India, they are more vernac, they are more older, they are more T3 and rural, they are more of mobile, they are more of female, and that's a very, very important aspect to remember. Second is in terms of between metro and non-metro, because that was a specific question that came to me. We almost see about 60 to 70% of revenues for the e-commerce at large coming in from the tier 2 plus towns. An equal amount of proportion of spends come from male as of today. So hence the next source of growth becomes the women, who is very fast growing into the net commerce space, and hence the headroom to grow into e-commerce is very, very high. Similarly, between Gen Z and millennials, millennials were ruling the roost when it came to adopting the newer technologies like e-commerce, but now it is Gen Z, the youth. In fact, let me park aside one very important and very interesting statistics that I came across. 91% of the youth in a household across India is now influencing the decision making, whether it is about fashion, lifestyle, what to buy for home, or technology for that matter. In fact, we also fondly call them the CTOs. They are the Chief Technology Officer at home. So really, these are the influencers who are also influencing the decision making of the buyer in terms of where to buy from.
Wonderful. I think some great insights as we walked across. Shrikant, I want to come to you before I come, close this out, the first set of questions. Very interesting point about the next 200 million going to be different. You also have a different approach. One look at your e-commerce store and you can see that it's designed very differently. It almost looks like an Instagram, story feed. You also have, you are uniquely omni-channel. What can you tell us, I guess, more with respect to the first 200 million? With respect to how, does it make a difference to loyalty if you're omni-channel? And, how have you designed your store to serve for that?
It does. It does. Like at the end of the day, when I think we talk about the first 200 or the second 200 million, for us traditionally we've been a brick and mortar organization. So people walk into our stores, and obviously they're also digitally savvy, so they shop online. Maybe they're shopping on Flipkart or the other marketplaces out there, and that's when the need came in that we need to have an online presence. The journey began through that, right? And then what we realized was our loyalty program, which is First Citizen, is by far one of the oldest and one of the most reputed loyalty programs within the retail sector. And we see over 70-75% of our total revenues coming in from the loyalty program, which is our First Citizen. So it became very important for us, like when we talk about customer acquisition cost. For us, the way we look at it is the single biggest metric, if I can look at, and all of us know multiple metrics we get hold of every day. But the one metric which I would say is that, can I ensure that my overall revenues are coming in from First Citizen? When I say that, what I mean is 70-75% of the revenues are coming in from First Citizens, but on the online front, can I replicate that? Because these are the customers who know our brand, who have had a purchase history. I'm talking about customers who may be spending 60,000, 70,000 bucks a year. So if I can bring them onto the online side, and what are the various other things which I can give them as a value addition, and it could really impact in terms of creating an appetite for us to then maybe find the next set of customers, whether that's 200 million or whether that's 10 million, it doesn't really matter. What really matters is that since we have that war chest of that customer data, of the customers interacting with us, shopping with us, we can find those lookalike audiences in the wider ecosystem. So the appetite of acquiring new customers, which will eventually bring in the relevant lifetime value sort of spends at our end, becomes a lot more viable. And towards the end, all of us would agree that we are at a time where driving something which is sustainable and scalable and profitable, if not now, eventually getting onto that route is the key. So that's where loyalty becomes extremely critical for us, and that's the journey which we have embarked on from day one.
What I find heartening about this conversation, I think everybody across the spectrum, and this is a spotlight shifting, right? Because everybody's talking about, you spoke about the war chest of your loyal customers, and the spotlight is firmly on that. I want to come to Surbhi from your perspective. Two questions, and maybe you can help us understand how you want to take that. One is similar to Francis's question. You're new to the market, so what is a new player's tech stack looking like today to deal with this loyalty world? If you could go into some specifics with respect to what you're using, and the kind of the layer to that question is that you're in a category. My assumption being that once I paint, then I don't want to paint again. So what role does loyalty, I mean, not that I never want to paint again, but my life cycle may be a little longer. So what role does loyalty play then? How do you look at that?
Yeah. So I think before I start, Harshil, I'll just take a minute to talk about our Grasim Paints. I'm not sure if everybody is aware. We are a new division with Aditya Birla Group, and we have now come up with our brand. We are now Birla Opus. So we will be launching in the market very soon with our paints.
Sorry, it's called Birla?
Birla Opus.
Opus.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we are called Birla Opus. And I think now coming to the question which you asked about the technology stack, one of the things which we are doing in Birla Opus in the last 2 years, we have been a very greenfield setup, right from our plants to our sales network, to our marketing, to our technology stack. We have set everything up from scratch, and this is where I think largely we are in a bit of an advantageous position, at least with the technology stack, because we know what is working well, what is not working well in the market already. So there we know from, if I talk from a technology, I think a lot of panelists here, they have talked about consumer insights, trying to understand who my consumer is at what point of time. So, we can then create more relevant content, marketing content, campaigns, etc. for that kind of a cohort. I would go one step below a cohort to personalization. So to one-on-one kind of a content if I can create. So we know this is where there is a shift which is happening. So already you talked about, you asked Francis also on the CRM. So an enterprise-wide CRM is something which is a very basic I'm starting with. So people in the industry, various organizations, they have set up multiple systems in the past and then they try to bring it together. We are already doing a connected journey with our ecosystem. Yeah. So already that enterprise level CRM, our own websites, they are going to be so well connected. Then again with the stores that we have versus what we have on online, anybody would have a very connected experience if they walk into my experience store, if they walk into the dealer shop, if they come on to my online, tomorrow if I'm selling e-commerce. So I have a unique customer ID across all my
What's the
touch
stack
points.
you're using for that?
So we are leveraging Salesforce.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but now what we are, so that is something which we have already established because this is, for us, it's now become a foundational piece. Yeah. But over and above, since we are going to launch new, so for us, the biggest thing is the customer reach and acquisition to start off with. Yeah. Because that is where we start having some data about my customers. So we are also now implementing a CDP solution, a customer data platform, which is over and above. So one of the things which we are looking at is resolving the entire identity and identity resolution of our consumers. So anybody who's anonymous to me today, how do I track that anonymous user and how do I reach out to that anonymous user? So that is what we are solving straight away, because that is going to be the need of the hour when we launch, yeah, early next year. So that is from, overall, of course, some things around performance marketing, something around, the kind of insights, the data lake strategy, which Francis mentioned. These are all well-established, elements which are already part of my stack. So going back, I think, as I said, we are in a bit of an advantageous position because we know these are going to be the things which work well. We have gone ahead with cloud first principle. We have gone ahead with digital first principle. So we are not using on-prem databases anywhere. Everything is on cloud. We are a bit cloud agnostic and looking at all hyperscalers to help us create the value which we have. And one of the things which we are very cleanly exploring are the Web3 technology stack. Yeah?
Got it.
So that is something where even if we see competition is not there yet, we are exploring and building solutions already.
Sure. So we've got about 6.5 minutes to go, and I'm going to give it to 5 speakers now, because you've given us a comprehensive segue to go to the next part, which is you've touched upon a point of personalization, personalized communication, linking to your loyalty journey. I think that's a good framework for us to end with. Perhaps if each one of you takes 1.5 minutes on how you are doing it in your respective organizations, how your organization is doing personalization with AI, with respect to increasing the loyalty with customers, and anything with respect to personalization in AI that you'd like to shed light on. Maybe we can start this way, or maybe Francis, you can start here.
So I think so one of the things very quickly is in terms of personalization. If you already know a customer and he's a known customer, I think almost all those technologies are more or less in place. Whether you kind of look at any of the channels of communication, whether it's WhatsApp, email, SMS, rich content service, and so on and so forth. How do you identify a customer if he's not logged in? So tools, such as some sort of an identity resolution, whether it's CDP or even you have other ways of doing it, can quickly help identify this customer if he's on your website. You can have a push notification saying that thank you for visiting again. This is what you saw and this is what we can do for you, right? So this is just personalization even before somebody is kind of logged into and has revealed that, okay, this is the person that I am. Right? How do you use it? Whether you use it, how much to use it? Does it kind of will it kind of spook the customer saying that, hey, how do they have information that I'm there, etc.? I think that's a business call. But principally from a technology, I think that kind of exists today. And you can do that level of personalization. The second level of personalization, I think it's pure core to the product, right? For insurance, I think the key element is that, is the product making money for me? I mean, these are long gestation products, 20, 30 years, right? So is the product making money for me at a given point in time? So at a given point in time, rather than just speak about, hey, this is our fund value of this particular fund, looking at his particular specific product and saying that, okay, for the premium that you're paying for everything, here's your midterm illustration. Usually insurance is sold on an illustration. This is how your cash flow will look like right now, and this is what you get. Can I, bring
Can I do it for every
a
customer
customized or personalized midterm illustration for him on the fly, put together very quickly, and not only put together with here and now as to what's happened, but put together with some sort of projection of what will happen in the next 4 to 8 years.
Got it.
We call it midterm illustration, and we are doing it at scale today across different touch points.
Interesting. Okay, Dolly, you want to go next with this? Taking off your example of the animation to the kids, and if you want to add anything.
Yeah, so, personalization, I think, started right from the days of Starbucks when they started writing a name on the cups, right? And the way you feel special just by addressing you. That's like the first layer of personalization, and then AI is taking it to a generative level. But when it comes to Book My Show, I feel we are in the journey. We are not there, but we have been doing personalization at all fronts, right from your discovery to your engagement to your post-transaction modes to your customer service. For example, if each of you in this room open your Book My Show app, your top navigation bar will not have the same categories because we understand your browsing pattern, your interests, your affinity. So a person who's regularly been interested in movies will probably see movie as the first category, but the person who's been interested in music will probably see music, right? So right from your discovery page to the page of engagement and post-transaction, when you complete your transaction on movie, if I have to cross-sell you watch a stream at home, the stream which person A will see versus B will see will again be personalized to the interest and the past transaction and history of that person, right? If you have a complaint, if you call a customer care, even before you reach that person, your history will be flashed, your data will be flashed, your probable questions will be flashed, everything will be ready because we want to reduce the dissonance and anxiety of a customer when he's calling you for a complaint. So at each stage, based on the history, we have already been doing a lot of work on personalization. I think it's a journey over next 5-6 years is going to evolve a lot. So yeah, that's where we are largely on it.
Awesome. Thank you. Priyanka, over to you.
I'll go straight into this. In addition to what the previous speakers have mentioned, I will talk about how we do it. So really fusing the external segmentation data with the on-platform internal segmentation data or insights helps us to understand a better view of the consumer. So here exactly what I'm talking about is connecting the dots. So there are about 750 active internet users in the country as of today, give or take a few million here and there. And there are about 250 e-commerce consumers in the country. Now, which is almost about 30% penetration in terms of the consumer. Now, when that kind of a gap exists, this is where China used to be about 10 years back. Now, when that kind of a gap exists, in order to onboard newer consumers and give them a more personalized experience, it is very essential for the players to go for innovation. Now, in order to do innovation, there is a better understanding of the consumer that you need to do. Hence, 3 things which are very favorite of mine. One is consumer segmentation, which I spoke of. Second is really the social media analytics that we extensively depend on. And my personal favorite is the passive intelligence, which is basically understanding what the consumer is doing in the natural ecosystem. So instead of going with the stated responses, how do you really understand the passive behavior of the consumer so that you can fuse those insights for a better understanding and a holistic understanding of the personality for a better personalization.
Great.
Yeah, I think we have now exactly 20 seconds.
No, we can take a bit more time. Yeah.
All right, I'll give it a shot. We have about 45 million customers. So personalization then becomes extremely important because it can't be one size fits all. And personalization for us really begins by first identifying at what stage of the consumer journey a consumer is in. Okay? Let me just give you one example, and I'm going to keep the example also very short. Let's look at the newly acquired segment, okay, we've acquired. So when we look at this user, we'll try and look at all the dimensions about this user. We'll look at, which is the bus operator this user booked on, whether this user booked a AC bus or a non-AC bus, which route did he book it on, was it a RTC bus or was it a private bus? So we look at a bunch of variables And basis all these variables, we will personalize messaging, we will personalize time of the day when the communication needs to be sent, the frequency of communication, all these dimensions.
So a question to both you and Dolly. I know we're running out of time, and so we have your last word to come in. But you guys both gave examples of multiple variables. Now, the award-winning work which Daniel Kahneman has done on thinking fast and slow is talking about the human brain being able to process 3 variables at once.
Yeah.
So with these multiple variables, what is the role of the human? What is the role of technology? How does, how do you make that decision on what to push out?
See, technology to me is always, it should support intuitive insight. Okay? Technology should never override that. Okay? So once I know, once I know and it helps me, of course, understand my consumer deeply. But that intuitive understanding should be number one. Technology should always support it. That's my firm belief.
Got it. Okay. Dolly, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I just feel that over years we've also started finding ways of modularizing personalization sometimes, where you give the perception of it being personalized to the end consumer, but at the back end there is a data science working on a lot of these things, which means that you can play with multiple parameters at any point in time, right? If a person A drops off from a particular page or from an order booking flow, you can always send him a message which is personalized. But at the back end, you can have those hundreds of personalized messages for those 30,000 events, which are the possibilities of drop-offs, right?
Got it.
So I feel that can also bridge this gap of human intelligence versus data science usage.
Okay, and
Just 1 second of the same thing, right? The thing is, it just has to be a human-first approach. Ultimately, you're talking to a human being. Right? So variables can do as much, but you're ultimately talking to a human being. So that lens has to be number one. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, and final word from you.
Yeah, no, it's sometimes weird to be last because pretty much everybody has talked about everything I wanted to say, but I'll just keep it short. I think we try to do something very similar to what everybody talked about. So the 3 ethos for running an e-commerce is going to be search, merge, and reco, which is recommendation, right? So pretty much it's all driven on personalization. But I think the more interesting or important point or a realization for us is that we are a pure B2C in a sense that we've got our stores where the customers are coming in. We have something called a personal shopper program, which has been very successful. So think about this, a 5,000 crore company, 8 to 10% of the revenue is coming in from personal shoppers. Personal shoppers are 200 to 300 odd people across 50 odd cities, 100 plus stores. So imagine the productivity of these personal shoppers. And who are these guys? It's not a paid service. You can just walk into our stores. Those guys will give you a bespoke experience, one at a time. They will take you around the entire store. They will help you, advise you as a stylist what could go well. And that's the real sense of personalization, because there is such a big human touch. And I think it goes down to what, Pallavi, you were talking about. So everything else from a technology, from enabling that associate on the floor to help him or her better understand what the customer's browsing history was, what are those interests which the customer has got, and accordingly recommend. So the tech is there to enable, but then that absolute service which comes from the human out there on the floor really helps us to get those sort of numbers and bring that experience forward. Because I think one important point, back in the day, department store used to be this one modern trade retail. There was not much of EBOs, not much of e-commerce. But then now we've seen in the West, department stores are shutting down. So there's a lot of this topic, what's going to happen to department store? You walk into a mall today, all the brands which we carry, there's going to be EBOs of those brands in that mall. Then why should a customer come to the department store? And this is where the differentiation is the experience, is that personal shopper, is that hyper personalization you do for that individual is what really matters. So
amazing. This is the, ladies and gentlemen, the vibrant, intelligent and ruthless energy of corporate India. Please give them a big round of applause for a fantastic panel.
Thank you so much, Harshal, for that. Curation, we couldn't have had anyone better in terms of not just the leaders, but of course the curator himself as well. Thank you, Harshal. Well, if I may request the Vice President, India's Southeast Asia and Middle East of MediaSmart, Mr. Nikhil Kumar, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request our panelists to now please step forward, and Nikhil, we request your presence now on stage. This is a time for all of us to get more and more energy in the room, with a big round of applause for all our leaders. Thank you to each and every one of you for contributing on the platform today. We've had Pallavi Chopra, CMO Redbus, Priyanka Bhargav, Senior Director Marketing and Research Head at Flipkart, Srikanth, Chief E-Commerce Officer of Shopperstop, Dolly Davra, Head Marketing, Book My Show, Silvi Gupta, Head Digital Grass and Paints, Aditya Birla Group, as well as Francis Rodrigues, SVP E-Commerce and Digital Marketing, HDFC Bank, and of course Harshal, Founder Shebang. May we request you all to come forward along with Nikhil, and let's get a great memorable shot right there. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Hashtag E4m Screenage. And what a great conversation on e-commerce trends and strategies for building brand loyalty. Thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us. So, well, it's now time for us to go ahead with our next conversation. I hope you all are learning something new today, and I hope there's a lot to take back from. We have the best leaders amongst us, and they are giving you those trade secrets. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our industry leader talk. We're talking about discussing on a very pivotal topic: conversations and authentic storytelling in podcasts. Somebody who's a dreamer, a master of a storyteller, an astute business leader who has built Humans of Bombay, a strong community of millions sharing not just stories, but the city's unique identity through its residents. Well, we're very honored. And with a big round of applause, let's welcome the founder and CEO, Humans of Bombay, Miss Karishma Mehta.
How's everybody feeling? Silence. Okay. So, hi fellow storytellers. It's a pleasure seeing you all today, and thank you for having me, and thank you for having the team. Our team is here. For those of you who don't know what I do, a decade ago, I started pulling up to strangers literally on the street and began asking them about their life. That's how I got really good with breaking the ice. But an interesting thing happened, that strangers rarely creeped out, and I got to hear the most fascinating stories for them and share them with the world. Today, that community is called Humans of Bombay. My journey of storytelling has evolved along with a crazy roller coaster ride called social media. From long posts and heartwarming images, podcasts today, the formats have changed at a quick rate, but the essence remains the same. Authenticity is still at its core. We gained a community of 5 million plus followers who love consuming stories. We still have our loyalists who plead with us to post the stories in the format that we're so well known for. You know, a typical Humans of Bombay photo with a heartwarming caption about that person's life. That's the OG Humans of Bombay, and people still come back for it. But then we also have the quick binge bunch who really want the quick format of storytelling. We didn't think that it was possible to tell a story in 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, but here we are today. We do that every single day at Humans of Bombay. With each passing year, everyone craved for newer ways to communicate. But with time, our community was always hungry to do more. We get 2,200 characters on Instagram to tell a person's life story, and by no stretch of imagination is that enough. So as a content business, it was logical for our platform, especially like ours, to explore a longer format of storytelling, not just from a content perspective, but also for diversified distribution. And that's how YouTube and our podcast came into being. What better way than to speak to some of the most exciting people in the country and to know their story in depth? Everyone prefers a specific style of storytelling, and this is an exciting way. As a storyteller, conversation is at the very core of what we do, and I'm so grateful to have them with the most special people on a day-to-day basis. It has introduced me to a world of perspectives that I otherwise wouldn't have. So around May last year, we started experimenting with the whole idea of podcasts as a format, and we got extremely great responses. This experiment involved into 2 shows, both shows that I conduct today. One is called How the Hell Did I Do It? And the other is called The Humans of Bombay Show. We host some of the most fascinating people in the country: mothers, entrepreneurs, doctors, even paranormal investigators, actors, athletes, the whole bunch. It's been over a year. We've released over 80 episodes, and every day the community learns something new, either by just watching a conversation or reading a story with us. We've ridden the highs and lows of storytelling with social media, and out of everything, the thing that still attracts the audience is authenticity. Pure, unadulterated authenticity. You can get the biggest names on the episode, but the ones that I love the most is where the conversation felt real. When we got the opportunity to interview Amir Khan sir, we were all a bit starstruck, but we never expected him to be so honest with us, to a point where he broke down because he was speaking about his late father. It was so raw that even the audience resonated with it. This is just something that you can't plan. This is something that you can't design. It just happens when you're talking to somebody and when you really want to have that conversation. When we interviewed Mr. Mariwala, I've watched him work with laser focus in his cabin as our team was setting up the entire shoot around him. He was literally just on his laptop as if we didn't exist, we were not there. And the second the cameras rolled, he became the charming and wise man we all know. He told us things that we were not at all expecting, and each was a lesson in life. With Sania Mirza, I could sense the strength and effort it takes to become an athlete. And trust me when I say Rani Kohinoor or Urfi, both are true badasses. There's something truly magical about a person being vulnerable and narrating their own story. And that one conversation can do, and what that one conversation can do for our audience is truly special. People always ask, what does it take to have this conversation on a podcast? What is a podcast? How do you run a podcast? And it's always about this, right? The first bit of having a conversation is to be comfortable and make the guest comfortable. And that alone can give you the authentic content in a conversation. You will be surprised to know how many of our guests prefer candor over structure. But it's not something that we learned on day one. We experimented with multiple styles of conversations, structures, and research formats to find the style that syncs best with us and the community. In our initial days, we interviewed people from every sector and spoke about varied themes. And every time we did this to a unique set of people, they joined our community. That's how powerful a conversation is. We built subsets after subsets and topics after topics and invited a diverse community to come, tell their story, and share what their learnings are. If you go back to our initial interviews and compare them with today, you would actually be able to see how it has changed and how we've evolved because of the audience feedback. The audience is always giving you feedback. You know, there's a very cliched recommendation that most content creators and podcasters make is that listen to your audience. So by that, people mean that in the comment section, they're telling you something. They always have criticism. You can avoid the trolls, but when it comes to constructive criticism, there's always something to learn. Ultimately, the goal, and our goal, is to continue to bring much deeper conversations and present our audiences with that. Another thing we've learned is that visual recall has to be really, really strong. We started off experimenting with all kinds of locations, right? So we've shot in cafes, we've even shot at a temple, we've shot at sometimes a restaurant when there's just noise going on in the kitchen and you have no control over it. We even experimented with having a live conversation with Veer Das in our office. And from there, we moved forward to invest in our own studio, where you see a visual that is attached to Humans of Bombay. Every time you look at the setup, you know, hey, I recognize that, I want to go back to that, I know the kind of conversation that's happening there. While the master asset, which is the main video, has its own kind of reach, it's interesting how one gets to gain the attention of different sets of audiences with every small clip that is cut from the episode as a promo or a glimpse. The overall reach accumulates a higher cumulative viewership, and that's where the recall helps tremendously. Another important note is to always keep the conversation fresh and find pegs that are unexplored. Honestly, keeping it fresh also helps the guests think and break them away from monotonous interviews. I mean, think about it. Is there anything under the sun that's not been written or said about Amir Khan? But how do you get him to reveal something that he hasn't before? It all lies in the conversation. It all lies in the authentic conversation. So we've narrowed down to two types of stories that we do. The first is personal storytelling that introduces our audience to the human side of the person that they don't usually get the opportunity to explore publicly. The idea is to humanize the guest and brush away the glitter to show a fresh perspective. The community might even feel closer to the guest after the conversation. So when you see your idols, when you see an actor, a politician, an entrepreneur, an athlete, and you wonder what are they like at their most vulnerable, we give you a glimpse into that. We allow our audience to see this very human side to them that makes them the personality that they are. And the second kind of storytelling that we do, which is the show that we run, Humans of Bombay, it's the concept and journey-driven storytelling for brands and experts, which go beyond the product and service to build a connection with people. The people behind the brand often get hidden behind the wall of their organization and the products, and we try to break them down to our community, at least put a face behind the brand. Also, it's about bringing forward real conversations for a particular belief that a brand aligns with. I'm going to go a little bit into some of the brands that we worked with and the output that storytelling can have. I remember we did a campaign for HDFC, which was about bouncing back. And in that, we featured a visually impaired chess player. While we did this in a static format, which was our OG, you have that beautiful photo and a narrative, we believe that translating that conversation to video would hold so much more value, because that's when you hear the person, you can feel the emotion of the person. The number of people who've come on our show on that couch and have cried, I can't even count it. So I think that as the evolution of podcast and YouTube in India happens, brands will seamlessly want to move from a static to a more 3D version of their kind of story. Another one is a brand that we ran for Colgate. It's called Smile Karo Shuru Ho Jao, which was their campaign, and we featured Sindhu Tai. I actually want to digress here and read her story, just so that you understand and tell me whether you would want to have her on the show, because this is what the show is about. We bring real life people. So I'm reading her story in first person now. I've never known a mother's love. I was an unwanted girl child. I wasn't educated, and at 9, I cowered under a ghungat as she married me off to a 32-year-old man. No tears were shed for me, only sighs of relief. My husband and in-laws hit me every day. I spent hours toiling in the cowshed and cleaning, only to forcibly please my husband at night. At 20, I was 9 months pregnant when life took a turn. I fought with the district collector over my wages, but he couldn't stand a woman speaking up and told my husband that I was pregnant with another man's child. My husband kicked my womb, beat me, and threw me into the cowshed, hoping I'd die. But that night, all alone, I gave birth to Mamta. I cut the umbilical cord with a stone and went to my mother's house, but she refused to even look at me. So to survive, I became a beggar. For 3 years, I sang on trains and begged, but every time Mamta cried of hunger, I knew she deserved better. I gave her up for adoption. I was so heartbroken, until I met a boy named Deepak who was bleeding. His parents had thrown him out of the house. I forgot about myself and took care of him. I begged every day and fed him. Slowly, abandoned kids began following me. I became their ma. I spent every penny on raising them. I gave speeches at villages in exchange for donations and sent them to school. Villagers would bring me orphans and say, "Iska koi nahi hai." I became known as a mother of orphans. From sleeping on streets to having no food, we struggled a lot, but the kids never left me. Years later, when Deepak inherited some property, we built our first orphanage there. Even Mamta, who I was in touch with, helped us and became their tai. Over time, my kids grew up to be doctors and lawyers. I attended their graduation and did their kanyadan. Their families became mine. Today, I'm a mother to over 1,000 kids and have 4 adoption homes. I know what it's like to grow up without a mother's love, to not have it when you need it the most. But for all the love I never got, I'm thankful. How else would I have been come to known as Mai? This is the story that we told for Colgate for their campaign. And it was so sad that when we were having this discussion and penning these words down, we went back to the story and said, we should get her on the show. We should ask her what she's up to today. And I was informed that she's sadly passed. But this is what I mean when I say that the translation from hearing her in her own voice to the story I just read is a 360-degree turn. And now every podcast, because of stories like this, is a learning experience, not just for me, but for the entire team and for the improvement for our next conversation. It's a journey of continuous growth and discovery. Being a content company, it became crucial for us to optimize the content as per our goals while keeping our essence intact. Through this entire journey, we've gained some crucial insights considering how media is today and may or may not change. So what have we learned so far? First, authenticity is the cornerstone of meaningful engagement. Our audiences value genuine conversations, and this authenticity adds value not just for us, but for the person being interviewed. Statistics say that more than the identity of the speaker or what background that person hails from, what truly matters is the quality of the conversation. It's about the depth of insight and the impact of dialogue. A clear representation of this shown by the data that we had is the highest overall performance actually came from conversations we enjoyed the most. Some of our highest performing episodes is an episode on the scientific outlook of manifestation and another one about a single mother who gave birth to a child out of wedlock. These are 2 examples that witness that genius and rawness in content always prevails. And this is keeping in mind that we have some of the biggest names in the country on our show, but still the audience comes back for that realness, for that authenticity. And one of the most understated things talked about is the optimum use of digital distribution and amplification. Leveraging technology allows us to reach a wider audience, enhance the impact of our conversation, and give crucial feedback from a diverse set of audiences. In conclusion, crafting authentic conversations is an ongoing process. Storytelling is an art. At the end of it all, we're all just stories. And whether you're looking for your dream job or wondering how to introduce yourself to the potential love of your life, how you tell your story matters. And in a world where fake online personas and victory syndrome posting are rampant, I can leave you with this. Be you, unabashedly, authentically, fiercely. Ultimately, every day, you're penning a page in the book of your life. And every day, that narrative is in your control. So why would you be anyone else? Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. And what an incredible talk. I can understand why she's the queen of conversations. Spoke so eloquently and flawlessly. But on that note, if I could have the founding partner of Karate Digital Consulting, Uday Sodi, to kindly join us and help us in felicitating Karishma. A warm, warm round of applause. What an incredible conversation this has been. And thank you, Karishma, for joining us on that. Hashtag e4m Screenage. Karishma Mehta, founder and CEO, Humans of Bombay. Thank you. Well, it's now time to get ready for our upcoming panel discussion. We're talking about mobiles and ads panel. Well, something which will have curiosity of each and every one of you, because how many of us are not on mobiles, or how many of us don't see the ads, right? But before we go ahead, and since we have a couple of minutes, I thought I'm going to be taking a moment to talk about some of the sessions and a certain number of key learnings which we've had. Of course, Surbhi Gupta from Grasim had said that one of the things we are keenly exploring is Web3 technology. One of her key takeaways from that session, of course, another one, which was Shrikant from Shopper Stop in the previous session, said the appetite of acquiring new customers will eventually bring in the relevant lifetime value sort of spends at our end. And of course, he also spoke a lot about the First Citizen project and the loyalty campaign. Well, on that note, it is now time for us, and of course our tidbits of knowledge we'll keep sharing with you so that you are engrossed and engaged throughout. Now it is time for us, after conversations and authentic storytelling, it's time for us to go ahead to our next one, which is how do we master mobile advertising and crafting digital age ads? Well, a topic which could have a summit dedicated to it, but we have a short conversation with all our eminent panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. First up, for our session chair, Vice President India, Southeast Asia and Middle East, Media Smart, Nikhil Kumar. Thank you, Nikhil, for joining us on the same. Now it is time for me to call our eminent panelists. First up, Chief Business Officer, Luxury Reserve and Craft India and South Asia, Diageo, Shweta Jain. Thank you, Shweta. Performance Marketing Lead, E-commerce, Unilever, Tejas Chaudhary. Associate Director, Digital Marketing, Communication and E-commerce Marketing, Colgate-Palmolive, Priyanka Gandhi. Head of Marketing, Aditya Birla Finance Udyog Plus, Aditya Birla Sun Life Insurance, Siddesh Kerkar. Head Digital Marketing, VIP Industries Limited, Suyash Dongre. And the CEO and co-founder of Ad Scholars, Srikant Rayaprolu. So well, with that, Nikhil, we leave it to your curation ahead, and we look forward to the panel.
Check. Great, thank you. I mean, I hope everyone's doing great. It's afternoon, mid-afternoon, pre-lunch. We know everybody's hungry, so at least we decided that we'll wrap it on time. And the panel reads Mobile Ads and Mastering the Mobile Advertising. Just look at the faces on the stage and the brands they represent. You couldn't have asked for better, right? I mean, just the diversity on this panel is phenomenal. So really looking forward. So starting, I think, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Screenage Conference 2023. Today, as we stand in a world dominated by screens and interconnected by digital realm, mobile stands as a big bang that started it all. The omnipresence of smartphones has not only revolutionized our daily lives, but also given rise to a sophisticated ecosystem of advertising within mobile. The focal point of discussion today is mobile marketing and mastering it. According to recent studies, mobile advertising is projected to reach $339 billion by 2023, with mobile devices constituting to almost 60% of digital ad spends. It all started with the use of humble SMS, and look how far we have come. I'll not delve too much into this introduction, and I'll quickly go to a very common question to set context for this panel. From almost 500 MB per month to almost 2 GB per day, the world has really moved on. What are your thoughts on this transformative journey over the last decade on just mobile advertising? And Shweta, I'll go with you because I'm just directly able to see you.
Thanks for having me here, Nikhil, and looking forward to the conversation. I think there is all-pervasive transformation, we were chatting earlier. For a lot of us at Diageo, we call ourselves as not just about being spirits, but being at the heart of experiences, right? Anything that comes around our category is actually is an experience which involves yourself as a consumer and the multiples of your social engagement that you would interact with. So I think mobile transformation is core to how we see the world, how we are experiencing it, and how brands are making it not just one-way communication, but more about that. We will chat about that later. But to me and to the businesses and the brands that I look after, it has become imperative that mobile communication is all about multiplicities and managing conversations rather than just doing one-way down talking, as I would call it, from the past. So I think that's been hugely transformational for all of us as brands, and I think that's what I would love to hear my co-panelists also.
Yeah, I think very interesting. I'm sorry, but I picked up that word down talking. Not in a very negative way, but I think I do remember my days at my marketing stints, and mobile marketing was new, social media marketing was new, and it was managed by a guy that guy, who nobody knew, and then suddenly social media became so important and e-commerce has become so important, and that actually takes me to you, Tejas, right? I mean, performance marketing at Unilever, critical, I think, contributing, everybody's talking about it. And what's been your experience? And I mean, the question is generic, the first one, which is, how have you as an individual, as a marketer, seen the transformation over the last 10 years, whether it's at Unilever or just beyond as an individual?
Yeah, I mean, spot on the that guy analogy, because when I started my career, it was about that guy only. And I wanted to be that guy. So let me say that. I mean, in Unilever, I'm almost 2.5 years, but in that time also, it was peak COVID when I had joined. So that guy wanted to be everyone wanted to be that guy at that time, right? So because, and whatever you said was assumed right, because, he knows digital. So
nobody knew better.
Yeah, so it was that kind of thing. But I think what conversations we have today are completely different, because in terms of structure, organization structure also, Unilever is quite big, so having some systemic changes in the last few years have helped, and everyone wants to move towards digital or is moving already. It is just that how the pace is. So for example, a digital first company will move faster, and we are still a general trade heavy brand or a company, right? So yes, the pace will always follow that. I think more from an organization lens, the changes have happened. I think media investments were very easy, like to pivot, right? It's just moving one Excel item to another. But more from the thinking point of view, I think that is still a long way to go, and the pace is there, but it's a catch-up job for all big brands. Yeah, I mean that's where it is. But I mean, once the muscle moves, it will be any moment. So
I think for a role like yours as well, I think I keep calling this word regimentalization. I think 2 years of COVID, there is no looking back. There is a world pre-COVID, there's a mobile marketing world post-COVID, and I think we'll delve into it later. But Priyanka, you absolute legend. I mean, you've been with Colpal for a long time to really shed light on how do you see it? I mean, you've literally seen it transform with a brand at the time of transformation. So I would love to know your thoughts on this.
That's a good segue into what was going to be my spiel. But yeah, considering that I've been in the industry long enough, and there was TV, and then there was digital, right? there was TV, which was all pervasive, and then digital happened, and then everyone was, okay, it's growing. And then it was mobile. So actually digital is equal to mobile. So the transformation really has been that you can't think of any digital channel, platform solution, be it social to e-commerce, without having mobile as the fundamental sort of point of consumption. And we are at a stage now, mobile, as everyone knows, mobile ownership is much more than TV. So clearly, that's really the transformation. For us, when we, look at either big brands, I mean, I'm fortunate to be in a company that has, widely used brands to also us being building premium segments and more niche segments. And for us to, find the right audiences, reach them with the right communication at the right touch, at the right moment are really the principles of us building memory structures and also sort of, building the consumer journey of building attention to driving them down the funnel and finally being at the, purchasing. So there are, in terms of what we have done, I think one of the key things that we look at right from, fit for mobile creative. I mean, the culture has shifted to only looking for things on mobile. If you're thinking social, if you're thinking even an e-commerce platform, a thumbnail to a banner to, we just look at mobile to, for the proof of concept of is it working. So fundamental stuff like, backgrounds to how many things that you can show on a mobile, how do you adapt creative to mobile, it required a lot of culture change and it's still not fully out there, and I'll be lying if I say everyone's comfortable with it. Storytelling comes very easily to, comes more easily rather to brands, but challenging people to say, okay, now say this in a 6-second or say this in a static, there is still a lot of learning to be done, right? But we are moving forward.
Superb, I think, Priyanka. Really nice insights. And I think Diageo, Unilever, Colpal. Now, very interesting category set, right? I mean, we come from an era ki, aap kya karte ho? Sir, main insurance beechta hu. And I don't know whether it was good or bad, but that's the way the world was. And I'm sure when you look back, and the question is, how do you look back at the decade gone by on mobile marketing? You pretty much represent a category which does that so efficiently, such a large business. Tell us more on your thoughts on how you have seen it evolving.
So according to me, the shift from 500 to 2 GB, it's something where previously it was from brand introduction to what Shweta just mentioned, it's about brand experience now. We know that yes, the user has enough bandwidth with him that he can now take the experience of our products and services. Being in a category which is a BFSI, you always need more time of the user and you need him to go through different set of things. Today when somebody comes to me, like this happened recently when we came up with our website, and the website was designed only for mobile phone, keeping in mind the mobile user. And suddenly one of our management person came in and said, Siddesh, this is a website which is not loading properly on my desktop. And I was like, sir, have you seen the statistics that we have on our website? Around 85-86% of our traffic is coming from mobile phone. So I think with the timelines that you gave me, I think my first priority was those 86% people, and the rest 14% people, I think I thought we can take it as second priority. So that's how things are growing. And that's how you also need to grow with them. With respect to experiences, I think gone were the days when people used to ask, "Arey yaar, mujhe sirf lead chahiye." Now people are saying, we want to have a transaction online. It's not about just selling an e-commerce product, wherein you have a tangible product and you want to ship it across. It's the place where we want that certificate to go to you, your medical tests and everything. Somehow if we can integrate with your Aadhaar or any other stuff where we can do those verifications and everything. So that's how the experience has evolved. So it's more of introduction to experience shift that has happened.
I think great insight, but I think the best insight is while we all do great marketing, I think we all need to also do upward management, right? I mean, desktop pe to ad aana chahiye na, matlab that's. But I think just kidding about that. But great insights, man. I think Suyash, I mean, from a category which had no presence on digital to actually leading an ecosystem which is driven by mobile. I mean, from a category that was, I think, basic for getting goods from one place to another or clothes from one place to another to being a fashion accessory, mobile playing a key part in that, driving that ecosystem. What are your thoughts on the transformative decade on mobile?
So for luggage industry, what changed the black swan moment was COVID, because all the companies that we know who are in luggage industry, akin to the travel buddies that we have, we all shut down, and we never wanted to know when it will come back, in what size, shape it will come back. And then came a day and age where everything went to Amazons and Flipkarts of the world, and everybody wanted to buy on these three parameters. They were looking at price, they were looking at purpose, they were looking at privilege. Okay, some were buying because they were privileged, some were buying because they had a purpose to serve, and some were buying just because they want to travel and they want the cheapest product. And when my consumer goes online, like 40% of my consumption or my sales revenues for all the companies put together in this category happens online, why do company have to go back and do offline advertisement? That's a very peculiar question that everybody in the category asked, and everybody has now devised strategies around how to be more visible, how to give consumers more information through mobile ads. See, brands like Mokobara, because luggage was not that, it was not seen as an accessory before. It was not cool, it was not sexy. So what Mokobara did was it projected itself as an accessory and it took that spot. So now everybody in and around that ecosystem, like around that category, has taken a certain pivot and trying to grow on that. And all of this is not possible by releasing, like you have to understand the industry or the category is very small when it comes to revenue. And all of them cannot be releasing 5-6 commercials every year. The best way is to do nuggets of mobile ads, personalize it for your consumers, and go ahead and show it on mobile phones. So I think D2C brands also upped the game for the category. There are more than 4 D2C brands who are active today and doing good numbers. Of course, they're investing money, but they're doing good numbers. This gives confidence to the companies who have been there here more than 2 decades that they should also venture into this space and try to tap in the consumer. And all that is possible because of this consumption of data, this accessibility to internet, and also accessibility to the right places and that Google gives us with intent tracking. Because whenever you want to travel, you first search like what bag do I carry, or which airline allows which bag. So that's how we have been very thankful to this growth in mobile, to some rapid growth in our penetration as well.
Interesting you bring up this insight, right? I mean, I'll come to you. So being mobile first is clearly very important for every brand, right? Because that's where the screen of importance is, that's where the height of influence is. But if you look at it, when the user is searching for the size of the baggage, and that's where the disconnect happens. Like we come from the era of search and discovery. Oh, laptop pe gaye, I have to go to Timbuktu. I will say Google, go to Timbuktu, there will be 5 sites, I'll click on it. This is a very stop search and discovery. But if you look at the mobile user and the app habitat, that says if I want to search for a trip, I will actually go to Make My Trip. I want to buy a rocket, I will go to Amazon. I want to buy a lingerie, I'll go to Clavia. I want to buy something, direct app engagements, right? And if you look at the mobile web time spent, it's negligent across, so many categories. I mean, across, right? So exciting that insight that you brought up, because I think at the end of the day, we are marketers and insights is where strategies are coming from, right? I'll come back to you on this. Let's double down on this. What are your thoughts on the year gone by? And you can take my mic.
Okay. Thank you, first of all, for having me on the stage, because I find like an odd man out with all the brands having there and the ad tech team out here. Yeah, that's why I think we have both on this side of the panel talking to all of them. So as we been growing in the ad agency stages, and when I've been doing the media planning for the last few years, the last 5-6 years when we think of the brands, the main thing that we think is how much of mobile do we put on it? Like 90 to 95% of our media planning actually goes around the mobile, what interactivity can be done and all of that. And especially we try to educate the brands to understand the importance of mobile and what all things they need to tap onto the mobile. Like how Priyanka was saying on the creative aspects, trying to build gamification ads, and keeping the users' engagement is very important on the mobile, because the attention span on mobile is very less. People keep scrolling, got used to social media and all of that. So whatever ads even the brands are showing, they need to ensure that it's interactive, it's engaging, it's maybe a little small game, it's kind of give outs that they actually plan, all of that. And also the brand should ensure that, because a lot of cross device is happening, like Siddesh was saying about not giving the importance to website. I know that given the timelines it was tough, but across the mobile, tablet and all of the devices, I'm talking about the ads. The ads should be loading properly, and especially if you're targeting a campaign for tier 3, tier 4 cities where the data is, the speed is low, you need to have fast loading ads that will actually try to show up quickly and try to take to the landing page quickly to do that. And the other aspect that we try to let the brands know is about the ad fraud that happens. Because there have been a lot of ad networks out there in the market trying to make out of this, but there are beautiful tools out there as well, trying to understand and analyzing each of the impression, where it is going, how much is getting served to a bot, to a human, and the detailed conversion trackings that we can actually find and figure that out is fantastic out there. So the brands should be leveraging on each of the aspects, from the creative building side, trying to be different and trying to have those impactful ads, and then the insights, like what like VIP is doing about the insights. They need to understand the insights and then respond, because there shouldn't be any ad fatigue, like the repetitive ads that come across. And again, like I said, the ad fraud should be removed and all these kind of things. So that's where the brands should be stepping in, and there is a huge opportunity out there for the mobile.
Superb. I think, being conscious of time, the panel reads mastering the mobile ad strategy. So I picked up some use cases for each of your brands, and I thought, let me ask you questions, because they are memorable, they are classic, they are some of the best things that were done this past year. Love to know a quick snippet of what it was, and I think let's start with you only because you're talking about AI and personalization, Suresh. So VIP is strategically leveraging AI beyond personalization to strike a chord with the target audience. Can you talk about this thought process of where this ideation came from? How are you using AI to drive certain initiatives? Where's next? And how has it sort of resonated with your brand? Tell us more.
So the idea behind using AI was giving power back to the consumer on what they can do with it. Every brand was releasing a piece of content out there saying that this is a CGI version, this is how AI did a version of our product. So we thought, why not take it a notch above? Let's ask where our consumer wants to go, and let's do that, and let's put our luggages in that zone. And it was very fortunate at that time we had a luggage which we deemed as the strongest luggage that VIP has ever produced. And we were just thinking around the corner, what was the occasion that we have to leverage? And World Tourism Day was around the corner. And we said, this is the perfect moment where we give the consumer an option, just decide where you want to see our luggage. And it was very seamless. Like every half an hour, we had got the poll. It took not more than 7 minutes to churn out a creative on Midjourney and give it back and say that this is what your output looks like. And the first one was a tricky one, but beyond that, we saw a spike in our engagement. And that's VIP as a brand. Most of you might think it's something that my father used to use. And it was sudden breath of fresh air for those 25,000 followers on Instagram saying that, oh wow, what is happening? So they started interacting with the brand, and this is just a piece of nugget where we're seeing AI helping us as a tool and not substituting jobs. So for us, getting the insight beyond our realm or understanding and taking it to a finer piece and occasion and dialing it up with the brand presence is what we are doing. That's what travel also does. Gives you experience that you never thought of, and that's how we are getting it to our consumers through AI.
Superb, man. Really, really interesting to know that. Shweta, firstly, congratulations on the success of the walking anthem. I think it's phenomenal. I saw it, and it's just incredible, the stuff that, as a category like yours, which has challenges from an advertising standpoint, to do something like that. Beautifully penned by John Legend. Can you tell us a little bit more about this, and the audience a little bit more about it? And if you haven't seen, guys, you should really Google it.
I'll just take a minute to catch you up on the context of that. I think for most of you in the room, what does keep walking mean is something that has been synonymous, it has been part of your memory structure. And we realize that as India is one of the youngest legal drinking age country in the world, we realize that to this generation, which is mobile forward, content forward, consuming content by the minute, how do we tell them that keep walking is this quintessential rallying cry to progress, and it has contemporary relevance as it had 20 years back that it got created. And that's when we said that you have a legendary EGOT creator like John Legend, and how do you create the spirit of community collaboration? And then that's how we got Raja Kumari, who is a legend. I would call her legendary by breaking many norms. And how our brand actually became a catalyst of getting these folks together, along with Hanif, who's doing phenomenal stuff on democratizing art. And then we said that how do we make a content forward piece that kind of gives this new meaning to keep walking. So while it all converges on a mobile phone, but I was just taking you all through the thinking that goes, even for an iconic, legendary brand like Johnny Walker, to have these two-way conversations with younger consumers, and also really committing to play in the creator economy by bringing creators together, having active two-way conversations. So our community, Walkers & Co., is completely made for mobile consumers. It sits on Instagram. There is content coming in. I started with the anthem, which was the Keep Walking anthem, and I was sharing with this group earlier that it actually broke all records of long form content, because the 2.5-minute anthem video it has broken all engagement records for anything done in this category. So I'm coming back to what some of you said, that we reimagined how consumers are engaging with content, not from a brand out world, but from a purpose that brings the creators as well as our brand and our comms together. So that was one side, and I'll just quickly also connect it on the product side. We all know that these consumers, and you spoke about how the world of search engine, right? We are, as a consumer base, we are very hungry, right? We are very hungry for knowledge, and discovery is a very big motivation for our category, like for many other categories. So I think really using mobile forward technology to bring in an experience which you have to really travel back to Scotland. Many of us would love to do it as often as we can, but possibly we can't. So you know, we've created many of these engaging screen tables where you can just sit there and say that, oh, I like my tea spicy. I like in dessert, my preference is more caramel. And that goes directly to the bartender there. And out comes a Johnny Walker cocktail, personalized, made for you according to the flavor profiles that you're performing. And this really started back in Scotland in our brand home experience, where you can go and you can blend your own Johnny Walker, given your flavor preferences, and it's a connected mobile journey completely. You just, you walk into the Princess Street brand home of Johnny Walker, you walk with your mobile, and it takes you, into the brand world. So I think the piece that I'm putting out there is that traditionally you think of, as marketers, many people who think of spirits as a category, they think you're very challenged. But I think what the wonderful blend of technology and these 200-year-old, deeply human sensorial brands can create together in this mobile forward world, the possibilities are endless, and at least at Diageo, that's how we are looking at it. That you bring the physical sensorial world in your living room, in your hand, by marrying the best of both worlds. So that's what we are.
Phenomenal examples, and I hope, Shweta, that you can massify that experience of, there's a Maddie's night in the evening, so maybe some collaboration in the future where we can just have our things with the things and it comes to us. But just kidding, but phenomenal. Great, thank you. Thank you, Shweta. Tejas, I know we're running short on time, but a noteworthy statement from HUL last year. It was revealed that close to 25% of your demand generated is coming through digital channels. Wow. the company that prides itself in distribution, like can take you hands down, is digital first, and it had to be, right? I mean, phenomenal innovation-led organization. Tell us more. What's happening? You know, how are you building your ecosystem?
Yeah, so to break it down, I think we were the pioneers in capturing digital through the POS. Traditionally, I think the salesman, rather than taking on a notebook, started taking on a digital device. That transformed in the last three years to an app for retailers. So we have an app which is as customized, as personalized, gives recommendation on whatever they need to replenish. So the 25% is like over-indexed on B2B side. While B2C is, yes, it's definitely growing. If you consider beauty as a category, it is the flip side, right? So I think that's one thing, and more to do with beauty. I think all the apps or all the e-commerce apps want to be big in beauty because that's where the margins are. But I mean, everyone wants to be the next Nykaa, right? So for us this year, it's more important that we crack those partnerships with the right retailers and, you know, have long-term partnerships so that we can penetrate and grow the beauty bucket with these retailers. So Myntra is something which is growing phenomenally. Purple is going phenomenally. So having those partnerships is what was our pivotal moment. So, yeah.
Cool, man. I think maybe a question offline that, you know, for a category like yours, which is not having the most expensive product, that, you know, it's amazing that the value of your products can go from 10 rupees or 5 to actually all the way to 150, and then you're having a strong e-commerce strategy and trackable because volume versus value. And then what is the value that you invest in doing that marketing? But thanks for giving us this insight. Priyanka, I know you're looking at the time, but I mean, you have iconic campaigns, right? Tumhare toothpaste mein namak hai, to very recent one, Neend Bhagao, Taazgi Jagao. Very always mobile first, right? You're always doing very innovative campaigns which keep the engagement high with consumer. From a mobile lens, tell us more, Priyanka. Give us more insights on how has it been for the year gone by and some of the recent campaigns that you've done really, really well.
So I spoke about creative and audiences, that sort of cuts across, but I'll take this opportunity to talk about how we are really thinking mobile out to create content and engage at the right moment with the right place. I hope most of you have seen our new campaign, which is encouraging Indians to brush at night, starting with some stats. And maybe I should do hands up on this, but how many people really brush 2 times in the night in urban India? What's the
Nobody's
stat?
judging, it's fine. I mean, just a consumer insight.
What percentage of India do you think? Okay. What percentage of India brushes at night? Okay, I'm conscious of time, so yeah, somebody raised the hand.
That's a statistic in single digit. I mean, how many people are brushing twice a day?
Yes.
Yeah, it's almost gone to 11%. But
No,
yeah.
so okay, it's 20%. So 80% of Indians in urban India do not brush at night, right? So if you've seen the thing, but everyone loves sweets. We know India is a country with a huge love for sweets. And the really insight was that people put sweets in their mouth in the night before sleeping versus toothpaste, and we use that to encourage people to brush at night. And as we are building on this idea, it's a recently launched campaign, and it's just the beginning of our initiative to try and get people to cultivate better oral care habits. Now, through mobile, we are looking at how do we really identify moments where people are consuming sweets or ordering sweets. So, for example, in partnering with Swiggy, when people order between 8 to 10 and then cracking the code of when people order sweets, how can we remind them, about brushing at night? In fact, we even partnered with quick commerce because there is this behavior of, you get those urges to order 11 p.m. or 10 p.m. some ice cream or some dessert, and therefore, using that as a thing to start reminding people about brushing. So I think clearly what we want to do is find more really behavior out solutions. And of course, use more tools and technology to, take care of what now should be hygiene, of what creative works best, what's the right,
Great, I think it's a great insight for everyone. I remember telling somebody a few years back that the health and nutrition brand, they want to target people at the gym. They're already health and nutrition, man. Like, why don't you target people at McDonald's? If you really want to change a habit, right? I mean, it could be what tobacco industry does to smokers, why not? But anyways, we run out of time, but Sidesh, tell me a little bit more. With the launch of Udyog Plus, omni-channel marketing, what are you guys up to? Quickly, if you can tell me.
See, a lot of Udyog Plus, it is more of reaching out to the entire India, the MSMEs, who contribute to more than 30% of the GDP of India, and this category itself is a category which, when it comes to lending, they contribute to less than 14% of the lending category. So they're not getting enough lending, what's required, and what actually is contributing to such a high in the GDP, if these guys are not getting it, that's a very big problem or a very big gap. Through a connected kind of a environment, we wanted to build that, and through Udyog Plus, we are trying to do that. We want the lending as a facility to be at the fingertips of the user, and that's where we are trying to build multiple set of connected kind of experiences. When I say connected experiences, we are trying to figure out those touch points digitally, where we can find the right set of MSMEs and give them the experience of doing it. See, at this point of time, we are saying that we are having more than 1 billion kind of mobile phones in India, but frankly speaking, there is a lot of people still in the tier 2, tier 3 cities who are not using a smartphone. So what is that can be done for them? So we're trying to figure out ways in which can there be a more simpler way to reach out to these individuals through advertising. Recently, if we see, not recently I would say, but Reliance had come up with one particular cell phone which had the biggest button on it was the voice button. So through voice, can somebody try and get the lending as a facility? Through WhatsApp as a particular channel, can we try to do certain set of things? Because even at this point of time, what is happening is people, they're coming on the website, they're trying to get the lending as a facility done for them, but around 35 to 40% of people still end up like getting out of the journey because of document pendency, and that's a very big issue. Not everybody has the documents handy, and once you are outside of the journey and then you're trying to get back to the journey, it becomes very difficult. So can there be a connection which could be that you ended up on the website, but then now we're trying to connect you through your other channels, which is WhatsApp as a channel, and then trying to get that thing. See, BFS is a category, it's not a category like the other categories where you can give the experience to the user and say, yes, we can do multiple set of things. Through AI, through these small things, we are just trying to connect those users properly and then trying to take him and give him an experience which is required.
Superb, man, thanks. I think quick one, time's up, but we were told 40 minutes, this was 30 minutes, so we are technically on time. Just letting you know, my friend just told me that insight, great insight. Track this. Last to you, I mean, quickly, tell us more. You know, the world is moving on mobile. You've invested in the whole gaming ecosystem, and I think that's an interesting one because a lot of the perceptions built by brands about the mobile usage of consumers is built from their offline understanding. But then ad tech setups have a better understanding of what users are doing across mobile. Their investment into gaming, why? Quick, 1 minute if you can.
Yeah. So when it comes for the brands to target on the mobiles, I see ideally there are mainly 2 to 3 places for them to spend. One is social media, which is taking like 70 to 80% of the budgets away. 2 is the Google and its other Google ads and the other platforms. And 3 is all the other publishers and gaming apps out there. And when it comes with mobile, it's more than the web app, it's the apps that take over. And when brands want to target the Gen Zs and the next generation and the youngsters and the age groups between like 15 to 40, 45, we as a company thought like gaming is a place where brands would love to reach out. And when you're showing ads on a game, we actually build mini games for a brand. Like, you know, we build mini games for a Nestle or a Kit Kat or something and showcase it on top of a game. So it's not intrusive. It is something encouraging the users to also play that game and win something out of it, right? So we thought like that's the place where the future looks forward. And apart from the non-intrusive ads, we are also doing the in-gaming ads where actually you're playing a game like FIFA. The stadium could be actually filled with your brand out there. And that's very hidden message out there, even like you're playing Call of Duty. in between the places where the brand sits out there. So you're giving that experience on mobile. Apart from social media, what else can be done is gaming. That's what we figured it out. And we're trying different ways and creative ways to keep, because we on the panel always, usually most of us, we're on the media side, we think about what we need to do and how we need to drive the results. But we're trying to think from the user's perspective also how the brands can be well received. That's why we're trying to keep it more engaging, and that's why we wanted to keep it inside the gaming.
Superb, man. Great insights. Thanks a lot. And I think that helps us get to the end of the panel. But before we go, I told you there will be something which I'll not tell you, which is out of syllabus, and I'm known for doing that. So at the topic of game, we're going to play like a quick rapid fire. I will not do it as good as the man who does it, and I don't know if e4m has a hamper for you guys, but then again, in the freedom of association of fun and spirit, let's do it. You know the rules of the game. You have the mic. You have to answer. Don't think too much. It's your opinion versus your brand, so it's okay. Chill. And yeah, just one question each. So okay, I'll start with you, Suyash. Malaysia and Sri Lanka have recently granted visa-free entry to Indians. If you had to pack your new Mastro bags for an impromptu trip, where would you next visa-free adventure be, or where's next, as you say?
I would say Malaysia. I've not been to Malaysia yet, so.
It's a great country, man. You should go there. I didn't mention Thailand. It would have been awkward otherwise.
In fact, Thailand was my last country, and it was the 21st country that I visited. And like for Indians, it's the first one to visit, but like, yeah, I took some time.
I just thought it's the stage. I don't want to make it awkward as
It's
a
okay.
choice, but just all fun. Shweta, Japan recently introduced robots in hotels. If you could replace one task in your daily routine with a robot, what would it be? Genuinely.
Ironing?
Hiring? God. I don't know if that was a message to the HR team, but just saying. I didn't say it, you said. Okay. Shri. SpaceX launched rocket Falcon yesterday, I think last week, not yesterday.
Okay.
And if you had a chance to launch one marketing trend into outer space forever, what would it be? Threads or metaverse or NFT?
It would be metaverse, and if it's outer space, first of all, we want to fill in the rocket with some of the ads for the people outside on the space to understand what's happening on the Earth, and take over some spaces like an ad tech guy, put up some digital billboards in the Mars and Moon, and like, start selling it to the brands out here.
Strangely, very commonly picked up answer from marketers. Okay, Tejas, what would you have imagined? What would you have imagined winning the World Cup except for India? Amul placed its bet on Australia. If you remember, we all saw it. Amul written on their jerseys. Where would you have put if not for India? You.
Personally, I would have put on Australia itself.
Amul and Chewell. Awkward. Lot of money for Australia, but yeah, just fun again. Sid, what would you rather, that's the question, be the next wildcard entry in Big Boss or take a lie detector test?
Wildcard entry
Lie
is better.
detector test.
Wildcard entry is better.
I agree. Marketing is a tough job. Priyanka, last but surely not the least. Colgate is known for its versatile uses beyond oral care. What's the quirkiest and the most unusual Colgate hack that you have either heard or personally used?
Colgate hack?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just used for brushing your teeth, right? I hope you know
Yeah,
that.
well, lots of people would have seen the hacks, right? But I think the most often one is to clean silver products with a Colgate toothpaste. And the other one is to use it for burns. If you get burned and you push the Colgate straw.
Burns and silvers, in case you guys didn't hear it, and if you have good sneakers, Colgate. Just say. But yeah, I mean that. What are you talking about? You didn't know this. This is like the most Instagram thing ever. But that concludes us, guys. I mean, please feel free to meet these absolute legends offline or at the coffee area if you want to, and if you have more questions. That's all us. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. And Priyanka, that hack I have personally used, so I know where you're coming from. May I please request you to kindly stay back, as we'd now like the opportunity of calling upon the Associate Director, Marketing and Events of e4m, Priyanka Bhaduria, to join us and help us with the felicitation. Let's applaud one another and let the conversations continue. May we have the mementos being passed now on stage. First up, thank you so much, Shweta. Thank you for joining us today at the platform. Thank you so much, Tejas. Thank you, Priyanka. Thank you, Sudesh. Thank you so much, Suyash. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Nikhil. And thank you, Srikanth. Thank you for joining us. And may we request all of you to please step forward. Let's get you all in a shot along with Priyanka. Well, what an incredible discussion that was. Hashtag E4M Screenage. Let's show them some love with a big, big round of applause for all the appreciation we have towards them for the knowledge they've shared today. Thank you once again to all our leaders. Well, before we go ahead with the fireside chat, we said that we're going to be announcing the winners of the social media contest. Well, we've got one winner announced now, and one is going to be post the end of this session. So first up, for the first winner today, hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. She's somebody who has been very active since morning. We did see a lot of her posts and we loved the insights she is gaining from this event. We're talking about Sachi S from Omnicom Media Group being the first winner of the social media contest of hashtag E4M Screenage. So Sachi, join us in the center. We've got something to give to you. Well, one winner done. We've got another winner on the other side, which will happen shortly. So keep tweeting, keep putting it on LinkedIn, keep sharing what you do and what you're learning best from here. Well, it is now time to go ahead to our next chat. There's going to be a lot of momentum when we're talking about mobile OTT fusion, the next wave in digital entertainment. Wow. What a great topic. And for this fireside chat, may I have the head of Shimaro-Me, Abhishek Joshi, along with the founding partner, Karate Digital Consulting, Uday Sodhi. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big, big round of applause. Abhishek Joshi and Uday Sodhi. Thank you, and over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to share this stage with Abhishek Joshi again. Abhishek is obviously a veteran and industry leader in the OTT space. He's probably been in this space for maybe 10, 15 years and understands the space. He's the person, he was part of the leadership team at Sony Live, then went on to be one of the leaders at MX Player and built that, and is now part of the Shimaro team and leading that now. So he'll give us a 360-degree view and share all his experience with us. So Abhishek, why don't we start off by, why don't you share where we are in the overall journey of the OTT ecosystem? Obviously all of us are consumers, but tell us more from the industry standpoint. How's the industry shaping up? How many users? What's the consumption? What kind of trends are you seeing?
Yeah. I wish I knew that answer where we are, because because this industry is 5, 6, 7 years old, 2014 is when the first OTT happened from a broadcaster side, and then we had telco OTTs operating 2 years. So it's action has started since last 6, 7 years, right? Hence, every step that we take is an achievement, which is the wrong way to see things. I'll take a step back and, anything that adds convenience in the consumer lives will be adopted and will always do well. That's the core, right? OTT was invented for that. It added convenience to the consumer or the viewer's life. It took them away from appointment viewing. It took them away from advertising. Then what happened was, and all of this, the adoption was brilliant till the time it was free. And then Jio happened and all of that. So in the process, from an award to a feature-based payment where no ads, and then we as an OTT ecosystem assumed that consumers will also pay for premium content which they don't get on the usual television. So the convenience aspect was lost in translation. Right now, yes, from a subscription side, we are at a 50 odd million unique subscribers, adding to about 120 mil cumulative subscribers, which means that every subscriber subscribes to 2 subscriptions, right? From a top line subscription standpoint, it's worth about 5,500 CR. It's supposed to go to about 10,000, 10,000 CR in the next 2 years. But those are all numbers on an Excel sheet. See, when Jio happened and when COVID happened, we saw a big uptake, and now it has plateaued.
So in terms of number of subscribers, forget about subscription, paid subscription, number of viewers or number of users, and given that this is a marketing audience, how many eyeballs are actually OTT platforms are able to reach out to? How many of them?
See, the golden boy in the industry is YouTube, right? And that is how all of us measure it, because 450 million users, 500 odd million users in India. The biggest YouTube market in the world is India, solely because of population and for free, right? And this number we speak only because it's available and it's streaming, right? If you add piracy, download content and then stream, this number doubles up. So what we actually...
So what you're saying is within social media also there is a lot of content being viewed, which is maybe Facebook or WhatsApp or...
And
others.
also piracy in the country, they don't stream, right? They download and then play it on a player on their phone. So the real number is the number of smartphones available.
Which is probably about 700
odd, 800 mil. 800, out of 800 mil, about 500 mil stream. That number we know.
So let's compare compare it to television, for example. You understand the television ecosystem also very well. Now, television today has about 200 million homes, and we are saying today number of streamers is 700 million. So 70 crore people can actually stream on their phones, and you can directly reach out because they have smartphones or they have some intelligent device which they can stream on. And in terms of TV sets, we probably have about 180 to 200 million TV sets.
Yeah.
Which is about 20 crore TV sets.
Out of which the paid TV households is even lesser.
The paid TV ones are maybe half of it or 120.
It is actually almost half or little lower than half. So the universe of streaming is much bigger than a fixed television on your drawing room wall. But the disadvantage is on downloaded streamed content, you can't show ads. So that is not monetizable. So that is why we don't speak about it.
Sure.
So 400 odd mil are streaming viewers, and about 150 mil odd or 100 odd mil is non-streaming users.
And
online.
I probably read some report recently which said that the advertising revenue of digital is probably now reaching a point where it's almost the same as pure television advertising. Not the television ecosystem, but I'm saying pure television advertising probably are now reaching a point where they're more or less of the same size, or maybe in a year from now we should be in that same size. Is it because the eyeballs are now reaching more or less the same level, or because the consumption on OTT is more flexible, you can watch when you want, and therefore, and you can maybe segment the audience more? Is that how we are seeing? Is that how marketers are seeing, that you're able to segment the audiences much more on OTT today, and that becomes far more, therefore more money is moving to OTT?
The two reasons that you spoke about, sir, was yes, reach and engagement, right? But we as an industry and an ecosystem should not be proud of it at all. This is not the number that we should be looking at. Only because of one major reason. The biggest disadvantage of television and the biggest advantage of a streaming, digital video streaming platform is that in television, the inventory is only 24 hours.
Correct.
In digital video streaming, the inventory is infinite. We don't speak about that. And advertising in an OTT or a digital video streaming platform is much more expensive than any other advertising video. It is much more expensive than advertising on a fixed television set.
When you look at it at cost per eyeball.
Cost per eyeball, cost per
CPC
user,
or whatever,
cost per reach, cost per impression. But what, we are about 100 people in the room? Marketers, heads, all of those. Tell me one example of a brand which was launched as a brand only on the digital platform. None. Even digital brands are launched on television, and when they reach and when they want
scale
conversions, or when they want when they want measurability, they come to digital. As soon as that changes, then the whole equation of the ratio of divide between television and of advertising between television and OTT will change. It is, yes, cord cutting, cord nevers, reach, users are all easy examples. But the inventory is infinite. We should also look at the number of spots that are sold on per day, or that run per day on television and on an OTT. That will be the answer.
Okay, and so let's look at, let's talk to the audience here in terms of, and assume they're all advertisers in some way, whether they're brands or agencies. If they have to look at mobile OTT as a segment or a media which they should expand and put more money behind, what are some of the do's and don'ts for them? What should they look at? What should they try and do? What should they avoid? How do they segment their audiences? What is the role of OTT in their media mix when they're talking to brands?
I mean, anything that I say now will skew my conversation towards digital OTT, the advertising pitch, but that's not the intent. What we should look at is stop thinking about only ROI. Start taking risks and a little more experiments. What is happening since 4, 5 years, 6 years, the entire budget may say 10%, 20% off. I'm not talking about big evolved organizations, right? And out of that, 80% goes to YouTube, Facebook, and all of that. Because that's a very easy media mix to explain. That I had put my ads there, it didn't work. What we need to do as a marketing, advertising community is to build trust and stop looking for ROIs, at least for a couple of campaigns. Look for brand love, look for brand recall, look for affinity. That is how you build a brand. as soon as you you start measuring ROI, I'm not saying don't do it, but as soon as you start measuring only ROI, then it is an everyday execution activity. It is not strategic.
So this is an interesting point that you make about affinity, and and I'm stepping back from what you're saying, because in OTT or in the mobile OTT ecosystem, you can target the consumer by his preferences, by his geography, by his language, by the kind of content he watches, and as a result, you have the opportunity to, talk directly to the consumer and therefore build an affinity, build love, which probably is not possible to do on television because 80% is a waste because...
Unless or until you are advertising on a regional channel.
Unless you're doing it on a regional channel or you're a brand which everybody uses. So, if you're a soap brand, then it's a different situation because everybody is your consumer.
Yeah.
But if you're a very sharp niche brand or you're looking for a certain geography or a customer profile, then OTT becomes your friend because you can then target far better and you can then build an affinity and a relationship with the customer, which is your long-term strategic goal. Am I?
Absolutely, but you will have to pay a premium. The marketing advertising thumb rule that I studied was a mass brand can't charge a premium or should not charge a premium. The only outcast of this rule is IPL. What regional localization, targeting a certain cohort of users, yes, but that comes for a price. Now,
and does that price come in terms of investing in programmatic or investing in a data or investing in making sure you have the platform which creates cohorts of customers and therefore you're able to target better? Because you need far more intelligence at the agency level or at the brand level to be able to say who's your customer. The biggest challenge most companies face today is that the consumer understanding is very nebulous and therefore it's a bit of a spray and pray. But if you're able to then build sharper cohorts and have the tools for it, then you have the ability to. So the investment, is it tool or investment is in terms of saying, let me hit and try on multiple things and see what works?
So only one entity sits on top of the Maslow's hierarchy, which is the consumer. Everything that you do has to be for him or her. The investment will be twofold. Tools, but you don't have to own the tools, right? The expense is on, even if the cohort is small, and if you are putting an FCAP of 2, who has said FCAP of 2 or 3 will only work? Because FCAP of 5 works or it doesn't work, that research or that knowing we don't do because we don't have time, because we have moved to another campaign. So what we do as an advertiser or a marketer, we do pre-evals and post-evals. But we don't do during a campaign eval. It has to be real time, sir.
Okay. Okay. So you want to share something about, Shamarumi, what are you doing? What are the roadmap? What are the key, what is the focus of the platform? You want to share something?
I will come back to the same statement that I started this conversation. I wish I knew. No, so the only piece that I am excited about and that we as an organization are trying to do is, if you look at Shamarumi very closely, it's known for its Gujarati content, right? But if you divide India into 4 halves, north, east, south and west, each division or each geographical OTT regional app, there are only one app, right? In the east there is Hoichoi, in the south there is AHA, and Sun Next in the west. There is nobody except Shamarumi. Yes, there is Planet Marathi. In the north there are a couple of them. Regional OTT apps are first mover's advantage. There is no number two. And all of these apps that I spoke about, except Shemarumi, has only one language. Hence, they are regional apps. Shemarumi, on the other hand, you guys will be surprised to know, because of our legacy, we have content in 6 languages. So how are we a regional app? We are a very small player in the Indian OTT pan-India ecosystem. That's the truth. But we don't speak about it, right? Now the other piece is, we are the number 1 regional app, solely by numbers. Hoichoi also, but they also export, right? Now, if you are number 1 and most of the investments are in Gujarati, but you don't have a Gujarati television channel, it is against what we have learned so far. What I'm trying to build here is, again, numbers, revenue, MAU, DAO are all outputs. I'm trying to fix the inputs here. The inputs has to be content, tech, and people.
Sure. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just saw that it has a red sign, time's up. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you so much. It's always great talking to you.
Thank you so much, Abhishek and Uday, for joining us. And whilst as you're on stage, may we request the CEO and co-founder of Ad Scholars, Srikant, Raya, Prolu, to kindly join us and help us in felicitating both our leaders. So with that, can we have the mementos being passed? Ladies and gentlemen, what an excellent fireside chat on mobile OTT fusion, the next wave in digital entertainment with Abhishek Joshi and Uday Sodhi. May we request the 3 of you to come together for a hashtag e4m Screenage moment right there. Wow, it couldn't get more exciting than such great leaders joining us today. An incredible conversation. So, well, 2 things before we part ways and call you back for our next segment. One is, of course, we'd love to now open the lunch and networking for all of you. Secondly, do remember the next winner of the social media contest will be declared shortly. So keep tweeting. We'll see you back at 2:15 Indian Standard Time. Have a great time networking and have a scrumptious lunch. We'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much.
Hey, hey, check this, hey, hey, hey. Hey, check this, 1, 2, 2, check. Hey, 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 check this 1, 2, 2. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 check.
everyone were equal, religion would be soon disappear. People only develop religion when they're unhappy with this world. I'm 100% sensitive to get you to leave.
check. Hello, check.
Check. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request you all to kindly join us back inside as it's about time for us to begin with our post-lunch sessions at Screenage 2023. We request all our dignitaries to kindly join us back, all our attendees, because it's time to seek further knowledge from our upcoming session. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly join us back as it's time to resume with Screenage 2023. Requesting all of them in the pre-function area. If you'd like to proceed towards the main hall, it's time for us to begin with the Screenage 2023 post-lunch session. We've got some great curated sessions ahead for you. May we request you all to kindly step in. A very good afternoon, everyone. We're about to resume with Screenage 2023. We hope so far you've learned a lot and are ready to network with our upcoming leaders who are going to be joining us next on stage. Our next panel is going to be exploring the synergy of location-based marketing, where we have brands like Grasim Industries, Tata Motors, as well as SBI General Insurance. Requesting you all to kindly join us back. check.
Check, check, check.
A very warm welcome, everyone. May we request you all to kindly be seated as we're going live in the next few minutes. Thank you. Going live in the next 2 minutes, requesting all of you, if you're still in the pre-function area, may we request you to kindly join us back.
It makes you feel so good inside. You tell me that you love how it makes you feel. I love when you feel good inside. The music is an aphrodisiac. You say you love to dance, so I want to take you out so we can dance. So the music can make you feel good inside. You put on your favorite sundress. It looks almost as if it floats around you when you move. And I love the way you look in it. We're going out to dance, where the music can make you feel good. 'Cause it turns me on when you feel good inside. I watch you as you move back and forth, spinning round and round, losing yourself in the music. I love when the music makes you feel good. It turns you on. The music is an aphrodisiac. And it turns me on when you're turned on. And I watch you lose yourself in the music. You move closer to me. Take me by my hand, placing it between your thighs.
Well, requesting everyone to kindly settle down as it's time for us to resume back. A lot of chatter in the audience, and that's what we love because that's the buzz we're talking about. Can we kindly lower the music? Otherwise, it might want me to be in the center stage and start dancing on that beat. Can get a little distracting. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, firstly, welcome back to Screenage 2023. My name is Bhavna Bhatia. I hope you all are having a great time learning from the best, engaging with one another, and of course, networking. Just by show of hands, since it's post-lunch session, and I'll just get you all back in the zone of learning together. Just by show of hands, how many of you have met 2 new people today? That's it. Just 2 new. Right? 1 new person. So the 2 new also have to raise their hand, right? One. Just saying. All right. What about the ones who have not met anyone new and are still in their comfort zone? So I'm assuming you would have met 5 new people, 10 new. Bhavna, what are you asking? Yeah, we've come here to network, so of course we would have met a lot of people. On that note, congratulations if you're learning from the best and of course interacting and networking with one another. On that front, I cannot take much time. It's time for me to begin. I know our leaders are waiting. It's time to have a discussion on the topic exploring the synergy of location-based marketing. And we have with us our session chair, who's an assistant editor of Exchange for Media, Aditi Gupta, who's going to be curating this conversation. Along with Aditi, we're going to be having the General Manager, Digital Marketing and E-commerce, Grasim Industries, Sughosh Iyer, Head Go-to-Market, Regional Marketing, Tata Motors International Business, Prerna Mittal, and Head Marketing and CSR, SBI General Insurance, Ratan Lahiri. Let's get all our panelists up, along with our moderator. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's show them a lot of love with a big, big round of applause. Exploring the synergy of location-based marketing, a great and an integral topic. With that, Aditi, over to you to take it forward.
Is the mic working? I don't think it's working.
Check, check.
I think let me lend mine to one of the speakers.
I think these mics are not working. Hello everyone. So I'm Aditi Gupta, and I'd like to start by thanking each one of you for being here today, taking out the time to have this discussion with us. And I think we have about 30 minutes that we are going to be here. The reason why we are here is to gather your opinions and insights on exploring the synergy of location-based marketing. Location data has become a very important tool for marketers these days, and from what I understand, location-based marketing is basically using data from the mobile devices of users to know what their current or past locations are, and then sending them tailor-made offers to entice them. And for example, if I'm going to a coffee shop and they would know that I'm around it, and suddenly I'll get an offer on my mobile. And so we're all somewhere a part of this ecosystem, but we never really pay attention to how is this happening. So let's dive deep into this. And my first question is, how does location-based marketing allow your brand to have a highly personalized and targeted customer experience? And I would also request each one of you to share an example of a successful campaign where gathering location data has resulted in a more effective and relevant interaction with customers. So if I start with you, Sughosh.
Hi, thanks Aditi. I'm audible, hello? Yeah. Okay, to just give background, when I got this topic, right, I had to speak on this, I was very excited because one, this is something we can actually talk a lot about, and also at the same time, we don't know what to talk about, because in terms of results and metrics and the situation we all face as digital marketers, the narrower it gets, the targeting, the more challenging the outcome becomes for us to deliver. So with location marketing, to how it happens, from my understanding, from what I've done so far, is largely through the IP address that's mapped to your mobile devices, through location targeting when you're on your location setting on your mobile, through Wi-Fi, through beacon targeting. These are some of the journey points, plus a user browsing behavior as to how you, which area you normally browse, what are the kind of searches you do. So it's largely a mix of all these things from what I understand, where advertisers gather data in terms of how to target the consumers. In terms of what has worked for us or how it, so for me, it's always been a double-edged sword in terms of how much I can invest in location marketing. So recently we had this challenge of driving traffic footfalls to a certain store. And actually, me and Ratan actually are speaking on this backstage as well, that though online is the way to go and is supposed to be location marketing, but the channel that works the best are the offline surround effect that drives maximum footfalls or maximum audience, relevant audience to your store. So we had this challenge of getting people into a Malad store in an in-orbit mall. So with digital technologies and the vendors that are there, there's always a big challenge in terms of transparency and measurement, right? Many of them actually can't comment on how the traffic is going to go, what kind of targeting they're going to do, and there's be massive spillage. So we decided to go an offline route where we reached out to societies in a 5-kilometer radius, reached out to women in that area, people who owned WhatsApp groups, because one thing we realized, a lot of WhatsApp groups, I mean, women, any woman or is normally a mother, she's part of multiple WhatsApp groups. She's my audience, right? So how do I get in touch with her? Second thing, we also tried targeted newspaper outlets to newspaper to communicate a certain offer. I think the most important point, the common point that we ensure that it's there, that's an offer which is valid only for the particular store. So this way, we ran for this campaign for 3 or 4 months, only targeting people around that area, more through an offline channel, and we saw a good amount of traffic coming in. Obviously, conversion didn't take an effect because we wanted people to come and explore the experience in the store first. But we managed to get new custom audience data, which we could fit into a customer data platform and then retarget them. So location marketing, from what my understanding is, largely it's part of a journey. It's a starting point of a journey to acquire new consumers and customers, and then take it from there. So yeah, that's been my experience so far. And yeah.
Thank you, Sughosh. Prerna, would you like to add?
Thank you so much. So for me, I think any of these digital tools which are coming in and location-based marketing, geo-targeting as one of those new features that we have, is basically to solve your traditional marketing problem. And your traditional marketing problem will really depend on your business objective. So now a lot of us are from different industries, And absolutely for your tactical objectives, location-based marketing works wonderful. You want to drive traffic to your showroom, you want to promote a certain offer, etc., etc. But how a brand which sells a bigger ticket item like Tata Motors, or there's a larger capital investment, looks at it from a strategic point of view is how it will differentiate between industries. So for me, I may want to promote a certain offer during Diwali, let's say in a particular region, or we were just talking about how during Onam I would maybe bombard a certain region in terms of using their competition showroom, hyper-local pin codes to target my competition customer, maybe give an extra offer with the dealer, etc., etc. But that is just the tactical part. We also have larger business objectives. Coming from international business, we have to understand that a market leader here may not be a market, may be a very big challenger, in fact, in another market. And expanding your network in a foreign land, it's not possible, especially due to the capital investments there that are involved there and the sheer timeline that is involved there. So these kind of location-based tools helps you with visibility. Now, it may not give me an ROI, and we were talking about how today a marketing team is going to, at the end of the month, right, your boss is going to ask, the marketing head is going to ask, that much money you put into hyperlocal and all those pin codes and all those remarketing extra schemes, etc. Where's the result? You cannot have just a result-oriented approach when it comes to these things. I think these tools will also help you create visibility in places where you cannot open a showroom. So if I'm in Dubai, which is a very, very heavily competitive markets with European, German, Japanese, you talk about the brand and then they have it. I cannot open a very lavish showroom in the middle of Dubai city, right? But what I can do is the 1,000 people that are coming to that showroom, I can at least try and target and aim for 100. And maybe if I try for 100, I'll get 10. But that kind of attention from 10 people is a huge ROI for me. Right? So I think when it comes to location-based marketing or geo-targeting or hyper-local marketing, we really need to understand different places that it will fit into your larger business strategy and your business objective for the year. So if we can use this strategy from a longer scene or with a bigger picture, I think it will help us get better results. And we need to explain to people that not everything will drive with ROI. We will have to set our key responsive matrix. So if it is a tactical ad, there will be an ROI, how much sales, how much footfall, etc. But if it's a different business objective altogether, maybe the same ROI key factors will not come into picture, and that's the clarity that as marketers we need to bring in the organization. So that's me. Thank you.
Thanks, Prerna. And I am going to talk about ROI much later also, once again. So, Ratin.
So, I come from the financial services industry, and in insurance, it's a long-term product. So acquiring the customer is just a phase one. Ideally, you want to keep him for 10 years, 20 years, because that's when you're going to realize the full lifetime value. So we use a whole bunch of parameters to decide marketing on both the acquisition front and the engagement front. Right? So let me give you 2-3 examples in which location-based marketing or locations becomes a key priority. So one is, in the case of insurance, there is return and there's also risk. And there are certain locations which are higher risk than the others. Right? So for example, if you are insuring home insurance, and if you're doing it somewhere in the mountains, right? Or in areas which are earthquake zones, they are higher kind of, the higher probabilities of risk. So for the same product, you would actually have a differential pricing. If you take the example of an automobile, of a motor or a car, if there's a vehicle which is driving within the city, typically there is a limit to the speed at which it drives, just because of the traffic. It will drive at 40, 50 kilometers, right? And even if there's an accident, the damage will be of a certain value. Right? The moment that car steps out and starts going onto a highway or an expressway, the potential damage rises multifold. If you see the number of deaths which happen outside, that again, happens more on expressways rather than in cities. So knowing whether a car or a vehicle is largely, traveling within the city or is traveling multi-city, again is one of these location-based factors which impacts pricing. So one is it can be used in marketing, but I think it has even greater and deeper implications from a business, from an ROI, from an analytics point of view. From our point of view, again, like I said, one part is acquiring the customers. And again, in the financial services industry, most of the leaders essentially, are omni-channel. Because if you're only digital, you will only attract a certain type or a certain tribe of customers. So again, we use location-based marketing for acquisition, and there, as we were discussing, you know, offline marketing sometimes is cheaper just because cost of, you know, using labor, targeting certain corporates, targeting certain cohorts, targeting societies is actually cheaper in the offline world than doing geofencing and so on. And we have done actually campaigns of geofencing, let's say a BKC, Nariman Point, which seem on paper to be, you know, high value areas, but they have great challenges in terms of scalability, because I want a certain volume of acquisition, a certain cost of acquisition. I want that customer to be also, if the cost is higher, to actually, you know, be of a higher value. But we don't really find that sweet spot there. The other piece in which we kind of use location-based marketing actually is around engagement. So, like I said, once a guy takes a health insurance policy, again for an example, we would like that guy to, you know, renew the policy. So we would periodically serve up, you know, that these are the places you can go for a, you know, medical checkup. Depending on the value of the policy, we offer free or subsidized medical checkups, and you would like to, you know, get him at least aware of what are the nearby hospitals. So that is one part. Similarly, the more healthier the guy, the more active the guy, the customer rather, you know, the chances of him really falling ill and us having to pay out is, you know, lower. So we actually have a vested interest in the guy being healthy. So we are actually experimenting with actually giving him, you know, subsidized gym memberships, online training stuff. And we've begun this pilot, and we're taking a few locations to see what is the adoption, where it works out, what does it kind of, you know, what is the fallout on, let's say, the renewal rate and so on. So these are some of the examples that I'm doing. So to summarize, I think acquisition is one part, but even more important, I think retention, analytics, upsell, cross-sell, that's where a lot of value lies in location-based marketing.
Thank you, Ratin. This actually brings me to the next question. My next question was about the challenges and what factors are kept in mind while considering like what location you're going to choose. And also, since Prerna, you are into regional marketing, and what role does location-based marketing play in regional marketing as well? So I'd like to start this with you.
Absolutely. So, like I was mentioning earlier, you have to identify what your objective is for the business, right? And that's when you use location-based marketing. The challenge would really come, like I'd again sort of mentioned, with the ROI. It's very difficult to introduce something and start expecting ROIs the very next month. I remember the first time we started digital lead generation in the international markets. And again, you know, as India, we would think that we are still a developing nation, but of course, I'm sure a lot of us know that we are developed. So developed than so many nations in terms of internet penetration, the maturity of digital data usage, the way we consume data digitally. I mean, I don't know. The guy in the green shirt, I'm so sorry, in the second table, have your parents ever bought anything online? Yes? Yes, right? So that's the transformation that has happened in India. But if you go outside to Bangladesh, and I'm so sorry if anybody is from Bangladesh, their parents wouldn't, in all probability, wouldn't have bought anything. So that's the kind of maturity. And 10 years ago, mom would not buy that thing online, right? Never. So we've gone on to trust the digital medium, and that's why we have to understand the journey of the basic citizen or of the location that you're trying to do this in. If you're going to do this in Dubai, like I said, it's going to be impactful because of the visibility. But now if you're trying to land in somewhere where there's already a lot of competition and you have a lot of brand trust, that's where you imply it from a more tactical basis. So what I would do is I would generally take up, we were talking about network some time back, and Philippines is a really huge market for smaller trucks. And there are so many Chinese brands, and they are with big pockets. So you can imagine entire Philippines covered with 30 sales touch points. Whereas an Indian brand, whether it's a Tata or a Mahindra, they would have single-digit numbers. So there would be 8 or 9 showrooms maximum. A lot of them may be multi-brand retail showrooms as well. So how do you here target somebody and get yourself visible that at least you're available with a new offering, or you are there as a brand? And this also helps create a more halo effect for the larger mother brand. So, for example, whether it is SBI General or Tata Motors or Grasim, if you trust the larger brand, you're often more experimentative or more forgiving for the final experience. And there will be a gap in experience all the time. But this kind of, you cannot, like he was saying, sometimes offline is more expensive, but sometimes online is more expensive, but sometimes offline is more expensive. If I'm introducing a new brand in South Africa, I cannot paint the whole town red. I just can't. I'm just trying to plan for an OH, and it's 80 lakhs for 10 sites for 3 months. That is humongous budget. With that budget, I have launched an entire electric vehicle platform in Nepal. So you understand, I cannot deploy an offline key metric there, right? So then you need to use location-based marketing. But I would actually like to just come to a point which Ratan very nicely mentioned about using this data for future. So just like car is a big ticket item, and again, you don't do impulse purchases. So we're talking about items like real estate, cars, trucks, which have a longer timeline journey. How do you keep yourself engaged with the customer? So you remind them for services, great. But today the customer is super bored. Nothing against SBI General. I think if somebody's from Bajaj, they will know what I'm talking about. But the customer is bored with calls and reminders. He wants to be engaged on a very personalized level. And if anybody of you have a Tata SUV, and if you're part of Seoul SUV Owners United League community, you will realize that these kind of location-based marketing and hyper-local targeting tools help you to derive communities within the brand. And these communities will tomorrow help you not only generate referrals and a better sales channel, but also they will become a base customer field for your next upgrade platform. Every 4 years, every 5 years, you're coming up with a new platform altogether, new technology. So you use these communication-based technologies to connect with the customer on a daily basis. So if I know my customer is somebody who travels, he goes to office every day, but every 3 months there is a huge long travel which he's done to maybe a Leh, a Jaisalmer or something else, I can then pitch him stuff like that. So we have a whole, again, SUV lovers or motorheads would know that there's a tent which comes with your SUV sometimes, right? Now, it's an expensive accessory, it doesn't sell like that. And there are a lot of cheaper options in the market. But if I know my customer that he travels a lot and he spends these long drives, I can pitch that specific accessory to this customer. And now you would ask me, why would I want to focus so much on an accessory selling? I don't know if I'm supposed to share this or not, but the most profit giving vertical right now with Tata Motors is our spare parts division, right? So you never know what is going to generate revenue in your company. Sometimes you sell at a negative margin, but sometimes you get the bestest of margin out of the smallest of things. So I think it's very important to not just look at it as acquiring customer or making that conversion there and then, it may or may not happen, but how do you again implement it in your larger strategy for all your business problems? Right? You can make communities within Mumbai. I can locate people in South Bombay who own a Tata Safari, create a community there, or send them messages which will motivate them to create a community, because everybody wants to be in a community today. Nobody has time for their long-term plans. Acha, Sunday drive ja rahi hai, let me take my car and go. That's how they want to behave, right? So this kind of location-based marketing will help me create a community, and I don't have to pay crores of money for a brand ambassador. Because trust me, go to TMBHP, you will see somebody raising a flag on a Tata Motors car, whether true or false. There are customers who are coming and saving me. I don't even respond to ORMs anymore, right? I'm not supposed to. They don't come to me anymore because my customer is responding to it. So I just think there's a big halo domino effect which happens with these things if used correctly. So yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, I think you spoke most of the points I wanted to speak.
Any other challenges that you feel?
Yeah, so I think, but the one major challenge that I've felt when it comes to such skewed targeting, where location marketing, hyper-local marketing per se, is the biggest point is the cost, right? Because if I need to reach out to a certain sector of audience, if I need to reach out to an entire city or a west zone or north zone, through a certain media, there's a proper funnel that I can build in. But if it comes to a store in Malad, or if it comes to my dealer outlet, say, previously in my paint organization, we used to target dealers. And I want people to go to the dealer outlet, I want people to go to a signature shop. In Bandra, there's a huge amount of cost, because not only I'm paying for the overheads as a marketer or as a business owner, I also need to get revenues to justify the overheads I'm paying. And for that, there's huge amount of pressure that comes on the marketing team, but yeah, traffic drive karo store mein. So it's not like getting them to buy paint, but I need people to go to that particular store only. So the big challenge we face is, one, how do we manage the cost? Because the mediums are very less. The opportunities to reach out to a person who's staying next door is very, very less for me. I cannot go through by regular routes. That is one big challenge that we face. Second challenge that I've seen is the transparency in the measurement, right? How do I, so if, I mean, I used to reach out a lot of digital vendors. I don't want to name them, but they actually who specialize in localized targeting or localized marketing. The kind of outputs I would get from them, the metrics that they would tell me were very superficial. It will go nowhere close to what I was looking at from a business outcome. So that is second challenge. There are not many players right now who are very authentic or who actually can put their neck on the line and claim that we will deliver this kind of objective for you. I mean, that's a problem for the entire digital marketing industry where there are not many vendors who actually do that, but more so in this field who claim to be specialists in hyperlocal marketing or localized marketing, but they're not able to deliver the kind of output that is required. So I speak to my counterparts in ABFRL and they do a lot of all these campaigns to try, but the kind of information they gave me, it's so nascent. I mean, there's nothing that I can build from them. When expecting, yaar, tumne kya kiya batao, but there's nothing that comes out from them as well, because they're all stuck in the same boat that I am. The entire industry is probably stuck here. Who are the people who can solve this business problem for us? So this is the second challenge that I think, and I think largely my entire takeaway, it's very much a WIP thing right now. I mean, any marketer, and for us in terms of fashion, where the average order value is probably 7 to 8,000 per unit, per order that is placed, to spend a lot of money to get people to a store is always looked upon or frowned upon, that how much are we spending to get people onto a particular store. So for me or for anyone, it depends. So for her, probably from an automotive side, it's a larger yield that she can make by spending money if she wants to drive people into a certain showroom, right? But for me to get people into a Malad store or my Palladium store, I need to think double cautious. I got to be extremely wary how much I'm going to spend. So that is the third challenge. So one is the measurement and transparency in order to be in place, the cost, and third, my spend allocation will always be very low in this field, the category that I'm right now. So yeah.
Ratan, and you were also talking about, when you were talking about challenges, you mentioned there are certain frauds also sometimes which happen. So if you can also bring into that.
So I think just to quickly reiterate, so I think first challenge is what is the cost of acquisition? For that cost of acquisition, what's the value of the acquisition that you're making? And does that kind of justify the delta cost? And I think that's where the challenge is, where measurement, measurability, the quality of the customer comes on, right? So that is, I think, one part. The second, I think, is to do with the category. So in certain cases, if you are looking at categories which are growing very rapidly, just super sharp targeting might actually be a limitation rather than a positive, right? And it might, and today there are lots of other measures, right? So you can identify cohorts based on so many other analytical parameters, and partner with e-commerce platforms, partner with Google, Facebook, all of these, to target those cohorts better, which might actually be, more profitable than targeting a certain cohort in a certain location, right? So I think the category is the second part. The third, like I said, is there is again, it's to do with data measurement, because if you take even digital tools, the best digital tools, is it last cookie, is it first cookie, how are you kind of calculating? There is a certain amount which is unaccounted for. Maybe that customer comes back after 28 days, are you taking a month, 2 months? So what's the sanctity of that measurement tool itself, right? Because basis that is how you're judging whether the ROI works or not. So I think these are some of the three things, which I think are really big barriers.
Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Very quickly, the challenge also is that if it is a trend that you have included in your, again, like I said, there are so many new tools coming in every now and then they fade away, then it's not going to help. Just like the community, when it comes to commercial business owners, so big business owners, right? When it comes to automobile, they want to keep a track of their vehicles. I mean, all of us know, right? Driver tel chori kar leta hai, kahin ruk gaya hai, so gaya hai. He's saying that the toll is blocked, but essentially maybe he's taken a detour, or etc., etc. So all of these are really huge problems in cost. When it comes to costing of businesses, big businesses, the profitability basically gets impacted. Now, if you start using these hyperlocal tools to give a better solution to your customer, not just acquire him or engage him, like I said, but also to give him a better solution, a better experience, like telematics. I don't know if a lot of us know here telematics, but Sir just mentioned that, some vehicles cannot drive above a speed. So what you'll realize is every car or a truck which goes into the city, they cannot drive above the speed limit of 80 kilometers per hour, right? So there is a speed limit. Just like that, there are a lot of different tools that you introduced through this tool to give your final customer. This really helps. So today my fleet owner, who probably has a fleet of 1,000 trucks, he's a really huge businessman, but on his fingertip he can figure out how many of his trucks are running properly on a particular efficiency, which driver was stalling, where can he make those amendments, is there a particular route which is giving him a larger costing or saving the cost, etc. And then those business insights can be replugged into the way you plan or process your various daily working. So I think that also, again, we need to keep relooking and not just use it as a fake trend. We all know, right? Trends a fad, it's a fad, it'll go away. But if we really want to use it, I think we should look at how can we improve the final customer experience and not just complete our KRA. I don't know if that's very preachy maybe.
Oh, that's a wonderful point you've made. I'll move to the next question. So we are in the digital age, of course, and I want to talk about how does this hyperlocal marketing enhance the functionality of mobile apps and services, and what is the potential for providing these location-specific information, offers, and services through mobile apps that we do to improve the experience. So any one of you wants to take it up first?
So I think when you do app marketing, right? I think for them, especially in the field of e-commerce, and if you've got an app, then it works wonders for them. If I know what my audience is buying and where does they stay, because they probably have the tools. So one is the privacy part. So once the privacy is sorted, because mostly apps, they always have, when you download the app, they always ask permission from the consumer. They seek permission from the user that whether they can allow photographs to be taken, they can allow photos to be uploaded, consent agreement, and all those things is done. So privacy is sorted. But how does it help users as well, right? When they get personalized information, especially when I'm download an app, I would want the app to probably interact with me more and not just treat me as one of the users. So personalization is a very important metric when it comes to managing app consumer in hyperlocal marketing, because if I'm buying something from, we were just discussing on Zepto and Zomato and all the examples, that if I buy from Zepto and if I'm buying something frequently, I would want the app to reach out to me through notifications and tell me it's time for, hey Siggo, it's time for your next whatever ice cream or salad or whatever that you keep buying. And I've seen that from personal experience, that has helped me actually probably buy more from them, which might not be the most smartest thing at times, but yes, from a business owner, from app management, from marketing standpoint, it definitely works if there's more conversation, more notification to the consumer, and that normally happens through understanding the consumer needs in a certain area. So many times, so probably if I'm going to Chennai, the needs will be different there. A person staying in Chennai, a person staying in Mumbai, the buying patterns are totally different. But in terms of understanding what each and every pin code user or certain pin code knows or is using my app, and the communication being back and forth, that helps a consumer and that helps the brand as well to drive business on the app.
You want to add anything, Mr. Rathi?
So very briefly, I think, again, it's to do with the category. Something like this works very well if you're a high frequency category, right, versus a low frequency category like an insurance or something. So if you take something like, let's say, dining, right? Now, within a certain, you would have a same bunch of users. They all may be, buying for, let's say, 5,000 rupees a month on dining. But within that, their behavior could be very, very different. There could be some people who maybe are young and single and maybe ordering in on weekdays when they're coming in late, or when there's a match and they're getting their friends over. Versus, in my case, because I'm a family, I largely order in only if it's a weekend and then it's like a treat for the family. So the purchase behavior might be the same, the transaction amount would be the same, but the behavior would be very, very different. And this is one of the dynamics. The type of food that you order, the restaurants that you order from, the pricing that you order. So I think, again, to make this work, the core is analytics. Once you have the analytics done on a bunch of parameters, then you'll be able to segregate, into different cohorts and figure out which cohort responds to what. And then you can run, test and kind of perform measures. But I think that's where the opportunity is. I think that, there are lots of people doing lots of stuff, but I think I would say we are still like a 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10, because nobody is really still giving a wow experience. Your dining apps during World Cup are saying, World Cup offer. But this is basically a standard offer and you have to choose and figure out, what you should order versus them looking at your history and saying, these are your top 3 or 4 recommendations.
I think we are running short on time. I'll just take the last question. So I just want to talk about data privacy, which is a major concern these days. So how do we address that, and how do we ensure that, while we're carrying out location-based marketing, how do you ensure data safety of customers?
I give the mic to the other people to answer that more technically, but I think it's a very, very transparent exchange that if you need something, they take a tick from you. And all of us say, I agree, or enter through my Google account, but none of us have really read all the points from the Google account, right? Our Facebook is sitting in one really big courtroom one day, and tomorrow you don't know what's happened. The news is faded. So honestly, it's up to you how much you want to use it. I know a lot of people use Apple phones, or they do not switch on their locations and Wi-Fi. But at the end of the day, how are you utilizing it? For example, a lot of us would go to expos. So I would just come to that privacy is a big concern. We have already, and I don't know how many of you have seen the movie I, Robot. Has anybody seen I, Robot? Really? Only a couple of people. Not marketers are very big movie enthusiasts. I see very dull energy. I don't know. The lunch was pretty heavy and nice. So basically you see in iRobot, this really cool robot, etc., right? Just please Google, last month we have already, a couple of countries have already introduced robots which almost look like that very nice looking bald robot lady which was there, right? So privacy is going to be a concern. How do you manage it is really up to you. And in fact, on a lighter note, sir, with these specs in the second row, do you live with your parents by any chance? So when you go home, your mother will probably know what you visited just now on Google, on some notification. So there is a concern, right? People will know where you've gone. So that's an exchange of things that we do that we'll have to figure out. But for marketers, how you can use these things is if you go to expos and big, these places where different brands are coming out, there are devices like beacons. If you use a beacon device, you can push in your material, informative material, which the customer who's there is a captive audience. He's come to the expo to experience your product. So he'll be open to receiving that information. But how do you give them a hard copy? We were just talking about, visiting cards and how people take visiting cards, but how often do we store them very safely? So beacon can be used there. That location-based targeting can be used there to push your data. In a place where I'm new, I don't have people, I want to bring in more competition customer, I can use that device to target the competition customer who's walking into the showroom and bring him back to this thing, or at least get into his consideration set, get into his head that that's not the only one, I'm there too. Right? So it will depend on various phases. Data privacy is going to be an issue. I think there are bigger people who are sitting to solve that issue, honestly. But if any one of you would like to add.
So I've been in the financial services industry. I've also interacted with a bunch of startups. So my one line on this is that actually I don't think there's any data privacy. The moment on all your apps you give out permissions, there is somebody who's capturing a lot of data. So today, if you look, there is a lot of lending which is happening by a bunch of these digital players and digital apps, right? The kind of data, and I've seen the kind of data that they're able to source, is your history, your income, your expenditure, and because you're also giving social data, is also the data of your friends, and using that to form your cohort and figuring out that out of 10 friends, are 2 of them defaulters or not? And therefore, are you a riskier cohort versus somebody else who none of his friends are defaulters? So I think your data is out there. Now, I think that's one. What responsible organizations do is take the necessary permissions and are still, I think, operating well below the limits in terms of using the data. But the fact is your data is there everywhere, right? Third, I think because we are still a young nation, average whatever, median age 28, 29, we are quite cool with giving out the data so far, right? So I think compared to European countries and other countries, we still haven't got into that level of seriousness as to what can happen if our data kind of, gets exposed. So these are my 3 points, but the one thing is anything and everything that you've put on your phone is not with you anymore, is out there.
Absolutely.
Apologies, we're really...
There are laws, there are laws which prohibit you to have any data. As an international marketing business person, I am not allowed to have a single username and mobile phone number on my laptop. So all of the data that you do generate is going to stay within the country, but yes, within the country is open for you.
You know, Aditi, when we ask about data privacy, since it's such an integral topic, you know, I'm sure a lot of them have so much to say, but unfortunately we have exceeded more than 5 minutes over time. And we would have to cut it now because our next set of leaders are also waiting. So with that being said, since this panel discussion was all about hyperlocal and geofencing, why don't we have Nabajit Nath from Bliss, which is a ad tech platform which specializes in geofencing and location-based targeting, to kindly join us and help us with the felicitation. So ladies and gentlemen, may we request our panelists to please step forward. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. A great, great session, and can we have the mementos? Can we have the mementos now being passed? Mr. Nath, requesting you. Sughosh, Prerna and Ratan, thank you so much. And may we request the four of you to please step forward for a group photograph. Where's Aditi? Aditi, why don't you quickly join us? She's so sweet, she went down, but Aditi, we would love your presence back on stage. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, hashtag e4m Screenage. A lot to learn from this particular session. And the final question has a lot for us to take back from, and there will be conversations around it. Thank you once again. So, well, isn't it a world of influence? You know, when you see your favorite person on the social media feed, you might want to be like them, or you might want to learn how they created that strategy for themselves. So now it is time for us to go ahead to our next session. We're talking about our next session being Mobile Revolution, where influencers leading the marketing game are going to be joining us. So with show of hands, how many of you are keen on this session? If both the hands up, you can put it up. Perfect. Perfect. Love it. That's great to know. So on that front, it is time for us to call upon, first up, our session chair. Global CEO and co-founder of Gozoop, Ahmed Aftab Naqvi. Ahmed, always so good to have you. Thank you so much. Next up are influencers who are going to be joining us. Actor turned producer, former Mr. India. We're talking about none other than Akash Chaudhary. Thank you, Akash. That's a graceful walk right there. No wonder you were Mr. India. A renowned content creator, popularly known as BC Auntie. We're talking about Snehil Mehra. Love your content, Snehil. Somebody who's a renowned RJ by the name RJ Mantra, running M2M talkies. We're talking about none other than Mantra Mugd. Perfect entry right there. Love him. Mantra always doing his bit. Well, next up, our content creator, influencer. The world truly marvels at his capabilities. We're talking about none other than Kevin Zinkai. Kevin, go for it. A renowned digital creator. We're talking about none other than Saili Solole. And for our next one, luxury, fashion and lifestyle influencer. Maybe the countries aren't left further for him to travel. Shashank Sangvi. Done it and is killing it with the content. Thank you, Shashank. So, Ahmed, I've tried to ease in as much of introduction for them so that you can go ahead with the content part directly. And it's always an honor, Ahmed, for having you as one of the key people in the event. So over to you.
Great. Thank you for the warm welcome, and always a pleasure to be a part of E4M. So there's no doubt that influencers and content creators have not just captured news feeds of audiences, but imagination and a large part of brand budgets. Although this is the era of content creators, next year we're going to have the maximum new content creators in any country, starting off as content creators, which is going to be in India. And the space is getting extremely, extremely crowded. Not just that, but the algorithms are changing very fast. So it's an exciting space, but also a very, very challenging space. And today we have some great people who are leading the pack in the game come and share not just what is working, but also things which are not working. And possibly these nuggets of wisdom can be helpful for people at large. So let me start this panel with Akash. And Akash, tell us that in this entire crowded space, what are the things that you're really doing which are working when it comes to content creation?
So first of all, a very good afternoon to everybody who's in this hall, and thank you so much for having me on this panel. It's a great pleasure to share this with such nice people around on this panel. So coming to your question, definitely the space is very crowded right now, and as what we were talking backstage also, that the question has the answer in itself. That since the space is so crowded here, what works for me? I started creating content to put it in easier word, I came on Instagram in 2013, and ever since I'm there. So I think being authentic, for me, what always work, be authentic and follow your niche. There will be time where you would feel that, arey yaar, abhi trend change ho raha hai, I should do something different, this is not working for me. Ya fir yaar, abhi, since like how TikTok came, so everybody was doing videos, everybody was doing later reels, that was not something which I would do, and I was not very comfortable all the time. And it actually, give a little hit to the brands I was doing, because brands do follow the trend. So, but what I feel for long run, what worked for me very well was being authentic. I labeled myself as a luxury lifestyle influencer. That worked for me. I might not get grade B and grade C brands, but the grade A brands were always there. And they knew that my audience, the kind of audience which I have, are always going to buy what I'm kind of promoting or creating that awareness about. So for me, these two words always part for my success: being authentic, being candid, and just put yourself out there. Don't try to be something which you're not. It's always going to fail.
Great, being authentic always helps. Kevin, you want to add something to that?
Check. Yeah, perfect, works. I absolutely agree to the entire point about being authentic, but you also have to start considering what is going to be working for you in that sense. Like, for example, is your content actually brand friendly or not? Like, when I talk about brand friendly, I don't just mean to say whether it's like PG-13, whether brands are willing to invest in you and actually understand that will your audience really want to engage with their brand. For example, I have this friend that does these horror stories, and he makes these true crime podcasts and stuff, but he doesn't get a lot of brands because brands just don't know how they can integrate that, themselves into that. Though I have I don't want to drop any names, but I believe you also have to understand what might work for you in regards to being able to also fetch your brands eventually. So yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. BC आंटी, आपका कौन सा कंटेंट है और पिछले साल से टिल नाउ द वे एल्गोरिथम्स बिहेव कर रहे हैं इंस्टाग्राम पे, बहुत चेंजेस आए हैं, तो आपने क्या चेंजेस किया है? व्हाई इज इट दैट योर कंटेंट इज स्प्रेडिंग सो वेल?
थैंक यू एवरीवन एंड गुड आफ्टरनून. तो ऐसा है कि मैंने जेन्युइनली कोई चेंज नहीं किया. इनफैक्ट लास्ट 1 year आई हैव बिन अवे फ्रॉम इंस्टाग्राम. आई वाज नॉट पोस्टिंग ओरिजिनल कंटेंट, पुराना कुछ वीडियो. And I have seen the change that, there are suddenly a content which I had posted 2 years back is getting traction. So, जो भी, मतलब I always tell people, जो भी influencer है या content creator है, कि तुमको हंसी आ रही है ना, post कर दो. Doesn't matter, तुमको हंसी आनी चाहिए. So that's what I apply to myself. But when it comes to brand integration, one very big challenge is कि sometimes the brand doesn't fit into your kind of content. फिर आप ज़बरदस्ती लगे हुए वो force fit करने के लिए एंड आई हैव रियलाइज कि जब भी कोई चीज़ फोर्स फिट की गई है वो नहीं वर्क करती है. तो एज आकाश सेड कि ऑथेंटिक रहोगे, कैंडिड रहोगे तो ही कंटेंट भी वर्क करेगा, और कंटेंट वर्क करेगा तो बिजनेस वर्क करेगा. तो ये कंप्लीटली मेरा मानना है.
बहुत बहुत सही. मंत्र, what are your thoughts? Anything different? Any other advice that you use or could be helpful for others?
check. किसी को कुछ नहीं मालूम नकवी साहब, सब हवा में छोड़ रहे हैं. मैं इस पैनल की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. किसी को कुछ नहीं मालूम. ये बदलते ज़माने में और इस बदलते दौर में हर रोज़ साइंस इज चेंजिंग. नए नए वायरस आ जा रहे हैं, उनको भी पहचानने में डॉक्टरों को 4-4, 5-5 साल लग जा रहे हैं. यहाँ तो ट्रेंड एक दिन में बदल जाता है यार. सो कौन इस चीज़ के ऊपर, आप एल्गोरिदम की बात कर रहे हैं, हमसे मैथमेटिक्स और अरिथमेटिक ना समझ में आया आज तक. एल्गोरिदम जो कि हर रोज़ वैसे ही बदल रहा है. आज कुछ दिखता है, कल कुछ दिखता है, लुकिंग लाइक अ वाओ, एंड इट वर्क्स. And it works, like anything can work. Heck anyway, anything can work. We can sit down, write a script, make absolutely the most wonderful thing, or a random video might just work out. So we can just sit over here and discuss like nice intellectual people and try to understand the science of influencing, but no one knows no shit about this, man.
No one has no clue according to you.
It's going on. I mean, it's the basics. I mean, I started off with radio. I run a podcast channel. That's why I was very interested in knowing how things are working over there. Brands के पास जब जाओ और उनको समझा रहे हैं पॉडकास्ट, तो वो अच्छे से पहले आपको ऊपर से नीचे तक देखते हैं, बोलते हैं, फिर वही ROI की बात निकलती है, फुटप्रिंट्स की बात निकलती है, एंड वो सीधी सीधी बातें कहते हैं कि भाई मैं अखबार में देता हूँ ऐड. वो भाई आज भी अखबार में ऐड दे रहा है. वो अखबार में देता है और उसे मालूम है शाम तक उसको जितने फोन कॉल आएंगे नीचे जो है ना, जल्दी संपर्क करें 9324 जो भी है, जितने कॉल बैक आ गए उसको मालूम है कि उसका ऐड काम कर गया. सो दैट्स अबाउट इट फॉर
ROI की आपने जो बात की, इस पे आते हैं एक मिनट में. पहले लेट्स टेक शशांक पर्सपेक्टिव एज वेल कि क्या चल रहा है, आप कुछ डिफरेंट कर रहे हैं.
नहीं, आई थिंक राइटली सेड दैट इन टुडेज टाइम एनीथिंग कैन वर्क. यू हैव नो स्पेसिफिक फॉर्मूला कि ये चलने वाला है, कि स्मॉल वीडियोस चलने वाले हैं, कि लॉन्ग वीडियोस चलने वाले हैं. आई थिंक अगर आपका मैसेजिंग इज क्लियर, इफ योर मैसेजिंग to your audience is clear, I think it works. And like I love traveling. I love going on different places, walking on the streets, catching a flight. So every time when I have caught more than 200 flights, every time I go to an airplane, I'm excited. Whenever I land to a destination, I'm excited. And I showcase that. So I think if you feel nice about something and if you're showcasing that, you don't need anyone's approval or anything. It might work, it doesn't work, but आपको मजा आना चाहिए. That's the whole point. So
मजा आना चाहिए is a common theme that is coming across. Whatever you do in it.
That's the whole formula. I mean.
Saili, what about you?
So I think most of people don't know that we were trying since 3 years. कि हम लोगों का trial and error चल ही रहा था. We as in Shorts Break team. So हम लोगों ने बहुत अलग अलग चीज़ें ट्राई की, बहुत अलग अलग जॉनर्स ट्राई किए, बट हम सब लोग एक फिल्म मेकिंग बैकग्राउंड से आते थे. So then we started trying कि हम लोग अलग अलग कैरेक्टर्स ट्राई करने लगे. So ये मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस बता रही हूँ कि हम लोग काफ़ी सारे कैरेक्टर्स ट्राई करने लगे, एंड दैट्स व्हाट वर्क. सो इफ़ यू गाइज नो काम वाली बाई, दैट कैरेक्टर, इट वर्क रियली वेल, और बहुत लोग उस चीज़ से कनेक्ट हो गए. देन ये एक स्टोरी टेलिंग है हमारे लिए कि हर घर में काम वाली बाई है, एंड जस्ट इन अ कॉमिक वे वी शो कि हम लोग एक स्टोरी टेलिंग करते हैं, दैट्स व्हाट पीपल लव. सो हर घर में हस्बैंड वाइफ है, हस्बैंड अपनी वाइफ से परेशान है, या फिर वाइफ है जिसके हस्बैंड से अनरियलिस्टिक कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशंस, एंड दैट्स व्हाट वी शो इन अ कॉमिक वे, एंड दैट्स व्हाट पीपल लव. सो दैट काइंड ऑफ वर्कड फॉर अस. बट नाउ हम लोग ऐसे स्टेज पे है कि अब लोग इससे कंफर्टेबल हो गए. नाउ वी हैव टू लेवल अप. सो हम लोग अभी भी एक्सपेरिमेंट कर ही रहे.
ग्रेट. एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है ऑल द टाइम. ओके, ग्रेट. मंत्रा, यू सेड अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग अबाउट ROI, और द स्पेस इज गेटिंग वेरी क्राउडेड. While brands want to invest with content creator influencers, there's a plethora of choices. So when it comes to ROI, Akash, what has been your experiences and how have you navigated and told brand what you get on the table?
So I think, as what I mentioned, that brands are very smart in today's time. You know, you don't really have to sell yourself. They are very smart to know किसका क्या नीश है, कोई क्या कर सकता है. Now coming to the ROI factor, as what Mantra very nicely put one example of looking like a wow, I'll give that example. So that one comment just went viral. The lady, she went viral. She's out there. She's million of followers. But क्या वो brands अगर उनके पास आएंगे जैसे आ रहे हैं, क्या वो उसको टर्न अराउंड कर पाएंगे जो चाहिए होता है? So why I'm bringing that example here is that any content can go viral and anything can get you followers, but does that get you collaborations, does that get you brand? My answer is no. बिकॉज चाहे आपके 2 मिलियन फॉलोअर्स हो, एक ब्रांड आपके पास आया है और उनको उस चीज़ से आप मे बी 10 प्रोडक्ट्स का सेल नहीं हुआ या कोई अवेयरनेस नहीं हुई. फॉर एग्जाम्पल लास्ट ईयर आई डिड ओरल बी, नाउ द टूथब्रश फॉर 15,000. आई जस्ट हैव ऑलमोस्ट लाइक 400 के फॉलोअर्स, नॉट दैट मच, but the brand was super happy because my audience, because as I said, I put myself as a luxury lifestyle influencer, so the audience could afford that 15,000 rupees toothbrush. So for them, that worked better rather than taking an influencer who has 2 million, but that 90% of the audience is just watching them because they put funny content or they are putting like something more relatable. So I think the ROI here totally depends on the kind of audience you have, not on the numbers, not on the engagement. You can have like just 5,000 likes on a video or maybe 10,000 people view your video, but if it has reached to the right audience, I think that's the right word, then it works for you. And that has worked for me, especially because as what Snehal also mentioned earlier, that being authentic, I never try anything extra. If for me fashion works best, I'm just gonna do that. There will be brands which will find me, will pay me, and will get the things done. So I never try to do something. जैसे उन्होंने बोला कि आप कुछ ऐसी ब्रांड पकड़ लोगे, आप उसको जस्टिफाई ही नहीं कर पाओगे, आप खुद उससे रेजोनेट नहीं करोगे. If I don't resonate with the brand, I'm not gonna take that brand. As simple as that.
आप 50,000 का टूथब्रश, 15,000 का टूथब्रश.
It's an amazing toothbrush, trust me.
Wow, dude.
It has AI.
If you manage to sell that, bro, I'll
Like
invest all
anything.
my money into you.
Respect.
Respect, bro. Satellite बन जावे ऊपर से.
It has Bluetooth and AI. Like it can tell you
कि
when,
cavity
how
आ
are you brushing your teeth, right or wrong.
This is crazy, man.
Can I say something? पहले ना 2 साल पहले इतना मिलियन फॉलोअर्स मतलब नेगोशिएटिंग पावर एक इन्फ्लुएंसर की बढ़ जाती थी, और हम लोग जब 100K में खेल रहे थे तो हमको कम पैसा मिला करता था. नाउ दैट हैज़ फ्लिप्ड इन 2 years. इट हैज़ रिवर्स्ड. इट डजेंट मैटर इफ आई हैव लेसर इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, लेसर फॉलोअर्स, बट रीच और कितने लोग कन्वर्ट हो रहे हैं प्रोडक्ट के लिए, दैट मैटर्स. So it doesn't matter if one person has millions में followers. It's about converting them into the idea of a certain product, which the agencies are now probably realizing. क्योंकि पहले तो बिल्कुल ऐसे कि आप रहने दो तो
and that is the right approach, है ना.
And there are brands की जो मैंने भी प्रमोट किया और किसी और इन्फ्लुएंसर ने भी किया, उसने बहुत सारे पैसे लिए क्योंकि वो मेरा दोस्त है, वो मुझे बता भी रहा है यार स्नेहल मैंने इतना ले डाला, एंड आई एम लाइक हाँ क्या, मुझे तो उन्होंने पीनट्स दिए हैं, बट उसके एंगेजमेंट ऑन द पेज वर लेसर एंड माइन वर मोर. सो वो अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो है ना, ये एवर इवॉल्विंग मार्केट है और उसको सब स्टडी कर ही रहे हैं. हम लोग सब अभी ग्राउंड लेवल पे है, तो होपिंग इन नेक्स्ट 5 years there's some sense to the whole thing.
Correct. I think it's a fair evolution. Like brand should not come to you as per the numbers. What she said ना कि पहले अच्छा 1 million इनको तो 2 लाख 4 लाख दे दो, आपके 100 के आप 20,000 रुपए से ज़्यादा नहीं लेने वाले. Now that has absolutely changed, and I think that's an advice to brands also, that don't go on the numbers. See that इनकी audience क्या है, does that fit with your brand ideology or does the influencer resonate with your brand?
It makes absolute sense. शशांक ये बताइए कि sometimes the results are not instant when it comes to ROI. है ना कि 24 hours में कितनी रीच आई, कितना एंगेजमेंट आया. देर आर सम थिंग्स लाइक फॉर एग्जाम्पल BC आंटी सेट कि एक मेरा कंटेंट था जो 2 साल के बाद अब वायरल हो रहा है. सो एट टाइम्स डू यू थिंक दैट ब्रांड्स हैव टू थिंक स्लाइटली लॉन्ग टर्म ऑल्सो विद इन्फ्लुएंसर्स?
Of course, I feel in today's time, such a big market and the population of India, whenever you're working with a brand, instant result, it's quite difficult. I mean, for personal sake, what I feel, because many brands think that okay, अभी ये campaign हो गया, immediate results आ जाएगा. But it's not that way. For example, a brand like Amazon or a Nike Fashion, they've grown so big. What's the reason? They did continuously. They kept on doing, never stopped. Maybe in 1 year or 2 years, the sales were not that much. But now, they are the name in every household. Every second day, you order something from Nike or Amazon. So basically, it's all about brand awareness. जो regular, all your audience, उनको दिख रहा है कि okay, grocery है, ये आपकी daily household things है, इसने Amazon से मंगाया, इसका campaigns कर रहा है. So every month-on-month basis, they are running campaigns with different sects and different genres of influencers. So I think that's the way it should be, because instant result, I feel it's very difficult in today's time, because so much of data, so much of social media around. आपको brand recall value, that is the more important thing what I feel all the brands, all the agencies should take a note of.
Great. Let me get Sally into the conversation. Sally, brands के साथ, how do you set the right expectation when they partner with you?
So whenever we choose brand, it's according to our audience. It should be audience fit. That's what we feel. तो हम लोग चूज़ ही उसी तरीके से करते हैं क्योंकि वी नो आर ऑडियंस और हम लोग बहुत केयरफुल होते हैं उस चीज़ को लेके. तो इफ़ ब्रांड कम्स टू अस, हम लोग देखते हैं कि ब्रीफ कैसे सटली या स्मूथली हमारे कंटेंट के साथ जा रहे हैं. बिकॉज पीपल सडनली उनको ऐसा लगता है कि ओके दिस इज़ एडवर्टाइजिंग और दिस इज़ समथिंग, सो दे डिसकनेक्ट देयर. सो उस पर प्री पे हमारा बहुत टाइम जाता है कि हाउ कैन वी स्मूथली डू दिस इंटीग्रेशन. और फिर जब प्री पे ज़्यादा काम होता है देन ऑटोमेटिकली रिजल्ट्स आते हैं. वैसे कि ब्रांड्स को भी ROI जैसे आप बोल रहे इट मैटर्स, तो ब्रांड्स को भी मे बी अच्छा उससे इम्पैक्ट मिलता होगा. सो दे कम टू अस ऑफन. सो हम लोग एक्सपेक्टेशंस के लिए हम लोग भी वर्क ऑन और कंटेंट कि हम कितने स्मूथली कितना अच्छे तरीके से उसको फिट इन कर पाते हैं ताकि जितना हमारा ऑडियंस है, फैमिली, बच्चे जो भी है, सो दे शुड गेट इट कि वो चीज़ क्या है. एंड आई नो वन थिंग, आई डोंट नो द नंबर्स, बट अभी रिसेंटली ऐसा है मार्केट में कि ब्रांड से ज़्यादा ऑडियंस आप पे भरोसा करती है. सो वी चूज़ अकॉर्डिंगली ब्रांड एंड देन वी सेल इट.
Not being greedy, being very watchful which brands you collaborate with. Mantra, do you have a message to the brands? A lot of CMOs will be listening to this panel and what is being discussed. So if you had to give one message to brands when it comes to collaboration, what would it be?
I think they should definitely observe the market, what is happening at this point of time, and every medium goes through a natural progression. Specifically for my medium, I can speak about the same. 20 years back, 25 years back when we started the private FM era in the year 2000, 2001, we used to go up to the clients, we used to go up to brands and explain to them how radio is such a powerful medium, how it's a local medium and it can go beyond what newspapers can do or what television can do, and it is a much more personal medium. Today, the tables have turned. Now radio has moved on to podcasts and the kind of consumption that people are going towards podcasts. Jitna consumption chal raha hai, khas taur pe because it's a background medium, there is much more chance for your brand to seep into your consumer's mind through a podcast. So they need to observe, they need to go around with the time. That is what I said in the beginning. It's a changing time. Every day it will evolve. You need to be with the time to be able to capture the consumer's mind.
So you have to have a startup mentality as an
Yes,
influencer
absolutely.
all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough. Like I said, it's been an actual experience of going up to brands and they still belong. I mean, 60% of the brands would still go around and say, नहीं यार मेरे जो दादाजी ने तो ये बोला था कि नहीं local newspapers के अंदर pamphlet भेजो या अखबार में निकालो या टेलीविजन के अंदर न्यूज़ जो चल रहे न्यूज़ चैनल्स हैं वो आज तक में नीचे तुम्हारा स्क्रॉल आ जाएगा तो तुम्हारा काम हो जाएगा. This is still a mentality that goes very strongly. We know very well where we are watching our cricket matches, not on television. We know exactly where we are watching the news. It's moved towards that medium, so they also need to, and I think they clearly know this thing. I just hope that they understand that podcasts are very important. They need to go towards that also. That's the only medium that they haven't tried their hands on. Not all, a lot of brands out there. I think that's the main purpose that I'm here. So brands, take care of podcasts. They are the new medium where you need to be.
I'd like to add on a little bit more towards that. When it comes in regards to brands and creators collaborations, most brands have these very unrealistic timelines. Like it's like they give you the brief today and they want the video to go live in the next 2 days. Well, for some of us, I believe we've all gone through that.
It's like in the morning and in the night they want to
Sometimes
go.
they're like, just let's
सुबह
go.
दिया है पिछले कल में देना था आपको idea.
Sometimes that is what happens, and with the ever decreasing attention span, we know for a fact that shorter videos are something that performs better, but brands have these certain mandates that they want you to integrate sometimes 3 different things in a 1-minute video and also make sure that you get enough views and you keep your content engaging. So it gets very challenging for creators. I just wish that brands could trust creators a little more when they tell you that we know this bit of content what we are giving you is going to work and you're going to get a lot of views out of it, but most brands are just very adamant on that no, this is exactly what we want. So I think they need to be a little more lenient when they understand that they are working with a creator that has a very different kind of an audience and the creator understands their audience better. So I just wish that brands understood
That's why it's a collaboration that they need to understand. It's a collab.
Yes, collaboration is the word. But Kevin, what you're saying right now, that brands put undue pressure, or possibly they don't understand your audiences that well as much as you do. Has there been an instance when a brand has made you do something which has not worked at all?
I'm sorry?
Has a brand made you do something which has not worked at all? Yeah.
Yes. There has been, I think there has been one or two instances as such, and I have been very specific and I've told the brand that this is not going to work. I know for a fact, I understand my audience, this is not something that, would work, but then sometimes you just, there are also this thing that you don't want to ruin the relation with the brand, because again, like sometimes there are these major agencies that have a lot of mandates for a lot of brands, and if you ruin your rep with them, then you are not going to be able to get work. It's just going to be like, this person is difficult to work with. So out of that pressure, you're just like, you know what, I just got to do it because this is going to hamper my future. So there are many times creators end up doing that.
Shashank, you want to add something?
Yeah, I feel the brands, if they are trusting us in terms of giving us a campaign, I feel it's our responsibility to do justice to the brand. So I feel the creativity part should be left up to us. Basically, the small points. If they just give us a brief idea, basic idea, this needs to be portrayed. I know if I do a lot of luxury travel lifestyle, if I'm promoting a perfume brand, I know what is my selling point, how do I want to showcase it in my own way. If you have certain specific, and if you are like, this has to be written this way and specific, so the creativity hampers, and the whole team also, they are like, okay, so they are just making it for the sake of making it. But I feel the brands should always keep in mind that if you are trusting an influencer from this space, luxury space or a comedy space or a informational space, so they should leave it up to him, and yeah, because end of the day, just for the sake of doing it doesn't work well for them as well.
Makes sense. Akash, Akash spoke about being authentic is extremely important, and being true to your audience. So I think that's great advice for emerging content creators. आपके एक्सपीरियंस से और क्या आप एडवाइस दे सकते हो अगर कोई कंटेंट क्रिएटर बनना चाहता है आज के ज़माने में?
So yes, I think there are 2 to 3 things, as Akash said, कि you can't like imitate or copy, कि आप अगर वैसा करते हो तो इट्स ओवर. लोगों ने बहुत देखा है, वो देख रहे ऑडियंस की इन्होंने ये भी कर चुके, उन्होंने भी ये किया है. सो डू एनीथिंग, गेट इंस्पिरेशन, बट ऐड योर यूनिकनेस टू इट, ऐड योर टेस्ट टू इट, तभी वो वर्क करेगा. एंड सेकेंड थिंग, बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी होती है कि बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स ऐसे होते हैं कि नहीं वर्क कर रहा है, बट इट लिटरली चेक्स योर पेशेंस, की पेशेंस चेक होता है एक पॉइंट के बाद ही चीज़ें वर्कआउट करेंगी. एंड थर्ड थिंग, कि जब आप किसी लेवल पे पहुंचते हो, हम ऑडियंस को थोड़ा ग्रांटेड लेने लगते हैं कि नाउ आई गॉट दिस नंबर्स एंड वॉट एवर आई डू दे गोना लव इट. हम ऐसा सोचते हैं, बट ऑडियंस के पास बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस है, बहुत सारे चॉइसेस है, एंड दे गेट बोर ईजीली. अभी आपका हुआ, दे विल गो टू समवन एल्स. तो उनको रखना है हमेशा वैसे, इसके लिए आपको हमेशा लेवल अप करना पड़ेगा. सो दैट्स व्हाट माय एडवाइस इज, कि हमेशा यू कैंट सेटल, यू हैव टू लेवल अप ऑलवेज.
तो ऑलवेज ऑन रहना चाहिए आपको हर चीज़ में. Speaking about always on, maybe Akash could share some light on this. How does a day of a content creator really looks like? Obviously, there's no 9 to 5, but
तो पूरी वेब सीरीज बननी चाहिए.
But at every moment, do you think content in whatever you're doing, is that the mindset?
No. So I can talk about myself. I'm the most lazy person. My manager is just recording. They are after my life that Akash, you don't post anything, you don't make anything, you don't come to the office. So what you see on Instagram that, oh, I woke up like this and making my coffee. Nobody roams naked in their house whole day. Nobody's making coffee in the morning. Nobody is doing that. I don't do that. I wake up and I switch on my phone, and then I have all deadline messages. You have not done this. Raise the invoice. So our mornings, my morning starts very cranky. And I just keep my phone on the side. I'm like, I need to meditate first. I need to put my head on peace. So coming back to the question on serious notes, that I don't think of making content. Again, it might sound boring, but I again feel being authentic. So what's my lifestyle? I just put it out there. Whatever I'm doing, I'll just put a story, I'll put a picture. And I'll tell you honestly, I never thought of being an influencer. I became by default. I was a model, then became an actor, then followers बढ़ गए, brands आ गए, and then I'm like, okay, good money, it's happening, people are liking it. So I never thought of in that perspective. Now I just put my lifestyle out there, whatever I'm doing, maybe taking a flight, going to the gym, whatever, and people relate to it, and that's how my audience engage. So I think I exactly not think of making content, but yeah, as what we have spoken earlier, that we don't have a 9 to 5. Like yesterday, we started shooting at 8:30 at the night. And sometimes, you know, there are instant collaborations. Like, okay, tomorrow is the deadline, as what Kevin said, unrealistic deadlines. But the money is good sometimes, so you have to follow that. And sometimes the brands are very good. So I think it's a very haywire day. You don't know what you're going to do. You just get up. Put yourself into senses, have a cup of tea, and then like, okay, let's go out, let's see what's going to happen. And yeah, for me, it works that way. I just be myself and I put myself out there. Or kai baar aisa hota hai that I put my peace first. Like for me, these people know, my team knows that 11 to 6 is the only time you can call me. I'm not going to take a call at night. I'm not going to receive call in the morning. My phone is off. I think being professional is very important as a content creator, because yes, people may label you as difficult, but that's okay. I think the peace of mind is also very important.
Peace of mind is so
true,
important.
man. Hey, here's a great idea for the brands. A brilliant reality show. You put influencers in the same house and take their phone away.
Mantra, they have done that.
They
have done that.
Literally just imagine like a drug addict going, I need it. I need to make a story.
There's a show on Netflix.
But I think you can't switch it off. I think 12 of the night in the early morning also. Every time it's back of your mind, and you have deadlines and you want to do something, because I am a person with a lot of passion if I do anything. So back of the mind, I have some story in my head, or the way it should look, whatever I'm making, if I'm traveling. So yeah.
Which is a very different perspective than Akash.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a whole
For me, it's like more like work is there, and I'm gonna do, and I'm a super passionate person. But then again, at the night, I want to just spend time with my dog. I don't want to, think on what we're gonna do. Dekha jayega kal jo hoga. I sometimes believe in that.
Fair enough.
Can I also
BC
add,
auntie? Yeah.
like for these guys, they are playing themselves on their Instagram page. I put on a persona. So मेरे को तो multiple personality disorder, because I'm a mother, a wife, I have a day job, and then on top of it I have to become BC auntie. So it is a crazy day. मेरे ऊपर biopic बनानी है किसी को तो rights are available, क्योंकि अब sometimes I forget what is going on. रात में उठ के मैं कुछ voice recording करती हूँ, and my husband is क्या हो गया baby? मैंने कहा idea आया है. So बड़े
Just imagine what your husband goes through, where it multiple you.
So suddenly out of nowhere he'll walk home and see me wearing a साड़ी गजरा लगा के, ये क्या हुआ? Video बन रहा है. So it is a very, but my life is quite funny. So a day in my life would be definitely, I should do that. Jainam, we should do that.
No, Jainam, we're going to speak about this. We'll take the rights. We can produce that show.
I believe what she said was so true, because for me it's very difficult for me to go anywhere without my phone, because I'm like, what if I get a piece of content over here that I'm going like that, and it's very difficult to maintain a schedule. Honestly my respect goes out to any creator that says कि Monday को मैं shoot करूँगा, Tuesday को लिखूँगा, उधर मैं edit करूँगा. For me it doesn't work that way. Just very recently, I think just 3-4 days back, I had to attend this concert that had happened by DVLM, and I was partying till 2 in the night. The next day I had to fly to Delhi to give a TED talk. Then after that I came back, I had to shoot a brand video. Then I had an event last night, and then today I'm here. So I don't really know what's going to happen in my life, because work just keeps coming in, and then beach mein you just get content anywhere, and you're like, you know what, I want to make a video of this. And as she said, sometimes 2 in the night you get inspiration, and all of a sudden your setup is on, and log bol rahe ghar pe kya chal raha hai? I have a video idea. Wait 1 second, let me shoot this. So, yeah.
That's true. I also want to share कि एक point के बाद ना, मतलब creators के life में कोई schedule होता ही नहीं है, rather than just shoot schedule. उसके अलावा कोई schedule नहीं होता है, कभी भी कहीं भी जाना पड़ता है, कुछ भी ideas discuss करने पड़ते हैं, तो they don't have schedule. कभी-कभी, and it's not just a day, night, it also night की रात भी आपकी उसमें ही busy होती है. You don't have day, night different. सब कुछ engage हो जाता है, personal, professional life sometimes everything is at stake sometimes. So this is what a creator's life look like.
It sounds quite hectic and blended, but as long as you are having fun, I think it's great. With that, I think we're coming to the end of our panel. A lot of messages came out here, right from a message for the brands to trust the influencers more, to a message to content creators to be more and more authentic in whatever they're doing. But I'm not going to leave this interesting panel before they tell us their one-line mantra for success. What is that one line that you really imbibe in whatever you do? And Mantra can start there.
Yeah, man, I think exactly what he said. Just enjoy what you do and it'll reflect on the screen. It'll reflect to your audience. If you're having fun, they'll have fun with you.
What about you?
I think the one line for me is just believe in yourself and be passionate. Do it with utmost passion and go all out.
For me, it is keep going, always be on an edge. What lies on the other side is a magical word. This is a magical word, I believe.
Kevin?
For me, it's going to be, don't be afraid to try new things. I used to be a flight attendant. I became a content creator. Now I'm trying stand-up comedy. So whatever works, works. Keep trying new things.
BC auntie?
I want to say कि audience जो है ना वो आपका content ढूंढ लेगी. Just be persistent. Keep putting what you believe in. Audience आ जाएगी. That's what I believe in.
See, for me, it's be yourself, love yourself, and dream big. Because I believe in manifestation a lot. And if you dream big, it will happen someday. And just be yourself, as what Mantra said. Just enjoy whatever you're doing, and people will love you. People love authentic people for long run. For shorter time, maybe you can pretend to be something and people will follow that. But for the longer run, just be yourself and love yourself and enjoy whatever you're doing.
तुम कैसे करोगी be yourself?
हे भगवान.
कौन सा वाला self?
Great, I think those are great pieces of wisdom, not just for content creators and influencers, but I think for everyone at large. So thank you all of you for enlightening us.
Thank you so much for having all of us here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. And as we have the influencers on stage, may I now have the honor of calling the Associate Director Events, E4M. We're talking about none other than Michelle. Let's give Michelle a warm round of applause. She's helping to felicitate all our eminent panelists, our influencers. Akash, firstly, a big thank you for joining us. A big thank you to Snehal. Thank you so much, Mantra, for joining us. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, I've taken yours. Is that okay? Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you, Shashank. Thank you, Saili. And a big thank you, Ahmed, for curating this wonderful discussion. May we request all our influencers, Michelle, Ahmed, to all come together. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to give our loudest cheer to none other than our content creators, influencers, leading it from the front, mobile revolution at E4M Screenage 2023. Wow. Thank you so much. Wow. Couldn't get more interesting than that. We learned so much, and trust me, at the end, those mantras of success coming in, if all of us end up in following even 10% of that, we'll get to know one another much better, and more importantly, ourselves. So on that note, let's go ahead to our next conversation and our next discussion. Well, at E4M Screenage 2023, it is now time for us to go ahead to our last and compelling session. How many of you believe that AI is going to be the next big revolution? Of course, it's already started, but how many of you second that thought? If yes, you might want to raise your hands. Yeah, some of them are just raising the hands just for... It's okay. We absolutely appreciate as much candid behavior as possible. All right, so how AI is transforming the art of storytelling. A great topic for the final bit at the E4M Screenage 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be quickly calling upon our next speakers. You know, this is what happens when the influencers leave. Everyone is around, but I always believe that we're here to learn and network with one another. And of course, throughout my journey, Whenever I have got the chance to attend as many events as possible, there's always something new I have learned. Also remember, I'm going to be declaring the final winner of hashtag e4m Screenage social media contest. So if you've still not got the tweets in, and you still haven't got yourself on social media to put it on LinkedIn, do so right away. All right, so we do have our panelists amongst us. Let's go ahead first up to the founder and managing director of Pivot Roots, Shibu Shivanandan, as our session chair, along with the head marketing and digital buyer consumer health India, Ritu Mittal, lead digital marketing Henkel, Reena Jagtap, Head Digital Marketing, L'Oreal Sujay Ray, and Head of Digital Marketing and Loyalty, Reliance Retail, Shaurya Tyagi. So we'll just shortly check up on Ritu being there. Is she around?
I think she's running late.
Perfect, no worries. All right, look forward to the session, and over to you, Shibu, to take it forward.
Hello, welcome everyone. Hope you guys are having a great afternoon, and there were some great sessions that happened before this. So we are actually going to discuss a very important and one of the most happening discussion points around of how AI is actually influencing the entire storytelling format. And it's surprising, the last about 2 years, right? We have heard enough about AI. Specifically generative AI, the world has evolved and showing us a lot of these things. And it doesn't feel like we want to really go back, right? And the things that we are seeing, which is coming up, and the things that we are seeing happening in today's world, it just looks wow, and we want more of it. So that's why I keep telling that it's irreversible, and we really don't want to go back. However, we still feel that we are still at the tip of the iceberg. There is a lot to experiment, a lot to learn, lot to look out for. Probably, I would want this session to be more about that in terms of, what should we do, how can we start our journey, what are the things to look out for. So with that, let me start with the first question. Probably we will have all of you guys participating in the first question round. How do you guys feel that AI is generally influencing and reshaping the entire storytelling which is happening currently? We can start with Shaurya. Yeah.
Hello. So I think AI is interesting because it helping across the content value chain. It's helping you to cut down in the time that you need to do your secondary research to reach the insight stage, and from there to understand how do I take this insight and create multiple content formats around that. So if I have to create like a long form content which is a 3-minute, what should I look at that? And if I have to break down a long story into smaller parts, how do I create that? So I think the entire value chain is being disrupted with AI. And what benefit it's giving all of us is rapid experimentation. So instead of looking at only one way to a particular communication problem or a business problem, I can look at it in multiple ways and sort of test multiple things before I go out in the market. So I think that's the fundamental change that I see. Specifically in content which is smaller in nature. So your text that you're using on your search engine marketing copies, or the text that you are using in your display ads, the images that you're using in your display ads. So that I think it's it's evolving and gives us a lot of time to experiment and find out what will work and what will not work.
Great. Yep. Absolutely. Scalability is one of the key. Yeah.
Hi, I can go.
I think you'll put it up.
Yeah, so I can go next, and I would say AI is influencing the traditional ways of storytelling by 4 main components, right? One is the language models. So if you see how it's influencing the way writers used to write, it's reducing dependencies on them. So that is something very critical. Like today, anyone can be a content creator if you just open a AI app and give them a command, right? So after language models, I would say specifically in terms of image models. So when it comes to creating images, which were traditionally we were very much dependent on agencies to create content in terms of graphic designers creating images. So I think there is also where AI is supporting when it comes to video content. So you reduce your dependency on editors and you yourself can be an editor. So these are key components, and even deepfake AI, right? You can create an entire environment which was not possible until you had very high production budgets for a shoot. So I think these four are the key elements that are transforming the traditional ways of storytelling, and this gives more power to individuals, marketers, to be a content creator themselves, and yeah, within just maybe a command to a tool.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic point that you built on top of what Shaurya mentioned of, that scale, right? Scale actually comes from how do you geolocalize, how do you use it to increase your asset size, how can you add plus to what you're currently doing instead of doing 10 videos probably, how can you create probably 25 out of the existing, cohorts. That's a great point of view. Sujay, how would you look at it, Sujay? How do you think it influences?
I think we are in very exciting times nowadays. The great part is that we have started talking about AI now.
Yeah.
But frankly speaking, if you see, Turing's test happened in 1950. So that means AI was there since then in our lives, in whichever avatar and format. It's just that I think apart from it getting used into high-end scientific experiments and other things, now it has been democratized.
Yes.
That's the reason everybody is in one or the other way using it. And that's the reason probably all of us are sitting in this room and talking about it, because now we have kind of unleashed the potential of AI and how it can be used in daily lives, how it can be used by brands. And maybe that is one of the aspects which we can touch in today's conversation.
Yes.
What I feel is that the way it is kind of complementing the traditional art of storytelling is it's helping everyone figure out those W's and H's. So who to communicate to, how to communicate to, when to communicate to, how much to communicate to. All those inputs are being governed by those data-driven decisions. However, having said that, I'm still a firm believer of it has to be a balance of both man and machine, and it can't be like let go on a machine to figure out what is the copy and what is the image that needs to be done. But this is something which we'll have to live with. It's a blended reality. It's just that we need to figure out the best way possible to leverage that thing. So when I was talking about those W's and H, how to do it, like I think now we are started using AI in storytelling for the last few years or so, but at least in terms of inciting, which I think Shaurya was touching about. Like inciting, yes, it can definitely help because it will help us crunch a lot of data, which otherwise is difficult and also time consuming. So it will save that time to figure out the correct insights, the correct trigger points. Once you have the correct trigger points, then you can use again a human approach to figure out what is the story you want to tell. Then once you have the story, leverage AI to probably do the translation at scale, which Rina was alluding to. So a lot of those things can happen hand in hand, keeping in mind how you can go to the market. And then the last point, which I think Shaurya also touched upon, is that entire A/B testing. Earlier there used to be like, okay, fine, let me run the campaign, wait for the consumer insight results to happen. By that time you are 1 quarter down, then you don't know whether the campaign worked or not. And then you're waiting for the next festive campaign or the next campaign. Here you can probably take the decisions. So your speed at which you take the decision and the changes you can do efficiently, I think that is where AI can play.
I think it's a very interesting observation, and I keep telling this to a lot of this discussion that I keep having, that AI always existed. It's just that we have now given it a proper form, and the blended module is how you look at AI going forward. How are you able to bridge the right differentiation using machine with human and come out with the most possible outlooks are some of the key ways to go ahead. Great. Moving to the next set of questions. From that, India being such a culturally complex kind of a country, right? Like you see a different culture every probably 50, 100 kilometers. How do you think AI is able to help be personalized, also add a bit of a human element in the storytelling and the creative narrative that we have been doing so far? Shaurya, Reena.
So I think the business that I deal with is B2B commerce. So we are dealing with a grocery store merchant in Patiala. We are dealing with a grocery store merchant in in different parts of the country. So context becomes very important. What also becomes important is the promotions that you're pitching to the consumer. So you have to play with two things. So for example, if I am running a promotion on staples category in the north, the kind of products will change from north to south. So that becomes very important. So it's not only about the culture, but also the consumption that is happening in that part of the country. And that, I think, can be merged beautifully with the data that we have from the platform. And if we create an imagery which is appealing to that particular customer. So earlier when in advertising we always used to look at that, okay, there is a North India market, there is a South India, West, East, and how can I create one persona which will resonate with the entire West, which is actually very difficult. Yeah, it has changed now. So it's more democratic. So when I'm making creative for Telangana market, and I know for sure that this particular product will appeal more to the consumer, the imagery is more resonated towards that particular market, and the timing is reduced. So I don't spend a lot of time going to each of these markets, doing a shoot, figuring out things. You have people in the sales team in each of these markets who sort of tell you that this is the right thing that we are producing for them, for making their jobs easier. So I think, as the other panelists have said, that it's always a mix of human and AI. The AI just makes things more easier and scalable for all of us to make a sense of and get a response quicker from the market and change on the fly.
Fantastic. I think that's more real and close to the real life examples that you are quoting of how, for a business like yours, which is spread across different parts of the country, how are you actually, or what could be the potential output that we can derive out of AI? Sujay or Renia, would you also like to?
Yeah, I can go next. So I come from an automotive and B2B background. So I've worked for Audi India in the past, and currently I'm leading digital marketing for Henkel, which is catering to the adhesives requirements for different sectors, right? Whether it's manufacturing, maintenance. So we ensure that we are talking to different regions where there are several MSMEs, SMEs growing. And if you see these MIDC areas, right? So say a MIDC in the west would be very different from the one in the north because of the different cultures, because of the different audience. So while our business works not only on one person's decision, there are at least 6 to 7 stakeholders when it comes to procuring our kind of product, right? So in this category, our communication or media strategy has to be very region specific, and that's what we've done. We worked with teams to create engaging content pieces, create very hyper targeted ads, create personalized content based on different personas. Say we speak to a design engineer very differently than a procurement guy, right? So this is the kind of scale at which we operate by doing a lot of research, seeing their demographics, online behavior. These kind of audiences purchase mostly from B2B sites like IndiaMart, Trade India, understanding the pattern there. So basically, after gathering a lot of insights, tools like Performance Max, Facebook Advantage Plus have really helped me create the right, and my teams basically create the right communication strategies that will resonate with their requirements. So just one example, if you see the East, there are a lot of tea plantations, so there are tea manufacturing companies, there are a lot of boat manufacturers there, right? So this is the kind of different set of communication where we send to them basis their problems and the solutions that we can provide. Vis-a-vis say something for somebody like an SME. So how we talk to account-based marketing clients as well as these smaller companies is very different. We use LinkedIn Sales Navigator for these account-based marketing tools. So weaving journeys through all the latest technologies, using the right content that resonates with the consumer's problems is something that I really work closely with Henkel, and we've seen an ROI this year of 15% for the ad investment that we've made, which is way higher than what was last year, and this is purely after learning a lot of the audience consumer behavior and patterns on our e-commerce shop, how they put in inquiries for leads. So this is a very interesting example from Henkel, and I'd like to quote one which we were discussing earlier from Audi as well. So that talks about the hyper-personalization, right?
Yes.
How can, within a day, how can one brand serve different ads with different communication pieces? So when we launched the Audi A8L in India, we ensured that different creative visuals are showcased at different points in the day. So in the morning, while he's going to office, we showed how your entire car can turn into a mini office yourself, and that was the kind of tonality we used. And while return, the entire massage seats feature is what we showcase, that you can relax on your way back. So this is the kind of diversification in terms of creative and content we used with dynamic creative optimization, which is Google's tool, and that really brought us engaging results as well.
Fantastic. I mean, you gave a classic example of how that human intervention is required, which we currently call as a prompt, right? What is the right prompt? As humans, I think that is our job, to give the machine the right prompt to use, and it's the machine's job to make one as 10 or 100, and then try and make and build a scalable model out of all of that. So, Sujay, do you want to attempt this as well?
Yeah, sure. Like, I'll probably quote the category for which I work for, and beauty as a category is very, very personal for everyone. Like, we have people sitting in this room who are beauty consumers. So, and it won't be a surprise that everybody will have a different beauty code. They have their own beauty ritual. They have their own beauty preferences. So that itself creates a lot of permutation and combination. So then as a marketer, it becomes increasingly difficult for us to address those beauty codes, address that tonality, address that communication, because unlike other Western markets or even in Southeast Asia, where the population is very homogeneous, you don't have different skin tones, hair types, and even the way people kind of follow a certain ritual. In India, every state is different, every culture is different. So maybe what we also try and do is talk about our products in the context of where we are trying to reach out to the consumers. So maybe a communication down south or down north will be very different, and even the kind of SKUs we'll be pushing in via those communications will be very different. She touched upon the point on DCO, and I think that is something which we have been also actively using by partnering with Google. Basically, the whole idea is that for any consumer, there are certain trigger points. So whether it is personal trigger points like a hair fall or a dandruff or things like that, then a person stays or lives in a certain area. So whether it is a humid area or it's a very hot area. So keeping all those signals in mind, a consumer can be served a very unique ad which will say that, hey, today it's a sunny day, get ready to manage your frizzy hair. And because those are all part of all the search histories and everything which you have done, so it's a mix of primary data which we have ingested in the system, and of course the consumer signals and all, and by which we keep on serving ads which are more relevant and more useful, and of course that gives a better communication opportunity for the brand, and also it delivers a better result for the consumer, because at the end of the day you would want a consumer to get the correct solution, especially in case of beauty.
I think those are some really great examples. I'm sure it is very helpful. And even when brands or marketers are currently here thinking about how to use these solutions, probably they are getting a lot of ideas and insights around it. Moving to the other not so great sides, right? What are the potential risks or threats that you see or foresee with this entire storytelling format, AI being used to actually generate so much of video content, text, or image? How do you see this? What are the threats that you can probably foresee?
I think one primal threat as a marketer you always have is that because there are so many there are only so many ways in which you can say one thing, that you should, this is the reason that you should buy my product, or that is the reason that you should buy my product. So the originality of the idea that AI is throwing at you, I think that's is one prima facie concern, because I mean, you can create an AI to figure out if the AI is sort of sharing a not so original idea with you, but that it just increases the work. So that I think always has been my fear when I'm looking at content which is produced by AI, that is it something original which is created by my prompt, or was it also created for someone else? The second thing is on digital platforms, it's an open platform. People can use it in the way that they want to. So the fear also is that something which is not created by my brand shouldn't be created by maybe by a deep fake or any other technology which looks like my brand, because now it's very easier to create duplicate content.
Yeah.
So that sort of trust factor is always there, and I think that's where things, the guardrails that we have in our brands in terms of listening to the consumer, listening to the social media content, doing social listening very properly to understand how the consumer is also reacting to our content. So I think those are some of the things that I foresee that might be a issue going
So I
ahead.
think just to build up or summarize your points, basically, A, you are always worried that if this is an original idea which is coming out, and second is also getting worried about the fact that is my content also being used by some others? Yeah.
That's correct.
Sure. How would you look at it from a brand safety point of view as well? I'm just trying to club both questions together. From a brand safety point of view, where do you see this entire AI or probably the output running towards? Sorry. Sujay, sorry.
Okay.
My bad.
Sure. See, I'll probably take a step back here and probably articulate my answer accordingly. See, one point Shaurya has already touched upon, the originality of idea.
Yes.
And what will that originality of idea will do is that it's the same thing getting churned in that ecosystem.
Absolutely.
So, and my biggest worry is that whatever AI delivers or churns out is a function of the kind of inputs AI has received.
Absolutely.
So the quality of input is very, very important. Otherwise, it is technically garbage in and garbage out.
Yes.
And if the AI hasn't been taught or trained well, of course, it will throw up wrong results.
Yeah.
Once it throws up wrong results, that is where the entire thing starts falling. So
Yes.
that is where all your brand safety, everything comes into the picture.
Yes.
If you ask me, especially from a brand safety standpoint of view, as he was mentioning, duplication of content.
Yes.
Tomorrow, somebody can create a deep fake.
Yeah,
And
possible.
yeah, then it becomes it's a PR nightmare for a brand to manage that. Those are the kind of challenges, because then it is like a lot of power given just for
The
free,
creators, yeah.
and then that can be used against you.
Yeah.
Imagine this is around the same time in 2010 and 11 when social media started exploding,
Yes,
and
absolutely,
consumers had the opportunity to directly talk to a brand. They would talk to a brand, tagging them, thrashing them on the entire public forum. Overnight, it became a challenge for a lot of brands. I still remember having conversations with a lot of my peers and colleagues at that point of time. Brands were reluctant to come on a Twitter or a Facebook because they were like, okay, we will come there, get some likes, but then who will manage those queries because people will be thrashing us, bashing us. Similarly, the challenge is now. Somebody can create a deep fake video or some audio. We see every day there are so many clips doing the round stating that, hey, this is an offer, this is something, or something is happening for free, here is a link to click. So a lot of these things become an added headache for the brands to manage. That's probably also the reason a lot of brands are taking baby steps towards that. And that's exactly what we have also been trying, is to use it in the most efficient way, but by doing a little bit of a test and learn in that case, because it also opens up a lot of data in that open forum. Because imagine if you are doing some kind of testing, you want to do some creative testing concept. You give those prompts to the AI. What typically happens is that the AI will also get to know that there is something of this sort is happening. So your brainstorming is no longer private in your boardroom.
Private, yes, absolutely.
So that's the thing. That's a big challenge.
Absolutely. I mean, those are some of the correct directions, some of the things that probably brands should also look at when they're looking at using AI for specifically for storytelling. Rita, would love to hear from you as well.
Yeah, so just adding on to Sujay's point, right, in terms of what he mentioned about the interaction experience with the brand for consumers. So, I mean, I have had personal instances myself wherein, you know, when you start talking to a chatbot on a brand's page or on their website, the kind of robotic responses that you receive, and if you don't receive the right answers to the queries that you ask, that frustration that really comes in damages the reputation that brands build over so many years, right?
Yes.
So this is something that is very critical, and I think we should factor that in whenever we are looking at launching such a product or service in the market, because brands, when they do multiple campaigns or when they're talking to their consumers, consumers give content or, you know, interact with the brand if they feel safe to do so. So safe policies, which the brand really talks about in terms of such campaigns specifically, like, you know, recently Sunfeast launched this campaign during Diwali, where you could, Diwali Dasera time, where you could upload a picture of yourself in a goddess avatar, and then you can see yourself as a goddess, right? So this campaign was well taken, I think, towards Calcutta. What they did was, outside pandals, you had to basically click your picture, and through a QR code you could scan. So when somebody is giving their picture to a brand like this, there has to be faith, there has to be trust. So brand policies really need to be strong, and consumers should also be aware that if they are giving any data to the brand, how the brand is going to utilize it.
It's a very, very important aspect that you really touched upon, right? It's great to have a fancy product using AI which is coming out, but what about the privacy from there, right? Who is holding this data? Who is going to be accountable for that information? So yeah, so I think that's a great part. So, hi Ritu, sorry. You got stuck in traffic, but we were just talking on you know, what do you feel is the potential threat, or when it looks at, you know, when you're using AI, also how do you feel that, you know, how does a brand also react, you know, onto these things? What are your thoughts on that?
Sure, thanks, and my big apologies to everybody for being late.
I think it's just not on.
Thanks for having me here, and apologies for being late, but couldn't, very unexpected traffic, because I think, let me not say traffic was the reason, but I think it was the unexpected traffic which was the reason. I think to this question, so I think there are a lot of watch outs, for sure. AI is amazing. I think it's been the biggest buzzword this year. We love talking about it. We love using it. But like a lot of things, that I work in consumer health, and there's, you know, the whole word of responsible self-care for us is a big one because, or responsible use of anything is very important. So it's not just the use of AI, but I think it's the responsible use of AI which is very important. And I think like Reena was talking about, AI means that there is a lot of data exchange that is happening, and hence how a brand uses that data, stores that data, deletes that data. Consumers have the right to know that, to ask that. And that transparency between brands and consumers is very critical for this trust for brands to be able to retain that trust. And trust is paramount for any brand. I mean, over my entire marketing career, I think if there is one equity which is consistent irrespective of category brand that you work on, that you always track, is this a brand that the consumer trusts? It's huge. And that must not be at stake at any point of time. Another big watch out, I think, is the whole, when it comes to storytelling, authenticity is the first most important thing in authenticity, in storytelling. Authenticity in storytelling is important, and authenticity in storytelling comes from human insights, from a human knowing human, the emotional aspect of it. That emotional depth, that authenticity in storytelling should not get lost. Yes. That balance is very important. It's great to use AI for personalizing, customizing, creating segments, creating relevant content for those segments, identifying insights for when, how, where, what you should be talking to those audiences. However, it's very important that we retain the balance between the two. We retain the emotional depth and the authenticity in storytelling. Absolutely. And that's a big watch out. Becoming completely dependent on the machine without responsibly using it can be damaging to any brand's equity. I heard Reena talk about her experience with AI, and I think as a consumer, I get immensely frustrated when I'm trying to reach out to the customer care of any service that I have used, and it keeps telling me, choose between these 4 options. And I have none of them that is relevant to me, and I want to say something else. And I'm like, I don't want to say any of these, give me another option. So understanding that, and what AI enables you to do is that anybody who's working on the other end, I'm sure, is getting that data when a consumer responds back saying, I want something else, I don't want to talk this. But the AI is going to respond saying that, I don't understand, or again, choose between these options. But somebody got to do that analysis, got to do that monitoring to figure out that there are these consumers who are getting frustrated, who are asking something else. And I need to figure out a way as a brand to be able to cater to their need, to be able to tell them that, okay, this doesn't help you, so I'm going to connect you to a human now because probably you need a human to speak to. Yeah. So that sensitivity, that monitoring is very important so that you don't end up with frustrated consumers who then want to leave you.
Absolutely. I'll give you a crack to that. A few years back, we were developing some solution like that, where we had embedded a small prompt which said agent. So once you put in a prompt called as agent in a chatbot, which is where you're not understanding, probably then it would actually connect you to a call center agent. I'm just giving a hack to that, but yeah. Cool. We're towards the end of the panel discussion, so I'll probably want to hear some finishing points in terms of how do you feel probably is a possibility and the disruption that AI can actually bring to the entire storytelling format. Shaurya, we can start with you.
So I think as a brand and as a marketer first, I think we have to see how to use AI for our business in a way that it helps more instead of creating disruption in the wrong format, as was pointed out earlier. So I think we have to start from a point that where will rapid prototyping help me more when it comes to AI? Will personalization help me more? Or will creating different content formats for, let's say for one specific promotion will help me more? Or will using customer data to create personalization on the platform itself which is also storytelling of, in a way that, once you open an app, you see something which is, being spoken to you. Like you open an Uber and it knows at 9 o'clock in the morning that you are going to office. Yes. So even that is, a form of storytelling. So instead of only looking at, content formats, we should also see that if a brand owns a platform, how can they use AI in that? And because we are an app-only company, so we try to see that how can I use buying patterns in one particular part of the country and sort of modify the SKUs which are presented to them,
Yes.
Which is a different sort of storytelling per se. So I would say for a business, for a brand, for a marketing team, you have to see that, what strategy will align more to my business and then sort of, upscale that.
Can I pick up the key of personalization here, understanding the user data,
Sure.
and then providing personalization is going to be a big thing according to you probably in this space?
Yeah, definitely.
Great. So can we have something from you?
Sure. So what we have been trying to do in the last couple of years is that we have exclusively focused on getting the data, which is basically signals around the consumer, if I have to put it that way. So now, since we have a lot of data about the consumer, what we are trying to figure out is that entire journey between a brand and consumer, that bridge which we are trying to address. And there are certain aspects, because the holy grail which we are looking at is that the first C, which is figuring out who is the bullseye consumer, how to reach out to that bullseye consumer, leveraging that data in and around that, and that is where we are leveraging AI. Then second part is the content. So yes, once we have identified the consumer, what is the content which we're going to show to the consumer? Yes. That is something at scale which we are looking at. So content at scale becomes our second leg of that C. Then another thing is context, because a lot of time brands miss that trick, is that yes, it is a content which is made for a consumer, but the context is very different. So context is something which we are very watchful of, and also because we know this fact is that every day consumers are getting hit by hundreds of brands.
Yes.
You are one of them.
Yes.
So how you can just develop that context, and that is where probably a lot of CRM comes into the play.
Absolutely.
And that is where we focus on doing a lot more a one-on-one relationship rather than a one-to-many kind of a relationship, which typically happens in that advertisement. And then the last part is the communication method. So the other piece which we will be focusing on is that every consumer has a different preference. So as probably Ritu was mentioning that she would prefer that somebody picks up the call and then, hey, answer those queries. And of course there will be instances where you would want to talk to somebody, but also at sometimes you would just need a WhatsApp response. So if a customer care agent can just give, okay, if it's just about the delivery of an order, by when the order will be there, or it is like, okay, which shade, what shade, send me the entire palette of the shade, all those pieces. For that you don't need a conversation, because you might be chatting in the night when you are free. So that communication method, what works best at that moment of truth, is something which we are focusing. So these are the 4 C's which we are trying to stitch together to create that entire ultimate consumer experience.
Fantastic, and that is where you feel that there is a lot of opportunity, a lot of disruptions will happen, right? Yeah, it makes sense, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, I would say humans hold the entire power of emotional intelligence, right? So considering that as one, and second is basically through machine learning, we can tap the power of data, do a lot of data mining exercises in terms of your consumers, how they interact with your brands, and the combination of these two, if analyzed well, and this will definitely help brands take flight to a next level. So I think emotional intelligence and machine learning.
Yeah, 2 critical points, right? If the machine starts putting that emotional responses out, then there is a threat. So humans will always be responsible for putting the emotional element to it. And the more data that you feed in, technically is where machine will actually play a better role to crunch that and give a better output. So great insights there. Yeah, Ritu, we would like to hear from you as well.
Yeah, I think to me, in the future, and if I extend AI to AR, ML, everything, one of the big things that we have definitely coming is better experiences. I think we've started seeing some very good examples. This year I've seen quite a few examples which were quite interesting. A couple of them from Mondelez I think were very interesting. So enhanced experiences, and we are today, our younger audience, the Gen Z, is looking for experiences. So I think it's a great space where brands today now are enabled by technology to deliver far more engaging experiences to their audiences. We know that the attention spans become much higher when there are experiences versus just passive viewing, and it helps the brands in building their memorability much better. So that's definitely a space where I am very excited that we are going to see some very good examples around. The second one I think for me is efficiency, wherein I think we can really leverage AI also to drive a lot of efficiency, both in terms of cost and in terms of time. The ability of AI to scale content, personalize it or customize it, and create thousands of creatives at much lower cost, at a much faster pace, will bring in a lot more efficiency.
Absolutely, yeah.
The third, I think, which I think everybody's talked about, is the content personalization aspect, which to me again helps towards the whole engagement piece, because if we have time, I'll give a very, very quick, interesting example for this. So I went into a school for telling kids about what is marketing. And very interestingly, these were senior KG kids, and they said, I know because on YouTube I see skip ad and I press on it. And it was very interesting because even that 5-year-old essentially was saying that ads are very irritating and I don't want to watch them and I want to rather skip them. And that, I think, will gradually and hopefully change to when advertising becomes more contextual, more relevant to what I actually need and I want to see. It becomes more engaging and less irritating. And I think that is the possibility. When we have more data, we are able to really deliver what the consumer needs versus what irritates them. And that's the future that you want to move towards.
Completely. So, A, better experiences. Second is effectiveness. Just a small bit of advice for all the brands. Don't try and reduce commissions. Try and build scale. Third is also personalization. I mean, it was a great session. Sorry, we are running out of time. So if you guys have any questions, we will not be somewhere here. Please feel free to reach out to us for any questions. Thank you so much. Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you so much. And may we request our panelists to stay on the stage, as now I'd like to call upon the business head for Alexa monetization in India, Jagdish ji, to help us with the felicitation of all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause to all our panelists and our leaders. Thank you so much, Ritu, for taking out time today and joining us. Thank you, Reena. Thank you, Sujay. And of course, thank you so much, Shaurya. Thank you for joining us today. Remember, our panelists are going to be around because this is our final session, so hopefully we'll get a little more interaction. And thank you so much, Shibu, for curating that. May we request all of you to please step forward together and let's get a picture in. The final session of e4m Screenage 2023. Let's give them a big, big round of applause, everyone. Remember, we're going to be declaring the winner as well, the final winner of the social media contest which has been running. All right, thank you so much. Well, for the winner, so we've declared one already, and I hope this person is in the room. Sagar K. Panda. Do we have Sagar in the room? Yes, no, maybe? Right there, Sagar. Okay, let's give him a big, big round of applause. Sagar, you have won our social media contest Congratulations. So well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an exciting closing of the Screenage 2023 of e4m. On behalf of e4m, we'd like to humbly thank each and every one of you. We have another great awards which is coming up on the other side, but we request all of you now, before we get glitz and glamour and a lot of limelight into this arena back again, we request you to please step out, re-register. So when I'm saying step out, along with your belongings, right? Let's get everyone back. Whoever is coming for Maddies, please re-register at the registration hall. Thank you for being so kind. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for today, and we'll see you at Maddies 2023.